This field under the Scarlet Sunset is a quest that was failed by a group of 40 of the strongest players. The quest was nicknamed the Curse of the Scorched Earth, and only one candidate won it. The warrior class player swung his sword deftly, using the lightning element. The guy skillfully cut down the monsters and waited for the boss of this quest. All previous opponents were just a mass that no one could overcome. His power was described online as that of an absolute monarch, owning and protecting 21 castles. With just one step, he could destroy an entire state and gain the recognition of hundreds of thousands of people. His name is So Hyun, a top-ranked player in the game Asura Online. The player boldly went after large monsters alone, without seeking support from other teams. For his strength, courage, and solo work, he was nicknamed the King of the Asura world. But one day he received a notification from the game that he had finished the 1836-year war alone. And he was outraged that, despite all his greatness, there were so few online players that he couldn't even achieve fame. There are less than 300 characters left in the game, so our hero also thought about leaving forever. The game was incredibly cool in our hero's opinion, but even the community abandoned it. Of course, the hero did not deny some nuances, such as the less-than-ideal implementation of virtual reality. The game had a scale, world-building, and story that was superior to anything else out there at the time. The hero was browsing the internet when he received an advert for pre-ordering the new game Asrian. The name was very similar to the name of his favorite game, which alerted the guy. The new game promised the world's first sensitivity synchronization mechanism. The guy went to the official website to watch the teaser of the game, and was amazed to see a character from Asura. He also saw the ancient dragon Kerberos and other characters, skills, locations, and even NPCs were from Asura. Our hero was overjoyed that his favorite game had been reborn in a new format. Although there were new locations and skills, the guy easily calculated the structure of the world of Asura. Then So Hyun had the idea that the quests in the game could have remained the same. If the basis remained from the old game, then the boy's knowledge was invaluable. The guy knew all the nooks and crannies of Asura, so he decided to show what a deadly first rank meant. There were 5 days left before the game's release, and the hero spent all this time searching for information about it. The guy studied all the hidden quests, characters, items, combinations, and achievements of the old version of the game. In the new game, the hero began his journey under the name Hyun. The journey in the new game began in a large, bright hall with a huge statue. The majestic hall and light, as well as the simple clothes on the character, indicated the beginning of the game. And then a star appeared, the bright light of which signified the appearance of a local deity. Hen immediately realized that this was the NPC angel who appears at the very beginning of the game. A beautiful maiden greeted a wanderer from another dimension. But to Hyun, the girl seemed incredibly familiar. He had clearly met her quite recently. Although the angel introduced herself as Caruel, the guy remembered her old name, Kydriel. Apparently the maiden realized that she had been found out, and at that very moment her image of a saint began to crumble. And along with the maiden's appearance, everything around her began to crack. The white robe was replaced by an open black dress, and the wings turned crimson. The guy recognized the one whose identity was revealed in the last quest of the old game. The girl's appearance and haughty smile dispelled all doubts that the demoness Kydriel stood before Hen. But the guy didn't understand why the final boss was actually at the beginning of the new game. The demoness was extremely shocked that someone had managed to expose her. But be that as it may, Hyun was struck by a strange feeling at the sight of the demoness. The guy immediately realized that his body was shaking due to the synchronization of sensitivity. The demoness demanded that the guy quickly choose a character class. A sword, a knife, a cross, and a staff appeared before Hen for him to choose from. This meant choosing between the warrior, rogue, mage, and priest classes. Hen was glad that the game wouldn't start with instant death at the hands of the demoness. However, the guy was alarmed by everything that was happening, since in the previous game, there was no such thing as randomness. Hen knew that if he activated the hidden quest, he would receive a special reward, but the quest clearly hadn't been activated yet. Hen started turning his head and looking for a hint about what conditions needed to be met to help him open the quest. Suddenly he noticed that there were rugs everywhere instead of carpets. Hen remembered that before the demoness turned, there was a statue in that place. Then the guy decided to take a closer look at the place and went towards it. However, the demoness blocked his path with her wings. The guy was surprised by the NPC's independent behavior, which also required him to choose his role. The guy realized that the demoness was worried. She clearly didn't want to let the guy near that rug. But now the guy was sure that his guess was correct. The guy noted that he had no time limit, and he had the right to look around. And although the demoness tried to stop Hen, he still went to the place of the missing statue. The demoness was worried, but all she could do was look at the guy's back. The girl watched with obvious displeasure as the guy went to give her more work. As soon as Hen stepped on the rug, the wall immediately began to crack. Something was clearly coming from behind the wall towards the guy and frightening him. As soon as the wall collapsed, a stream of bright light burst out, and the guy covered his face with his hand. Hen found a hidden camera, and now the number of classes he could choose from increased. Hen had long noticed that the game only offered a slot for one character, meaning players would have to pay for more. Hen has long noticed that the game's founders know a thing or two about how to make money from games. Objects representing hidden classes appeared before the guy. The demoness sat on her throne, and the guy thought about what kind of weapon would be beneficial in the later stages. The girl was already quite irritated by the guy's presence, so she rushed him. But the guy was not so simple. He suspected something and headed towards the demoness. There was something behind the demoness that attracted the guy's attention with a strong aura. Then the girl, trying to hide something behind her, spread her wings again. But this didn't stop the guy again, and he walked forward, emerging into some hidden portal. The demoness did not expect such audacity and confidence, so she shouted after the guy to stop. Hen meanwhile went out to another weapon, a hidden class one. There was a sword in front of the guy, but in 8 years of playing he had never seen one like it in the previous version. Hen believed that his title as Dimension Destroyer was his last. But now before him stood an object that marked a new and impressive class. The boy learned that Kidriel was actually the archdemon of deception. This lady, as expected, deceived people and fed on their despair. Now the guy had a hidden support class. Only now he had a class he knew nothing about, and that was a problem. And the demoness was already laughing out loud at the boy and his self-confidence, which led him to this strange role. The newly converted support demanded that the demoness tell her about the new class. But she just laughed, said goodbye, and was gone. Now the guy was left alone with his new class and self-confidence. A support can be considered a support for the team, but not an independent character. And this was a big problem for a solo player. Once the class was determined, the character was sent into the woods to gain experience. The guy held on with all his might, encouraging himself with the thought that the class was hidden for a reason, and therefore had its advantages. Hen hoped that there was some tremendous combat power hidden within his support class. So first the guy opened the status window to figure things out, but the stats and skills were incredibly weak. No character in the previous game had such low stats. Hen even doubted that they were real. But here they were in front of him, and it was painful to look at them. Since level 50 was required to obtain the ult, the guy decided to start leveling up. First, the guy tried small NPCs and how strong they are in this world. Hen provoked the slime to test his new Sky God defense skills. The slime rushed at the guy and the barrier was activated. However, his power was not enough, and the slime broke through the defense, attacking the guy. But now the guy learned that he can strengthen the defense of a chosen target and become immortal for a moment. The guy counterattacked, swinging his blade and inflicting at least minor wounds on the enemy. And just when the hero thought he had won, the slime immediately began to heal itself. And then the slime attacked the guy, and he immediately decided to use his second shield skill. And it turned out to be much more effective, pushing the slime away from the hero. Having realized the benefit of the skill, the guy decided to finally finish with the slime. The guy pounced on the slime and began to attack it so that it would not have time to heal. The guy beat the slime with his blade for a long time and was glad to see that only a couple of blows remained to finish it off. But suddenly something stuck into the slime in front of him and finished it off, taking away all the effort and experience from the slime to the other player. Hen turned around, trying to see who was involved in the commotion unfolding behind him. The hero who killed the slime. Hen laughed and apologized for the sake of appearances and ran on. But Hen was surprised that a newbie like him killed the slime with the first blow, while he had to put in a lot of effort. With such skills, the guy clearly wouldn't get very far, so he decided he needed a damage dealer partner. Hen needed someone with good fighting instincts and the ability to set the pace in battle. But judging by the players in this game, there was nothing to gain. In the previous game, Hen was familiar with the second-rank Ain, who had the appearance of a werewolf. Therefore, the hero returned to the previous game, although he thought that he would not return there anytime soon. Hen wrote to Ain and a meeting was arranged at the Colosseum, where sparring and fighting usually took place. This outraged Hen, because the comrades had not seen each other for a long time, and now they were meeting to fight. In any case, Hen had already started to tell that he had called his friend for one offer. But instead of shaking hands to greet him, my friend activated his predator skill. And then Ain soared high into the sky to attack from above. At high speed, the werewolf rushed at the guy and attacked him with his claws, but Hen easily dodged. The werewolf's skill was at the highest level, and even tore the ground apart, and the knight easily jumped away. Then Hen decided to summon his sword to fight his old friend. When his comrades took up positions at a distance, our support again tried to reproach his friend. But the werewolf was busy recovering to attack again. As soon as the health bar was full, Ain immediately rushed into attack again. However, he came across Hen's strong shield, which had already reached the highest level. After which, with the blessing skill, Hen swung his sword at his comrade. Although the werewolf skillfully covered himself with his hands and avoided a direct blow, he was pushed back. Hen finally suggested talking, but Ain clearly had no intention of talking yet. In an instant, both combatants jumped high into the sky to attack. Both opponents used their strongest skills to attack. Both were injured by each other, which they later discussed over a glass of beer. However, Ain refused to admit that he had carried out the attack later than Hen. However, Hen finally turned the conversation to the topic that was worrying him about the new game. Hen tried his best to describe the advantages of the new game in order to convince his friend. However, Ain was indignant at his friend for how he could abandon him and exchange him for another game. But Hen explained that he simply decided to try out the new game as an older friend. And now he offers Aina to participate in a new game again as an alliance. But the werewolf doesn't understand why his friend is offering him the role of a magician, and not a berserker, in which he had experience. Hen was glad that he had almost succeeded in convincing his friend. However, to fully convince him, I had to lie about my comrade's unique abilities and control. Ain turned out to be very weak to obvious flattery and took it for reality. However, Ain was not so simple either. He agreed to participate, but only because he knew that his comrade was very smart. Once agreement had been reached, Hen began to tell a more detailed story. First of all, Hen talked about his own experience and meeting with Cadriel. A few days later, the comrades agreed to meet in the magical village of Libya. Hen stood in the main square and looked out for his friend, whom he was supposed to meet in the new game. Hen checked his correspondence, and remembered that he had forgotten to put on his feather headband. Ain should have spotted his friend in the crowd of players by the feather headband. Suddenly, someone spoke to Hen from behind, and he turned around. In front of Hen stood a tall, handsome young man, who matched the hero's image. Hen, of course, happily rushed to shake his comrade's hand, not his paw. But suddenly it turned out that there was an NPC in front of him, and Ain was nearby, and due to his height, almost went unnoticed. The girl removed her hood and introduced herself, stating that she was glad to meet him. Small in stature, with short hair and eyes full of energy, it was difficult to connect the image of a huge werewolf with the small young girl who appeared. To be sure, Hen still asked a couple of clarifying questions. Of course, the girl answered easily, but she didn't understand why the guy was asking. Then Hyun had to admit that he was surprised that she was Ain's girlfriend, but he was much more concerned about what class the girl had chosen. Ain chose a hidden mage class, an unusual one at that, with close combat skills. And among the skills there was a note that Ain managed to outsmart Cadriel, and this was alarming. And while Hen was wondering what kind of strange abilities Ain had, she was already having fun with the torches in her hands. But suddenly the flame went out, and the girl was surprised at how quickly her strength ran out. And then Hen realized that it would be difficult to teach the former berserker the abilities of a magician. Ain was already ready to go train, but Hen delayed her since they were at level 60. Ain then suggested going to another city, but was again refused by Hen. Meanwhile, Hen was thinking that he should first make sure that Ain could deal enough damage. Hen had been in the game longer, so he went through all the platforms he was familiar with. He finally decided to have a friendly sparring session. Energetic Ain was delighted with the duel, as she was always happy to fight. The change in mood surprised Hen very much, but also made him happy. The only thing the girl was worried about was that her support comrade wouldn't be able to fight back. But since Hen promised to give it his all in the duel, Ain was glad, because she herself did not know how to hold back. As soon as confirmation for the duel from the game was received, the comrades took up positions. Ain was the first to rush into battle, her hands blazing with fire. Ain was delighted to wave her new fiery claws. And while Ain was thinking about having fun, Hen was thinking about checking the damage indicators and allowed himself to be hit. It wasn't that Hen was surprised, but he was surprised that Ain had wiped out his health bar with one blow. But due to the sensitivity synchronization, the damage was painful. Ain completely forgot about this ability of the game, but she was worried about the quick victory and demanded a second duel. In the next duel, Hen promised to give it his all and not give in. In that case, Ain rushed at Hen again like a berserker. Hen decided not to defend himself, but simply dodge and get away from the frontal attack. Hen noted that the game's movements are slow and that this leaves many vulnerable spots. But Hen decided that the problem was not so much with the game, but with Ain, who had not yet gotten used to her abilities. Moreover, the girl was angry that she couldn't hit her friend, and he simply dodged. Hen knew how Ain would attack, but was shocked when she suddenly disappeared from sight. The girl clearly increased her speed and was now using flames with her foot. Since this attack couldn't be dodged, Hen used a shield. To Ain's surprise, the shield pushed her away and dealt enough damage that the guy won. Ain refused to admit such a defeat, but she also noted that you can't catch an enemy like that twice. Hen praised Ain's fighting skills and abilities, which flattered the girl. Ain begged Hen to go hunting. She wanted to level up as quickly as possible. The heroes came to a castle that was surrounded by an army of skeletons, and Ain was worried that they were finding something in a level 60 ghost port, and there was nothing for them to catch here. But how surprised she was when Hen assured her that they had not come here to hunt, as she had thought. But then he clarified that they don't need to hunt directly. They can level up indirectly. Hen tried to explain more simply, and pointed to the castle in front of them. At the very top of the castle were the guards that Hen wanted to use. Hen decided to set the guards on the skeletons, even though new games prohibit gaining experience this way. However, the new game is a copy of the old one, where this loophole has not yet been fixed. Ian was surprised, but also glad that they could now level up quickly. To begin with, Hen and Ain tracked down a group of skeletons. They really needed a level 80 ghost commander. And to get his attention, they hit him on the top of the head from behind. Of course, Ain hit with her new fire ability. The heroes needed to attack the commander, because only there could they provoke the entire army. Hen managed to warn his friend that due to the synchronization of feelings, Ain could become paralyzed with fear. Therefore, Ain needed to maintain distance and control. As soon as the numbness subsided, Ain rushed towards Hen as fast as she could, as they had agreed. Luckily, the girl managed to quickly run to her friend. Now the plan was to split up so that the skeletons wouldn't surround them. However, Ain understood that the entire army of undead was now concentrated on her. But Hen was distracted from the dialogue, covering him and Ain with a shield from the arrows flying at them. Since this attack was hitting back at the skeletons, Hen was now also a target. Now Hen and Ain needed to run under the fortress and provide themselves with protection. Meanwhile, there was a changing of the guard at the post, and ordinary NPCs were behaving like real players. The officer scolded his subordinates for being late, listened to apologies, etc. But suddenly the guard on the tower noticed that something was approaching the castle. When everyone looked closely, they saw an army of undead running towards the main entrance. The guards quickly noticed the commander-in-chief of the ghost army, and the castle immediately prepared for an attack. But Ain began to worry that they wouldn't make it in time. The skeletons were already hot on their heels, but Hen assured his friend that there was very little left. But the castle began to attack earlier, and Hen shouted to her friend to dodge. With just one blow, the castle burned an entire army to a skeleton, and the commander too. Our heroes managed to run behind the fence that surrounded the fortress. Ain grumbled at Hen for the risky plan, as they almost ended up on barbecue. But suddenly she noticed 100 bright notifications in front of her, and each of them was screaming about improving their skills and leveling up. Ain was amazed by her friend's ingenuity and rejoiced like a child. A Hen explained that even from a small attack, they gained a lot of experience for the entire army. Our heroes sat behind the fence for a while, thinking about how lucky they were to have escaped the attack. As soon as they both caught their breath, they set off to meet their next adventures. But before moving on, Hen decided to take a closer look at the game and his performance. Hen also looked at the game news and didn't find anything useful on the forums. Now he was interested in the topic of critical hit and the conditions for it. Ain was an experienced melee fighter. It would clearly be easy for her to score a critical hit with every attack. But Hen didn't know whether he should tell her about this. Hen was waiting for Ain again in the square, and was discussing the fact that it was time to spend his skill points. Finally, the guy received a notification that Ain had entered the game. Judging by the time the girl enters the game, she is a student. Finally, Ain stood before her comrade and declared that she was ready to hunt ghosts again. The girl was impressed by how the heroes had leveled up yesterday, so she wanted to repeat it. Ain was pleased that in 3 days in the game she managed to level up to level 40. However, Ain had never heard of such monsters before, and was surprised by the new addition to the game. These monsters are stronger than usual and give cool rewards for them. In addition, they are hunted by guilds. Ain immediately realized that her friend was aiming for the reward for the first kill. But Hen hastened to put a stop to his friend's unhealthy enthusiasm. The guy understood that they still had to choose their opponents wisely. But Ain was too active a girl, always ready for a fight, so this was the last thing she cared about. The girl was already eager to fight, but Hen held her back, because they still had to choose an opponent for the first battle. First, Hen became interested in learning about Ain's skill points, but the guy missed a couple of points and was unhappy about it. Ain was also struck by this shortage, although she herself had not counted such things. But then the girl remembered that she had invested them in pumping up her strength. And Hen fell into extreme confusion, because his friend was now not a berserker, but a magician. The girl tried to make an excuse, saying she did it out of habit and asked for forgiveness. Under the guy's gaze, Ain felt extremely stupid, so she came up with excuses as best she could. Hen decided to pull himself together, and now ordered the girl to obey only him. So they had to sit in the square and properly level up Ain's character. Ain could now deal up to 500 damage with her fiery claws. According to Hen's calculations, they will now spend up to 5 minutes on the boss. Meanwhile, Ain was languishing with boredom and demanded that the adventure begin. The game featured users Helldust and Arneg, who were delighted with their earnings from the game. In 3 months, they managed to achieve a salary equal to that of a regular job. But besides money, they also wanted fame, as a player with level 35 in 10th place in the top players. The guys haven't made any money yet, but they've already started planning to buy a car and a building. Suddenly their comrade appeared, who had been running towards them for a long time. The boy stated that the guild was meeting to discuss a raid on a named monster. The guys were from the Hygen guild, which was not numerous. All the guild members gathered in one room, and the leader talked about the raid. Not all the members of the hall were in the hall yet. The guild's gathering was unexpected. It turns out that a few days ago, One of the guild members found a place with a strange shrine. So now everyone will be involved in the hunt for the boss named Leopard. The entire guild's work was suspended so that everyone could kill the boss first. Our heroes also chose the order in which to hunt the named monsters. Hen was sure that the first one should be the boss of the Dark Forest Sanctuary. None of those presented above could even imagine how the planned hunt would end. The youngest boy in the guild will hide behind a column and hold back his screams. The guy has to watch as the bodies of his comrades fall unconscious, and only the question of how the entire guild ended up helpless against one boss will torment him. Just a few hours ago, the guild members were happily walking through the forest towards the boss. Among the whole crowd were the already known to us Dust and Arneg. One of them was worried that the attack was planned in 2 stages, and the other one with Tartar supported him, that it could be done in one go. Since Tartar still doubted his abilities, his comrades supported him. As soon as the guild approached the shrine, the commander stopped everyone. Everyone understood that as soon as they tried to open the doors, the quest would begin and they would be attacked. This was the first sortie, so the commander demanded that everyone be attentive to all sensations. The quest gates slowly opened before the guild members. The guild members slowly walked up the bridge that led to the central square of the sanctuary. Before the brawl began, the commander warned that no one worked alone. The first problem for the guild members was the thick fog through which it was difficult to see anything. And then everyone felt the pressure of the boss's power. But the commander brought everyone back to their senses. Then the players were attacked with cold, which made them move very slowly, and ice. And even when everything calmed down, the team members understood that a powerful attack would soon break out. But first, a pentagram appeared, through which the boss was supposed to appear. The commander warned that bosses affect sensations, so everyone needs to be on guard. The boss was a named mage named Leopard, who was extremely unhappy at being disturbed. But no matter how the guild tried to strengthen itself, the boss's power paralyzed everyone. But the commander proved more resilient, and was already shouting to his comrades to form a battle formation. Since they had already been slowed down, the commander demanded that long-range spells be prepared. While the commander was giving orders to his comrades, the magician was preparing to attack. Arneg flew towards the boss, expecting that his new sword would be able to cut him down. But the guy couldn't even imagine that his heart would be pierced in an instant, and he wouldn't even have time to see it. Such a quick murder frightened everyone, but the commander urged everyone to hold on. However, for the magician this was only the beginning. He prepared ice shards for the next attack. The commander ordered the tanks to protect the damage dealers, but it was too late. When the commander looked around, one after another, his comrades fell. And when the commander turned around, all his comrades were lying dead on the ground. And while the commander was wondering who could defeat the magician, the latter was bored. To defeat this boss you needed at least level 70, and 30 is the same as the commander. The only one left alive from the guild was Tartar, who hid behind a column. The boy was scared when he saw Arneg killed and didn't want to suffer the same pain. Tartar was also worried that he would now be kicked out of the guild for being useless. So the guy was thinking about attacking and dying after all. Tartar understood that it was a game, but he was still scared and didn't want to die. Finally, the guy decided that he didn't want to be known as a weakling, and it was time to act. And just as the boy was about to jump out from behind the column, 2 people entered the sanctuary. Ain and Hen entered the sanctuary of the Dark Forest, looking around. Hen, as always, was analyzing everything around him, and Ain was already rushing forward into battle. The area was empty, and Ain was worried that the boss had been killed. But Hen knew that the boss was level 95, and was still too much for the guilds to handle. However, before the heroes faced the boss, Hen decided to discuss the plan. The mage was shocked to see a couple of surviving players after his massive attack. The leopard immediately attacked Ain and Hen, just like Arneg before. However, Ain easily dodged his ice ball, which hit the boss. But the magician didn't even realize that this was no ordinary girl in front of him. Then the magician decided to repeat the attack and collected mana in his staff. Of course, Hen, as a support, immediately activated the skill of 1-second immortality. Thanks to him, Ain managed to block the ice that was flying at him. The problem for the heroes was that Hen's skill did not guarantee a complete block of Leopard's attack. The only way out is to deflect the blow at an angle, and this requires Ain's incredible reflexes. Even Ain herself had doubts about this plan when she first heard about it. Ain didn't like to act according to a plan. She preferred to enjoy the surprise of a fight. But when, during the battle, she realized the convenience of Hen's plan, she was happy. Hen was glad to see that his friend was coping and even enjoying the fight. But suddenly the magician attacked Hen, and the boy barely managed to dodge. It was still difficult for Hen to both dodge and maintain his skill. Meanwhile, Ain came up behind the magician and attacked him with fiery claws. The magician was confident in his powers, so he was surprised that someone managed to hit him. But this awakened the magician's desire to fight at full strength. The mage used an ice shield and Ain immediately retreated, asking Hen for advice. The guy assured her that he could handle the shield, and Ain should wait for his command. The magician didn't know what to expect from the new players on his quest. so he got scared when the guy ran towards him. Hen had long since realized that the mage's first attacks could be stopped with a second of immortality, and if he also engages in close combat, he will interrupt the mage's spell. As soon as the mage's shield fell, Hen commanded Ain to attack the enemy, and our lighter was just waiting for this, and with fury immediately rushed into battle. In an instant, she dealt several critical blows to the old man. Ain didn't just hit, she aimed at vital points, so the old man began to spit out blood. As soon as the girl saw the result of her work, she immediately believed in her and Hen's victory. Hen himself was also happy about this, and continued to support his friend. But the old man was not level 95 for nothing, because he immediately began casting a new spell. First of all, the leopard raised a blizzard around him, which protected him. Ain hoped that the old man was almost dead, but Hen knew that it was time for the final phase. The old man continued to whip up the blizzard, and chunks of ice grew all over the sanctuary. The leopard was ready to use the rest of his strength to kill the players. Hen waited for the old man's final attack in the form of an icy floor. He had already briefed Ain on the events, and the girl was ready. At the first signal from her friend, she immediately rushed into attack. The old man tried to attack, but the support covered her, and the girl easily went into the top attack. The old man only had time to notice the girl, and the next moment she landed contentedly behind him. Dissolving into the nothingness of the game, the old man did not understand how mortals had managed to defeat him. Meanwhile, our heroes rejoiced at the plaque that marked their victory. Ain was more than anyone else overjoyed at the victory, especially since the two-person team was awarded extra points for the victory. And Tartar continued to watch everything from behind the column. The guy was thinking about posting a video of the heroes online, but the boy had no idea that this couple had already managed to kill 18 bosses. Now they had 9 rare items and 1 unique one, and Hen was thinking about how to distribute them. Hen offered Ain to take 1 unique item, and he would take all the others. The cost would be the same. But Ain was used to fighting with her hands and didn't understand what to do with a staff. Hen thought that the girl would worry about the distribution of the spoils, but Ain was ready to accept any decision her friend made. Since the distribution of the loot was finished, Hen suggested buying new equipment. Our heroes set off for the largest city in the magical kingdom of Lupra. Ain was amazed by the beauty of the city, so she ran to see the sights, but suddenly the girl's path was blocked by guards. The guard announced that dark priests like our heroes were forbidden from entering the city. Hen and Ain couldn't believe that they were mistaken for dark priests. Dark priests use the powers of evil, so regular NPCs are not particularly inclined towards them. Their class is associated with heretics, so they often face restrictions. Hen immediately tried to explain that their clothes were received as basic ones from the game. Only after this did the guard reluctantly let our heroes through. However, everyone in the city looked at them with apprehension, and this embarrassed Hen and Ain. Our heroes finally reached the sorcerer's shop, where they were joyfully greeted by an NPC. The first thing Hen wanted to do was change clothes, and the NPC immediately sent them there. The appearance of a magic circle under the heroes frightened them. But when they found themselves in the locker room, Hen immediately realized that the NPC sorcerer was of a very high level. Without thinking, Hen immediately began to change clothes, which embarrassed his friend. Noticing that Ain still hadn't gone to change, the guy hurried her. But before leaving, Ain glanced at the clothes Hen had taken off. Hen planned to merge his clothes with the obtained shimmering water dragon breastplate. After paying 2,000 gold, the sorceress began the process of creating a rare item. The armor shone, shimmered, and sparkled. The fusion process in the game was very colorful. However, the merger failed, which upset Hen. So Ed decided to try another one with the volume of the fallen priest Dale, and then the remaining rare items, but each time he failed. Hen had already decided that the merger was a scam, but Ain successfully passed the merger on the first try. Now the girl had a unique brown leather glove. Hen couldn't believe that he had lost all his items, but his friend got the result on the first try. Since Ain was lucky, she decided to transform something else. The sorceress warned that the item looked like junk and could have a bad result. However, another fusion was successful, and the girl gave the item to her friend as a gift. Ain improved the Dark Ghost Commander's robe that Hen had previously worn. The friend was pleasantly surprised by the gift and the girl's attention. Ain was pleased with herself, but she also wanted to thank her friend for his efforts. Meanwhile, Tartar, who had been expelled from the guild after all, was pining in the square. The commander was extremely unhappy that the boy posted a video of the defeated boss online. The commander was humiliated that he could not defeat the boss, and now everyone knew about his defeat. The commander was angry that now a stronger guild had come to this territory. The guy took everything the commander said too seriously and was very upset. Tartar believed that leaving the guild was the right decision, and the only good thing he had done. But fortunately, his older comrades, Dust and Arneg, came to support him. The boy was so touched by the care from his comrades that he burst into tears again. Tartar was worried about the mood in the guild, but his friends assured him that he shouldn't worry about it. It turns out that the men also left the guild because they didn't want to work with a master who throws tantrums like a child when he loses. In addition, Tartar's comrades asked him to delete the video, and the boy decided that it was because of information about the boss. But the thing was that Tartar posted a video of them online without the other players' permission. And then the guy was amazed that those guys were players, not NPCs. Many initially thought that the two were NPCs, but the mechanics of their actions revealed that they were real players. Now the boy cried out of fear that he had violated the privacy law. But the men supported the guy here too, assuring him that the misunderstanding would be resolved. At this time, our heroes were fighting again, and Ain was skillfully giving someone a beating. Hen watched his friend and analyzed her work, noticing how unique she was in her attacks and reactions. However, his friend was weak in targeted attacks, and Hen was happy to cover her in such moments. The guys managed to create a well-coordinated teamwork between the damage dealer and the support. Hen and Ain finally managed to raise the guy's level to 50 and he could begin awakening. The guy even burst into tears of happiness. The waiting time seemed endless to him. Users who have reached level 50 can learn the awakening skill, or ult. When you activate the skill, you can become invincible for a while. Hen had been accumulating points all this time and could now begin the quest to awaken. The only problem was that he was a support and couldn't complete the quest alone. Moreover, according to the rules of the game, he needed an ally of the same class. Hen stood before the gate of his awakening quest and carefully read the terms. Entering the gate, our heroes found themselves in a tunnel, and it seemed to them as if they had dived into the subconscious. The system notified that the quest was being prepared, and that the awakening would begin soon. The system extracted the keyword from the player Hen's subconscious. The keyword was time, so the quest looked like a clock face. The system then extracted the keyword for player Ain. The girl was assigned the word determination, after which the system advised her to reach the Palace of Reason. While the boys were getting their bearings, the system informed Hen that he had the ability to return to the past. Once again, while Hen was analyzing the conditions and skills, Ain admired the scenery. Finally, the system finished creating the event and offered to start the game. And due to the reset of skills, both heroes felt exhausted, especially Ain. But the guys had no intention of retreating, so they boldly pressed the start key. The system notified that the quest had begun and sent the characters to the first level of the abyss. Hena was alarmed that they moved so quickly, but there was no time to think. Ain had already noticed something. Clones of our heroes were created in front of them, and this could not help but frighten them. Hen immediately wondered whether the clones' skills were created based on cooperative play or not. While Ain remarked on how good the clones were, Hen began to ponder the capabilities of artificial intelligence. To begin with, the guy suggested fighting each other's clones. Hen offered to let his friend look at the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Moreover, none of them were afraid of the clones. On the contrary, each of them enthusiastically accepted the upcoming battle. To begin with, Hen decided to dodge and watch the movements and reactions of Ain's clone. But the more Hen watched, the more he realized that his movements were not like Ain's. The clone's stats weren't much different from Ain's, but its movements were incredibly terrifying. It only took Hen a couple of blows to kill the girl's clone. Ain also dealt with her opponent, and everyone noted that the clones were too mediocre. For completing the first level, the heroes were awarded temporary skill points. Ain was already rejoicing at her new points, and Hen thought about it, and realized that the game would collect their behavior patterns through stages. Meanwhile, the game sent the characters down a level. The characters could now see the sphere from which the clones emerged. New clones appeared. Judging by their jump from the sphere, they were now more agile. Hen noticed that now the clone of Ain even smiled like the real Ain. The friend's clone rushed into battle using the skill of flaming claws. But the clone was still far from the original, so the guy found it easy to inflict wounds on her. The second level didn't impress Hen either. Even with basic stats, he easily destroyed the clone. Once again, our heroes quickly completed the level and received temporary points. And then we went down one floor again, following to the next level. Now the sphere became brighter, but at the same time darker, which made our heroes tense. Now the process of forming clones has become longer, as if their content has become more than just a shell. Ain's clone's stats have increased, and a hidden skill has been added. In addition, the clone has become incredibly fast, even comparable to the original. The clone attacked like a predator, not giving Hen time to analyze, but the guy easily managed to attack her again. Hen aimed for a vital point, but the blow came at an odd angle. The guy tried not to rush things, but to inflict more damage with each blow. There was only one blow left to finish the fight with the clone. Hen set a second immortality, and expected that victory was now his. However, the clone easily dodged and attacked the guy, destroying not only his skill. The guy couldn't believe that in just one hit he lost 33% of his health in his left arm. The guy's skill didn't work because of the clone's secret skill, which increased damage when his health was low. Hen couldn't believe he had forgotten about the hidden skill, and was now thinking about how to get around it. Suddenly, Hen received a notification about the death of the real Ain, and the guy couldn't believe that she lost to a support. Clone Hen's skills included not only support, but also sword summoning. Hen couldn't believe that a support had a weapon creation skill that dealt damage equal to the absorbed one. However, he was glad, because this meant that he might have an attack-type skill. The opportunity to acquire a cheating skill became a motivation for Hen. So Hen fought with all his might to kill his own clone. Hen managed to complete the third stage of the quest alone, and earned temporary points for both heroes. Before the start of the fourth stage, Hen had the opportunity to choose a new skill. Hen decided that since he would now be completing the quest alone, he should have the skill to deal damage. Suddenly it turned out that Ain was watching the fight and could talk to his friend. After her death, the girl became an invisible ghost, and now hangs around her friend. Hen asked his friend to stay close and warn him if he became a target for a long-range attack. Hen clearly couldn't stand up to two clones with new hidden skills, but he had no intention of giving up. Besides, he planned to hold out alone for as long as possible, so that he could then roll back the time with big points. However, when the clones rushed to attack, both of our heroes were surprised by the enemy's new abilities. Hen's clone's new skill increased Ain's clone's attack range, so Hen needed to get within range. Hen rushed towards Ain's clone and used the momentary absorption to create a sword and attack. But what he didn't think about was that his opponents could also use these same skills. The fight had barely begun, and Hen was already almost killed, and now Ain's clone attacked from behind. As soon as Hen dodged one attack, Ain shouted to her friend for another one. The guy managed to hold out, but was amazed that the support had developed the skill for long-range attacks. Ain understood that her friend couldn't stand it alone, so she asked him to turn back time. But Hen had something else to check, so he asked his friend to wait. Hen used absorption and exposed Ain to the clone's attack. Now the guy received burns that did not allow him to recover his health. Now Hen's speed doubled and he quickly rushed to attack. First of all, Hen decided to get rid of his own clone, because without support it would be easier to kill Ain's clone. However, killing the support was not as easy as Hen had expected. But once the clone was reduced to low health, it acquired an awakening skill. Ain immediately began to worry that her comrade wouldn't be able to handle the enemy with the ult alone. Ain was scared when the clones started attacking from both sides. However, Hen himself was waiting for this in order to repel two attacks at the same time. Hen managed to land a series of hits that dealt 33% of the target's health damage. Unfortunately, the Blood Fairy's fuse had expired, but the clones were still alive. Now Hen's clone also wanted to use his ult, but the guy didn't want to let him take advantage. Hen already knew all of the enemy's skills, so he knew that as soon as the 5 minutes of the ult ended, the clone would become helpless. The fight was tough, but Hen pulled through, and he and Ain were again awarded temporary points. Hen finally received the skills of Soul Mirror and Flash of Remnant, but he was in no hurry to rewind time. Our heroes descended to level 5 and Hen wanted to conduct reconnaissance. While Hen was analyzing the new clones, which had characteristics that made them named bosses, the clones attacked. Ain's clone was already aiming her claws at Hen's face, and the real girl was asking her friend to go back in time. Hen managed to understand that he wouldn't survive the clone's blow, and that his friend was right. Therefore, I called up the time rewind window and confirmed the return to the past. Hen was immediately thrown into his subconscious, and he found himself among his own memories of the quest. Waking up was terrifying. Hen felt like he was about to choke. Hen was glad to see that the cheerful Ain had also returned to life. Our heroes were once again faced with the start of the quest, but Hen wanted to think things through first. Hen left the game for a while and pounced on the water, so thirsty was he. The difference between the 4th and 5th floors of the game was colossal. Hen boldly admitted that the 5th floor was impassable. While Hen was standing by the window, he thought of a way to beat the game, so he immediately decided to try it out. Therefore, our heroes quickly and without losses passed 4 floors. But before reaching level 5, Hen suggested distributing points and defining new skills. And even before our heroes reached level 5, they developed a plan. The current clones were bosses, so you had to be very careful. However, as soon as Ain's clone attacked, Hen immediately attacked her with the Sword of Incarnation. While our heroes were fighting against each other's clones, Hen's clone suddenly attacked the guy. The problem was that the absorption and embodiment skills required a massive attack to be effective. And in order to increase the effectiveness of the Sword of Incarnation, Hen asked Ain to master the wind skill. They also disbanded the squad, and now he easily absorbs every blow from Ain's wind, making the damage of the Sword of Incarnation maximum. So now the power of the Sword of Incarnation is enough to block attacks at the boss level. They compensated for the support with a wind barrier, so now Hen could get close to both clones. Hen managed to break through the clone's defense on his first try. Ain distracts her copy by circling around and using a wind barrier, preventing it from getting any closer. Hen needed to deal with the support as soon as possible. But this time the clone was different. The clone snapped his fingers, and everything around him burst into flames. Hen barely managed to jump out. Only in the flames did Hen realize that the clones had used the Soul Mirror skill. Suddenly, Ain's clone broke free from the wind barrier and ran away. Ain managed to warn her comrade at the last moment, but it was too late. Hen looked away at the wrong time, so he didn't have time to notice that he was now a target for both clones. Now Hen was trapped and couldn't escape. Both clones were now damage dealers with a powerful attack. But suddenly Hen was pushed out from under the blow by the wind and the damage dealers collided with each other. For a moment, Hen lost his concentration and was lost in the fight. But the cheerful and perky Ain brought him back to his senses. Ain advised her friend to dodge and think, and she would cover. Now Hen was fighting not only against the support, and this made the quest seem more fun. Ain was worried about her comrade. He was greatly weakened after the first clashes. Only 10 minutes had passed since the game started, and Hen had already had the opportunity to use the fairy effect. The opponent can completely defend against the absorption, but Hen barely managed to avoid the attack. As soon as Hen dodged one attack, the next one would come from his blind spot. All this time, they had only survived thanks to Ain, so Hen thought that the level was impassable. Ain noticed that one of the clones was acting strangely. Hen wasn't sure, but it looked like she was concentrating the flames. It was Ain's ult, fortunately. The reload time between shots was several days. Hen only managed to warn his friend at the last moment to avoid it. Hen couldn't believe that there was a skill that could destroy the battle arena, and also that the second clone can repeat the attack using the same ult. Hen noted that the ult depends on the mana spent on the battlefield, which means the second hit will be stronger. There was no way to defend himself, so Hen decided to injure the clone's hand and change the direction of the attack. The knife pierced the clone's hand and pulled it towards the floor, causing the flames to be directed towards the clone's feet. However, the destructive force of the attack was so powerful that Hen and Ain were still forced to retreat. The flames were so powerful that the stage collapsed, and the power of the abyss penetrated to the surface. The power of the abyss immediately attracted the soul of Ain's clone, and now our heroes had only one enemy. However, our heroes only had 10 seconds of the fairy effect left, and no longer had a sword. Hen came up with a tactic that was chosen purely out of desperation. Hen ordered Ain to follow him and rush towards the remaining clone. Hen first used a shield with absorption, and Ain asked him to push it with the wind, from which Hen literally knocked down the clone, both inflicting damage on him and taking damage, but this brought them victory. Meanwhile, the Game Control Center staff watched the quest and applauded the player's resourcefulness. Marie Lev scolded the employee because he promised that no one would be able to complete level 5 of the quest. Now both were worried about how the heroes would use the skills they had acquired. The Sword of Incarnation was considered a cheat by some of the development team, but others saw it as having many limitations. Fred Gash suggested that the team calm down since the game was already over and nothing could affect it. Of course there is one person, but he will not interfere, so they can only watch. Although the heroes completed the quest, Ain cried uncontrollably and not from happiness. Due to the destroyed location, the game took away the player's right to choose an awakening skill and assigned them automatically. Our heroes had no choice but to accept it, so Hen suggested that his friend at least take a look at them. But seeing the acquired skills pleasantly surprised both of them. The next day, Hen went to a restaurant for a class reunion and noticed how many people were talking about the game. Moreover, almost all the conversations were about the game, which worried Hen a little. Hen came to the restaurant to eat delicious food, but was suddenly distracted. Kim Ji-hoon, who was the organizer of the meeting, sat down at the table next to Hyun. Hen didn't understand why he sat down specifically next to him, since they had never spoken during their studies. And now he's being so fawning and grilling Hen about the game that the guy is becoming extremely suspicious. It's surprising that the unexpected interlocutor knew that Hen had been playing the previous version of Asura for a long time. This proposal surprised Hen, who, apparently, had never thought of such an idea in all his years. It turns out the guy joined the Stardust team, which also knows about the connection between the past version and the new one. And now they are looking for players with experience in the previous version, but Hen was not interested in this offer. Jae-hoon was surprised by this decision, but he didn't show it and didn't insist. But in exchange for the offer, Hen, supposedly out of gratitude, decided to tell about one hidden quest. Hyun decided to start a new day in the game in the magical kingdom of Libya. Hen certainly understood the benefits of being a professional gamer, but he didn't want to be dependent on an organization. Hyun was so deep in thought about his meeting with Jae-hoon that he didn't even notice the guard looking at him with suspicion. Although it was a good topic to think about, Hen suggested putting it off until later. Hen wanted to test the new ult before Ain arrived. Our guy came to the shop where they made mannequins for testing and asked for a humanoid-like one. Suddenly he noticed a red jester dummy, which was popular for its ability to disappear when it took maximum damage. Hen went to the part of the kingdom where the rock crabs lived. The dummy was launched into a crowd of crabs to deal damage with an overhead attack. At first, the wave of powerlessness skill was used, and as soon as there was some distance between the crabs, the dummy rushed to break the crabs one by one. Thus, the skill of the new manipulation skill was increased. For the duration of the skill, the guy's body disappears, and by destroying enemies, he increases all skills. In addition, bosses below level 200 were now defenseless against Hen, so he brought Ain to a new location. Ain looked at the new opponent and already foresaw what a hassle it would be to fight him. The boys came to the ancient ruins of the Caliphor Mountains to fight another monster. This time they targeted a level 150 ice golem. Ain doubted that they could defeat him with their levels, but Hen believed in the power of his ult. Hen used a manipulation skill that was based on a basic understanding of the subconscious, and he used the skill directly on Ain herself and her body. The feeling was strange for both of them, because for the first time, Hen was not in a mannequin, but in a real person. Ain offered to take control of the situation until the guy got the hang of it, but Hen decided to take action. While Hen was discussing how he was enhancing Ain's abilities, the girl was thinking about how strange it was that her body was being used. On the other hand, the girl was glad that she would now be able to examine her comrade's combat equipment in more detail. As Hen rushed towards the golem, Ain listened to the new sensations in her body. Ain admired Hen's talent in fighting against a group and even a crowd, as she herself was confident in a one-on-one fight. In just one attack, our heroes managed to deal damage as if they were level 250, even though they were only level 50. As soon as the golem fell, the heroes began to think that their new skills were too obvious a cheat. Ain hadn't really been involved in the fight, so she was amazed at how much Hen had leveled them both up. The girl was already preparing for the next hunt, but the guy assured her that they were not finished yet. Suddenly someone appeared, but Hen was just waiting for this meeting. Through the rising dust from the fallen golem, the shadow of the guest who greeted our heroes was visible, and this someone offered our heroes a job for which he promised to pay well. Thus began the hidden quest of a suspicious order from the old man. Ain was confused because she didn't know anything, but Hen clearly knew something, despite the fact that the quest was hidden. The task was to simply defend the entrance to the rune arch. The heroes had to hold out for an hour while the moon was at its zenith. As soon as the old man disappeared over the horizon, Ain immediately began questioning her friend. It turns out that Hen was told about the quest when they were in the guild, but Ain was wondering if the girl was an informant. At night, guards from a nearby town watched as a pillar of light appeared high in the mountains, while Ain looked at the light with admiration, as if it were a light show. To Hen, it looked like Ain's own ult, only aimed at the sky. At the end of the first day, nothing happened. Energetic Ain kept pestering her friend. On the second day, the unfortunate Ain, out of boredom, even began to draw in the snow and pray for someone to come. Hen dreamed of peace, but alas, a group of players arrived, and the guy advised his friend to get ready. Mr. Salon found the quest announcement in the flyers and brought it to his guild. For such information, the comrades promised to give most of the reward. The players liked how beautiful the pillar of light looked, but they noticed the security. At first they thought it was a monster, but then they realized that the image resembled a human. In an instant, Ain disappeared from her post and flew towards the group of players. But before destroying the company, Ain laughed at the fact that they wouldn't have listened to her requests to leave anyway. While the commander shouted that he would cover, the other participants realized that this would not work and ran away. First, Ain, like a berserker, destroyed the leader with her fiery claws. The leader was the first to realize that they had no chance against this enemy, since Ain was too fast for all of them. Before the leader died, he remembered Ain's joke and her satisfied face, expecting a fight. Out of fear, the mage attacked first, using a ranged attack. The mage aimed at Ain, not even thinking that there might be another opponent. That's why they didn't even think that Ain could easily repel the ice bullets with the help of someone else's support. The inimitable Ain seemed like an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. But there was a player who recognized the girl. The boy remembered Ain from the video online, although they didn't show her current skills. But the smile with which she killed was recognizable among 1,000. That's how easily our heroes dealt with the players on the second day of the quest, and Ain finally warmed up. However, the girl missed normal opponents, like Hen. At the end of the second day, the old man appeared and thanked me for my work, and as a reward he gave a heavenly elixir of abilities, which enhanced potential. It was the first time Ain had heard of such a thing, but she was glad to learn from her friend that it was a rare item. Based on his current abilities, Hen decided to give the elixir to Ain. The girl was incredibly pleased that Hen took care of her and shared a rare thing. The naive guy didn't even understand why the girl was happy with the gift from him. Soon, Hen met again with his former classmate, who wanted to thank him. Jaehoon managed to level up 10 levels thanks to the quest that Hyun told him about last time. But Jaehoon wanted to repay not only with lunch, but also with some information about the game. The quest that Jaehoon's guild accepted regarding the Pillar of Light was the opposite of Hyun's quest. Therefore, the task for the guild was impossible, and Hen advised his friend not to accept the quest. Hen didn't want to reveal his identity in the game, so he didn't know what reason to tell his friend. And Jaehoon was one of those who wanted to get more information about the game, so he probed for the reason. Hen really didn't want to kill an acquaintance and reveal his identity, so he gave a monosyllabic answer. The reason for the spirit I said so left Jae-hoon stumped. On the third day of the quest, Ain was again bored and complained that no one would come again. And Hyun himself was quietly glad that Jae-hoon accepted his argument and, apparently, managed to persuade the entire guild. So the third day of the quest passed, and Hen received the sword as a reward. And in the meantime, rumors about the quest began to spread online. Now, completing this quest has become a challenge for many renowned guilds due to suspicions about the named boss. Guilds around the world wanted to take on the quest, which attracted even more attention and made it a global event. Meanwhile, another day of the quest had arrived for our heroes, and Ain was praying for at least one enemy. But apparently, because the guy was taller, he noticed earlier that it wasn't just one person coming towards them, but a whole crowd of players. Hen guessed that rumors were spreading, so he advised his friend to be on guard. Today was the last day, and the heroes would really like to receive a reward. Meanwhile, a stream of the quest's completion has been launched online, but from the perspective of all the other characters. The stream's commentators were players from well-known guilds who decided to abandon the quest. They told everyone it was because of the risks, but in reality, it was because of Jae-hoon's advice. Of course, the guild hoped that they had made the right decision to refuse to participate, but if anything happened, they would have a chance in a couple of days. The first famous guild, Myth, which occupied third place in the top, arrived at the mountain, and the Dark Guild stayed behind them for now, in order to scout out the situation with other people's hands. Vice Master Myth was the first to approach the girl who protects this mountain. However, in his stupidity, the guy decided that the girl came to the quest with the same mission as him. The guy suggested that the girl leave, since it was not safe to be alone there. The girl didn't recognize the guy, even though he was famous, so the player decided that he was an NPC. Then the guy introduced himself and was again asked how strong his desire was to complete the quest. The naive guy thought the girl was an NPC informant, so he didn't expect an attack, and our Ain tore the guy in half in an instant, marking her role for the rest of the players. The crowd howled, realizing how painful the death was, and that the game's character had so easily killed one of the best players. Ain smiled with pleasure that the quest had finally become lively and interesting. The deputy of the man killed in the guild was the first to come to his senses, and promised to kill the girl. The entire Myth Guild rushed at the girl, and Hen was worried whether his friend would cope, and although the girl was confident in herself, the guy assured her that he would cover her back, and in the meantime, she could have fun. Ain burst into the crowd like the devil himself, cutting everyone left and right, while avoiding damage. Her skills were not human-like, so everyone assumed she was a humanoid monster. And although the girl had a crowd of some of the best players in the country in front of her, she found it too easy and boring. The commentators were so shocked by what was happening that they even forgot to comment. In just a few minutes, an entire third-rank guild was destroyed. Now everyone thought of Ain as an advanced artificial intelligence. The surviving Myth players retreated, and the Hwarang Guild notified of their retreat. However, those watching the stream were hoping that the famous Dark team would take part in the quest. All this time, Guildmaster Dark stood nearby and watched Ain in battle. It turns out the guy saw that same video online and also recognized the girl. And the girl attracted attention with her unusual skill of attacking with bare hands. Their unique fighting technique and control amazed the audience, and Ain and Hen were nicknamed the Dark Priests. So now Guildmaster Dark was surprised to see a girl as the boss of this quest. Deputy Rain approached the master, interested in her friend's opinion about their chances of winning, and she became very interested when she learned that their chances were no more than 50%. Reina disagreed, as the strongest players had come, but the master was more objective. The master understood that the enemy was strong, but he wanted to believe in his 50% chance of success. All the forces of the Dark Guild were needed to win, so the master demanded that the guild be assembled in full force. There were 40 minutes left until the end of the task, so Dark was in a hurry. It was for the best, because Ain was starting to get angry that the game was throwing her boring weaklings. Hen was observing his surroundings, so he managed to warn Ain that the approaching enemies were different. Hyun immediately realized that they were not facing a Korean team, but people of world rank. Hen immediately realized that the team had only one vanguard and the mages were putting a buff on him. Thus, the team makes him fast, strong, agile, and with very fast regeneration at the same time. Before our heroes appeared Pius, a member of the Dark Guild, who had only 5 minutes of enchantment. Pius used a spear to attack, so she aimed its tip at Ain. The girl was sure that the NPCs defending the mountain did not know about her team's tactics. In addition, the spear in her hands had a skill that increased the girl's own attack. Pius expected to see confusion on Ain's face, not a rather smug grin. Ain deftly knocked the spear out of the enemy's hands, and because she got too close, all of her skills were cancelled. Pius couldn't believe that someone knew about the weakness of her skill and could react so quickly. But the lady had no idea that it was all pure luck, which Hen admired. It was difficult to convince his friend, and she missed the battles, so Hen did not hold her back. Guildmaster Dark also couldn't believe that someone could easily restrain Pius, who had been strengthened. Rather, Pius was at a disadvantage, so her comrades decided to help her. Ain deftly dodged Pius's attacks. She held back, but not without reason. The thing is, it gave Hen the opportunity to analyze the opponent's abilities. Almost at the last moment, Hen managed to sense that the magical attack was coming from below. Ain managed to dodge at the last moment, noting that she had been too focused on the one-on-one fight. Ain stopped paying attention to her blind spots, but luckily for her, she had a comrade. Maiden, who was busy strengthening Pius, suddenly collapsed without strength. Pius was amazed at how Ain skillfully avoided 2 attacks, while also knocking out her and one of the mages. And no one could guess that it was Hen who covered the girl with the help of a second of immortality. The enemy Ain immediately used her flaming claws and pounced on Pius. In an instant, Ain's claws crossed over Pius and cut her in half. The guildmaster watched everything from the sidelines and remained calm, only to later give the order for everyone to take their positions. A plan had already been developed, and the master ordered it to be followed. Once again, the guild used the same plan to strengthen one enforcer. Hen realized that the guild was not so much trying to win as to stall for time. Ain wanted to have fun, especially since there was little time left before the end of the quest. So the girl drank the recently obtained elixir and warned Hen that she wanted to use her ult. Hen tried to remind his friend that they wanted to save the ult for named bosses after the quest, but the girl was already fired up. She wanted to give it her all here and now. The next enforcer was Bershid, who had already realized that Ain was exhausted after the previous fight. Oh, poor knight. He didn't even imagine how active and full of desire to fight the lady in front of him was. The guild master watched the battle and did not understand how the enforcer, who had received all kinds of enhancements, was destroyed with one attack. Now Ain was in a frightening form, but she could not be healed by a friend and received damage from enemy fire 3 times more. The fights were over before they even began, leaving the stream's commentators to scream at the madness unfolding. They called Ain the goddess of flame and commanded the guild members that she was coming to them. And only another commentator, who was an experienced player, noted that the boss still hadn't shown his ult. It's only the second phase of the boss fight, but the guild is already having a hard time. The raging flames straight from hell were heading towards the guild members, but they all continued to stand. While the master was thinking over the battle strategy, Reyna commanded to attack Ain only from afar. The master realized that he had made a mistake when he used another guild for calculations. It was impossible to defeat the monster Ain. Mayday got to her feet and assured that she would repeat her attack again. The master tried to persuade the girl and give her time to rest, but she insisted. Last time she wasn't prepared for the unknown attack, but now she will take it into account. Mayday asked the damage dealers to attack Ain across the entire area, distracting the girl's attention. Ain handled everything deftly, but Hen suggested that she switch. Hen was better at long-range attacks, although Ain was worried about her fellow support. Hen was worried that the guild had started targeting their blind spots. Ain managed to dodge the attack from behind in time, and still accepted her comrade's offer. Mayday couldn't understand how the enemy had managed to avoid a blow to her blind spot. However, this question soon faded into the background, because now the girl's gaze frightened her. As soon as their eyes met, Hen, in his friend's body, figured out his offender and rushed towards her. The guildmaster, meanwhile, noted that the enemy easily read all attacks, and they had nothing to catch him on. The guildmaster considered Mayday to be the last line of defense, and since she was defeated, he decided to retreat. The Dark Guild admitted its defeat and left the quest. Hyun and Ain rejoiced at their victory, noting that their duet was unbeatable. The quest time was almost over, but Hen asked Ain for a minute of control. The thing is, this quest had one clear condition, and Hen wanted to fulfill it. Hen came to the old man who had been performing the ritual for the past 4 days. The old man noticed that the girl was rushing at him, so he promised her skill points as a reward. The old man understood that the girl was flying to attack him, so out of despair he began to scream. But Hen, in his friend's body, doesn't listen to the old man and swings his fiery claws. However, the old man cleverly escapes, which comes as a surprise to the fast girl. But now the important thing is the place of the ritual. This is what Hen endured all these 4 days for. Now the boys had a fragment of heaven, an extremely rare item. Moreover, they are currently the only ones in the entire game who have it. Hen in Ain's body took the stone in his hands, and now the ritual made them the master of the stone. However, it was painful. Ain and Hen shared the pain from the stone's impact. The power contained in the fragment of heaven penetrated the body and left a pentagram on the hand. But both souls received the title of Heavenly Essence, and Hen was glad that he got what he wanted. Hen didn't expect such luck, so he was literally bursting with hysterical laughter. One of Asura's former players watched the stream and talked about Ain as an NPC. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the girl's movements seemed familiar to him. Finally, he remembers one werewolf from the previous version of the game, and the guy is surprised that Ain, whom everyone imagined as a testosterone-filled man, was a girl. Meanwhile, the Dark Guild was leaving the failed quest in dejection, but to his great surprise, the Guildmaster received a notification about the completion of the quest. All the guild members were confused, and the master still had no idea what had happened. Meanwhile, the stream observer we already know went to talk to an acquaintance. It turns out his friend had already realized long ago that this girl was not an NPC, but the famous Ain. Berard had fought Ain often in the previous version of the game, so he knew her every move. The Steel Stone even felt offended that someone turned out to be more observant than him. However, the guy was still surprised that Ain was a girl, and such a small and cute one at that. Although Berard did not rule out that Ain changed her character in this game. However, the problem was that more and more players from the previous game were coming to the new version of the game. Berard knew many, but there were still many hidden ones who knew many loopholes in the game. Depending on what information you have, the speed of pumping varies dramatically. And both of them already understood that it was precisely because of the information that Ain had managed to level up faster than the others in a short period of time. Berard couldn't even imagine how strong Asura's strongest ranker in Asria could be right now. Ain and Hen were almost always together in the previous game, so their union in the new one seemed like an apocalypse. Just imagining this duet made Steelstone feel despondent. But since only Ain was in the video, it's likely that the meeting between the famous players hasn't happened yet. Realizing that Ain and Hen would level up quickly, the two set off to level up quickly so as not to be left behind. Jahoon also watched the stream and thought that Ain was an artificial intelligence, but there was something that bothered him. However, artificial intelligence does not use techniques of psychological suppression of the enemy. However, Ain had amazing skills, so Jahoon decided to study under her in order to complete an internship at the guild. The guy rewatched the stream over and over again and analyzed it to learn a few tricks. Meanwhile, a meeting was held in the Dark Guild regarding the recent quest. To begin with, the master announced that Ain was not an NPC, but a real person. However, the guild members refused to believe this, and the master had to explain. The master found out about everything when they received a notification at the end of the quest. The technician checked the system log and found something strange. The deposit rate was underestimated, and adding it all up, they didn't even get 10%. NPC actions do not count towards victory, which has led to the idea of user intervention. And if the master is right, then the quest bosses who won with the opposite task and took the reward were players. The overwhelming difference in strength was caused by improved characteristics due to quest bonuses. The master's right hand immediately thought of inviting such a player to his guild. The master was glad that he was understood, and explained that he also wanted to find this player and recruit him. And they should hurry before the other guilds find out that the girl is a player and not an NPC. The girl is an unregistered ranker with a hidden class, and the master is ready to go to any tricks to get her. Hen looked through the players' comments, and was glad that he didn't become the center of attention, and that Ain's class wasn't recognized. In addition, the developers presented a new update in the form of a duel. Hen realized that Ain would definitely be pleased, and would soon drag him to battle. There was also an announcement about the upcoming start of the story game, so Hen decided to complete as many quests as possible before that. As soon as Hen entered the games, he immediately noticed a new message. It turned out that Ain wouldn't be able to log into the game for a few days, so she asked her friend to level up a lot. This was a problem for Hen, because without his damage dealer, the guy couldn't hunt high-ranking monsters. But since his friend was gone, Hen had time for another task. Once Hen reached level 50, he received several quests. To start, Hen went on the Twilight Temple quest, which was very similar to the quest from Asura. Hen didn't remember this quest, but it was suspicious that the quest was tied to his hidden class. Initially, Hen planned to go through everything quickly, but now he decided to look around. And the more he looked at the place, the more strange it seemed to him. But the strangest thing was the NPC who greeted him so kindly as a visitor. The girl hid her face under a cloak, but the guy immediately noticed that for a priestess, the girl was dressed too revealingly. Hen followed the priestess into the hall, looking around all the time. And everything around him seemed strange. It felt different from what it should be. Then Hen decided to first find out who the one who was leading him was, since her outfit was different. And then it suddenly turned out that the priestess had come up with the design of the dress herself. The girl told the guy not to worry about it, but this made Hyun even more worried. Later, the priestess raised her staff and offered to examine Hen's soul. This procedure confused the guy, but he still agreed. The Twilight Priestess Ruthia examined Hen's soul, promising that she would not tell anything about him to other players. But the priestess herself seemed to be surprised that there was no support standing in front of her. The priestess's reaction frightened the boy himself, because he was unfamiliar with all the intricacies of his class. But the priestess hastened to reassure, assuring that this class was literally exotic in their world, and she was simply surprised. Hen was about to leave, but the priestess attracted him with her support ability to empathize. But Hen didn't believe it, because it was considered a special characteristic of a support. But the priestess assured that this was not so, and in order to check everything they needed to return to the Transcendent. Transcendents are higher-level beings and are known as angels and demons. The sensual prayers of mortals are very important to them, so priestesses learn to pray correctly and express their empathy. Suddenly approaching Hen, the priestess offered the boy to learn to pray. This proposal seemed strange to Hen, especially since the system saw it as a waste of time. But Hena was very interested in everything that seemed to have his special skills. Hen nevertheless made up his mind, but he did not ignore the system's assumption. Angels grant blessings and prophecies in exchange for prayer, but only the most empathetic ones reach their ears faster. Empathy is inherent in every person, but even priestesses must undergo trials to raise their level. Hina was interested in the possibility of increasing empathy as a characteristic. Hen, although he had taken a pose, still doubted that he needed it. Then the priestess said that the boy had the potential to summon an angel or a demon in the future. Then the priestess decided to tell the boy a story about a priestess immersed in prayer. There was a certain priest who spent his entire day only in prayer, but one day he accidentally fell asleep while doing this. And then this priest suddenly woke up in an unknown place. Hen was lost in thought and didn't notice what was happening behind him. The guy didn't notice how he fell asleep and woke up like that monk in an unknown place. It looked like the same temple, only more ancient and dilapidated. Through the broken window, he noticed scarlet skies and a black sun, which frightened him. And then the priestess appeared again and told that the monk had a little secret. The priestess said that all priestesses serve and pray to demons, not angels. There is a place close to angels, and there is a place close to demons, in which prayers to demons reach them faster, and they are now in it. And Hen was already thinking about the fact that the priestess called this place a reflection of reality. But the guy was glad that from this place he could return to reality. Hen didn't expect to escape easily, so he prepared for a fight. But as soon as the guy thought about it, he found himself in the real world. Meanwhile, the priestess was already chattering to the guy about how it was a motivation to end up in the dark temple. Hen did not reveal his interest in the unknown world. The priestess gave a couple of explanations on how to pray, and he began the practice. In theory, it all seemed simple, but in reality, Hen was unable to balance on the edge of sleep. Hen had long since realized that the purpose of this quest was to teach him to pray, and he did not want to miss this opportunity. And he still didn't find out who this strange priestess was who left without explaining anything. Hen continued to pray, but he couldn't concentrate, thinking that this mirror world was a new kingdom. Suddenly, the level of the prayer skill increased and reached level 1. At the same time, it became difficult to breathe and the level rose to level 2. Before Hen began to lose consciousness, he wondered if he was doing everything right. Suddenly, the system showed that Hen was showing empathy towards the nearest transcendent. Hen came to his senses. It was midnight and the temple was empty inside. The guy didn't know how long he had been walking, but in front of him there was a room. Without realizing it, Hen opened the door and entered the room. And in that room there was a little girl chained to a chair. She also did not expect this meeting, and was no less surprised than Hen. The child was clearly not hidden under chains for no reason, but outwardly she seemed innocent. Hen had already come to his senses and noticed that the girl's eyes couldn't focus. And Hen also didn't understand why she was left in such a strange state in the pentagram circle. But there was an even more important question. Why did he end up in this place? Suddenly, 2 priests in white robes entered the room. Hen hid in the closet and noticed how the boys took out their magic wands. And then suddenly the boys started muttering something and a green light spread around the sticks. Hen didn't understand why they were using a spell on a child who was clearly uncomfortable with it. Hen couldn't determine how much magic was being used against the child, but judging by the circle, it was a lot. Hen knew it was just a game, but even for her, these scenes were too brutal. Finally, the priest left, and Hen was able to leave the closet unnoticed. The guy immediately rushed to the child, fussing around her and her condition. Now the girl didn't even realize that anyone was nearby. She had been given too strong an abnormal status. Hen opened his luggage and began to look for something in it to help the girl. Hen carefully, supporting the baby's head, poured the elixir into her. Quite quickly, the baby's vision became clearer, and she came to her senses. The first thing the girl did was try to figure out where she was, and didn't even pay attention to her savior. The girl noticed Hina already at the moment when he began to cut the chains on her. It took only one blow of the dagger for Hen to cut the chain on his leg. The girl immediately perked up and started asking questions loudly, but Hen quickly shushed her. Although Hen was worried that someone might enter the room, he was distracted by the girl's stomach rumbling. The little girl was very hungry, and asked Hen if she had anything to chew on. Hen pulled out some bread from his luggage, and to his surprise, the girl asked how much it would cost. Hen jokingly named the price, and the girl immediately reached into her pocket for gold. But, as expected, the baby's pockets were empty. Then Hen offered to exchange the bread for the necklace the girl was wearing. But the girl suddenly burst into tears and grabbed the necklace, refusing to give it up. Of course, Hen gave the bread to the hungry child for nothing. But he thought about the importance of the necklace. Continuing to chew her bread, the girl introduced herself as Louise. and Hen realized he hadn't heard that name in Asura before. But the name definitely sounded noble, meaning that this was both a new arc of the game and a new character. Hen didn't know what to do with this quest. He had never heard of it before, and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he remembered the main quest, but he didn't understand why it came before he met the hero. In any case, his task was to save the girl, so he suggested that she run away. This touched the girl very much and she began to cry, but Hen noticed the strange accent. Even without the task, Hen would have saved the girl. But it was beneficial for him to receive the task. Hen took the girl in his arms and with a light jump left the temple. Hen looked around, but it didn't look like another world. Suddenly, someone turned to him from behind, accusing him of the stupidity of thinking that no one would notice him in the dark. But as soon as the guy turned around, it turned out that there was no one around, and the strange feeling also disappeared. Hen guessed that the enemy must be running very fast since he couldn't see him. The little girl thought that the guy was talking to her and told her that she could use wind magic. In any case, it was to Hen's advantage, because now they could escape together. Hen watched the little girl, and understood that she would not have lagged behind him even without magic. Besides, although the girl was battered, she was in good health. After 10 minutes of running, Hen noticed that they hadn't gotten far from the temple. Hen stopped abruptly and immediately called the little girl to stop. While Hen was thinking about how to get around the barrier, something lit up at the very peak of the temple. The bright light blinded Hen, but Louise managed to shout to him and bring him back to reality, and then she pointed to the suddenly appeared road and forest ahead of them. Hen realized that this was not a simple coincidence, and that someone was clearly helping them. Hen and Louise rushed down the road that opened up before them. Louise ran so confidently, practically leading the guy, that he thought the girl knew the way. But as soon as he saw the girl's doubts, he sighed with relief that she was not leading them into a trap. Lekatra Castle was visible ahead, so they decided to head there. The only thing Hyung was worried about was that the road went through the forest. Hen wanted to remain unnoticed, but it seemed something was approaching them. Something like an arrow flew in front of Hen, and he realized that they were in ambush. In an instant, Hen noticed something flying towards Louise and managed to react. The blade flew away from the girl, but she herself seemed to be very frightened. The girl fell to the ground and tears involuntarily appeared in her eyes. The blade didn't touch the girl. Hen covered her with his shield, but the collision clearly frightened her. Hen drew his dagger. The invisible enemy's speed was faster than Leopard's. There were 2 opponents, and they were definitely not priestesses. So Hen thought about the assassin class. Hen turned out to be right and realized that he couldn't stand it alone. Finally, Louise stopped resting and took a look at her opponents. However, instead of fighting, Hen decided that the girl needed to run while he distracted the enemy. Hen gave the command to the girl and rushed towards the assassins. Our hero created an explosion with his sword and prevented the assassins from seeing where the girl was running. And when the dust settled, the assassins could no longer see where, and the guy ran away. Of course, Hen understood that the assassins would soon catch up with them, and they needed to hurry. But Hen was even more worried about the possibility of making money by killing 2 assassins. The assassins quickly caught up with the boy and girl, but Hen managed to protect Louise. Hen and Louise were slow for the assassins, so the guy decided to act differently. Hen asked the girl for help. He needed her soul. The girl didn't know what to be more surprised about, the system window or the offer. But realizing that Hen was a good man and they were in danger, she agreed to entrust her soul to him. Hen used his assimilation skill on Louise, and was now ready to repeat his trick with Ain. First of all, Hen confirmed his suspicions that the girl had no offensive skills. Hen decided to use assimilation to avoid being separated from the girl during the escape. And so Hen could focus his skills on just one body. And with Louise's abilities, it's now easy for him to dodge. However, the girl had her limitations, and her strength could soon leave her. So Hen decided to shake up the assassins and throw them off their trail. Hen noticed that the assassins had slowed down and decided to act. First, he freed himself from assimilation and sent Louise forward, and he himself attacked the assassins with a second absorption. And after the shield, the assassin became a complete weakling. All his strength left him. One kick was enough to send the enemy flying to the ground. Louise was ordered to run, but she slowed down after Hen. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a signal flare, after which the assassin left the battlefield. There would be a lot more people here soon, and the assassins just had to find him. Before the people arrived, Hen decided to rest. Suddenly, Louise declared that she should not be exposed to the sun's rays. The girl had a spell on her that made her magical power glow when touched by sunlight. Hen decided to hurry, and also change his destination. Hen realized that the girl had the stigma of light, but he didn't understand where this magic came from. Our guy decided to take the girl to the dungeon, where the light wouldn't touch her. Here, no rays of light will hit her, which could disperse her mana. Louise was quite tired after the last few days of torment, so she fell asleep right away. Hen wondered why the name of the quest had changed, as had its conditions. Kwon Daeho, the game's general director, was alarmed that he was unable to fix the existing bugs. In the main story, Asrian was changing some things and he liked it. Many important things like history, language, etc. in the game were unstable. Suddenly another research fellow burst into the cabin. And after her, the rest of us who were interested in why an error occurred in the game. All the researchers were sure that it was because of one user. So the director decided to see who his employees were talking about. The director found it amusing how well his staff had studied the player. The director decided to observe this player personally. The director saw the first problem in the quest of the NPC that Hen encountered. Deco decided to observe such an interesting player and fix everything after the quest. The assistant decided that the director wanted to postpone the update. Then the director found out that the employees could not calculate the completion time of this game's quest. To distract the employees, the director decided to help with this issue. Hen left the game to rest, and when he returned, he found Louise in tears. Hen's body disappeared, and the girl thought he had abandoned her. Hen actually wanted to go to the lecture, but he decided to see what was wrong with Louise. The girl woke up and was a little lost, so Hen decided to skip the lecture. And noticing how scared the girl was, he decided to joke with her, which drove her into hysterics. It was dark in the dungeon and it scared the little girl, so she asked to go up. But Hen was confident that the remaining assassin would quickly find them on the surface. Hen was sure that the assassin was already waiting for them at the entrance, and Louise became scared again. But Hen, like an older brother, covered the little girl with a cloak and assured her that he could handle it. Suddenly Louise asked the guy's name, because she hadn't known him all this time. But Hen was sure that he was telling the baby his name, and besides, it seemed as if her gaze had changed. Finally, Hen decided to find out what kind of tone of communication Louise was using. Louise called it a childhood habit, but what child calls a guy a darling? Suddenly Louise noticed something strange in the distance. Moreover, everything around the girl seemed incredibly strange. But Hen himself assured that they were on the right track. But they weren't going down as the girl thought, but up where he pointed his finger. Hen tried to explain to the girl that they used centrifugal force to rise. But since this meant nothing to the girl, he used assimilation to show everything personally. Hen advised the girl to watch what he was doing, but she closed her eyes in fear. Finally, Hen got the girl to watch what he was doing and explained the basics of physics. The girl was so amazed by what was happening that she watched it with delight. However, when Hen left the girl's body, it turned out that Louise had a weak vestibular system. But fortunately for her, this strange feeling quickly passed. As soon as the baby came to her senses, Hen immediately called her to go further. At the door, Hen warned the girl to be prepared for anything. The carved and beautiful door fascinated the girl, and Hen entered the bar, as always calm and contented. The little girl plopped down on the soft sofa, surprised that such things exist. There were a lot of things in the bar that she had never seen before. Hen was simply happy to return to the secret shop in the dungeon. It was a secret place, but every ranker in Asura knew about it. Hen was busy shopping when a girl ran up to him. The girl started asking about the system window, but Hen didn't know how to distract her. Finally, he remembered that children love tasty food and that there is a children's menu. Hen again thought about the pursuer and how the two of them could deal with him. The baby was still munching on toast when Hen finished all the preparations. The guy warned the little girl that they were going out in the evening and she needed to get ready. Until this time, the young decided to rest and give the girl time to finish eating. Hen gave the girl instructions that would help them get out of the dungeon safely. Louise knew her friend's entire plan and was worried that the most dangerous part had fallen to him. The girl also admitted that after everything she wants to stay with Hen. When Hen admitted that he couldn't, the baby began to shake with small tremors. The problem was an upcoming update that would send all players 5 years into the future. Then the girl thought that she could wait, but she didn't have time to say it because of a sudden outburst. Hen assured that the ladder would lead the baby to the surface. The stairs seemed endless to the girl, but she had to worry about the traps. Hen noticed the first bomb trap and managed to warn them. The naive little girl didn't even realize what was flying at her. Meanwhile, on the surface, our heroes were already waiting. The wounded assassin recovered and joined his comrade. Hen activated the Blood Fairy cape and burst upward. Hen controlled Louise's body and tried to calm the little girl, who was frightened. First, they needed to take a favorable position. Hen remembered one slab that collapses an entire staircase. The guy ordered the girl to run forward, and he would cover her from behind. Meanwhile, they were being caught up with, and Hen again commanded the little girl to dodge. Our heroes had no offensive abilities, so they were assisted by the traps of this place. Louise activated another arrow trap. The problem was that the arrows were flying at Louise herself too. For this reason, Hen looked at a special item in the store. The executioner's ring attracted objects within a 5-meter radius. Hen met the arrows drawn to the little girl with absorption, and the remaining arrows will slow down the enemies left behind. Hen specifically absorbed arrows and accumulated attack points. With this, he was able to activate his ghost sword. The little girl held the ghost sword instead of Hen, and Louise couldn't believe she was still alive after so many arrows. Hen demanded that Louise concentrate and hit the enemies. Somewhere far away in the forest, at the exit from a secret store, two unfortunate weaklings destroyed a crowd of enemies. Moreover, the skill was so powerful that one of them was knocked to the surface like a cork from a bottle. The baby fell to the ground and Hyung interrupted the assimilation. While the girl was recovering from the fight, Hen took up a position to protect her. Hen knew that the assassins would definitely come out, so he ordered the little girl to run. The girl's escape was planned in advance. For Hen, it was a chance to complete the task. Because if an NPC dies in Asrian, he will not be resurrected, meaning the quest will become impossible. The ghost sword managed to kill one assassin and stun the rest. Now the girl's task is to escape and find a place to hide from the sun in the morning. Before running away, the girl hesitated. She didn't want to abandon her new friend. But Hen noticed and yelled at her, hurrying her and forcing her not to think about him. The girl nevertheless rushed to escape, but shouted a message after her. Louise remembered Hen's words about the 5-year period that they would not be able to see each other. Therefore, through tears and screaming with all my might, I suggested that we meet in 5 years. And the meeting place will be that secret shop in the dungeon. Hen admitted to himself that he was sacrificing his life for the NPCs, and still without a reward. And Hyung was also worried that the baby wouldn't take off the ring, which couldn't be worn all the time. Now Ain would probably have laughed at him, but Hen decided that he would protect the girl, and none of them would pass. Meanwhile, Louise ran, periodically looking back at the explosions. Louise ran and prayed that she and Hen would meet again after 5 years. But after a while, the girl became worried that she had been running for a very long time, but still had not found where to hide. The little girl also thought about Hen's death, because she still didn't understand what a user meant and why he was immortal. The girl ran for so long that she collapsed without strength, but continued to think about Hena. Meanwhile, the sun rose, and the girl still couldn't find a safe place. But suddenly she noticed that the sun was black and decided that she was hallucinating. Even if the girl tried to understand what was happening, she simply fell asleep out of helplessness. Meanwhile, Hen still died and received a 2-day penalty. The guy was pleased with how he fought with all his might, but it was still a shame that he died. And he was so tired that he almost fainted, but he managed to drag himself to bed and slept for a day. Now Hen went to the forum and decided to see what everyone was discussing. Suddenly a message came from Ain, from whom there had been no news for a long time. The girl became interested in duels, and is now actively achieving results there. The girl wished her friend a good rest, and returned to duels. 20 hours before the conversation, the girl was faced with boredom because she didn't have a friend. And she decided to while away the time in the dueling arena, where there were many players. Ain became curious about why the players had gathered and were discussing something so heatedly. But she liked that there were a lot of players there, so she decided to spend the whole day in duels. Ain was defeating one after another, and even the guys from the top 100 seemed weak to her. And Ain was also glad that in Asrian she didn't have to wait an hour for her opponent. For 10 victories, Ain received a beautiful sparkling effect. Finally, Ain noticed that there were duel coins. The girl immediately went to the lobby to find out what she could spend her earnings on. And I was extremely glad that the same goods were sold in Asrian as in Azra. But the price of the product she was interested in turned out to be extremely high. 670,000 coins. Ain couldn't believe that something could be worth that much in the game. In just 1 day of continuous victories, the girl earned 150 coins. But the girl really wanted this little thing. Only with it could she boast that she was cool. Ain decided that she wanted this thing. Ain went to a duel to earn money for this thing. The arena lobby was crowded with people, and everyone was looking at Ain with interest. Everyone was discussing what a terrifying aura of determination the girl had. Ain had already won 49 victories, but she was still very much lacking. The account still had less than 100,000 coins, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to earn at the same pace. One person in the crowd raised the question of Ain's membership in the Dark Priest class, and then everyone started remembering the famous video from the ranked mission. But it was no longer possible to get a good look at her, since Ain had gone off to a duel. In any case, the guys thought that the enemy on that mission was a real player. Before the duel began, Ain asked her opponent to surrender quickly. But then she noticed that the enemy had a green aura. This means that she faced an opponent with 20 consecutive victories. Moreover, the guy took the same pose as Ain herself. As soon as the fight began, the guy rushed at Ain, as she usually does. The attack was sudden and fast, and Ain wondered if it was a normal attack. But the current opponent was clearly no stranger to duels, and that was encouraging. The guy also used Ain's own skills and combinations. It seemed as if with each movement the boy looked more and more like Ain. The boy greatly interested Ain with his talent. In fact, the guy himself started participating in duels a couple of days ago. The guy studied the video of the Dark Priestess for a long time, and spent the whole night honing these skills. This is how the guy was able to rise to Class 1 and win more than 20 victories in a row. But he couldn't have imagined that he would meet the author of this crazy technique. Besides, since she's in a duel, that means she's a real player. Ain decided to find out if the guy had been in Asura's game before, which surprised him. The guy lied that it was her first game, but the girl suspected that the guy in front of her was a practitioner. What became even more interesting was the moment when the boy asked to add Ain as a friend. Ain agreed, but only if the guy wins. Ain easily dodged the guy's series of attacks without blinking an eye. The guy didn't have a chance against Ain, because the girl didn't want to see anyone but Hyun as a friend. The boy, meanwhile, took note of how Ain counterattacked. The girl seemed to read his every step and showed her superiority. The guy analyzed where he had screwed up and had no idea that Ain had already figured everything out. Ain decided to teach the guy a little and told him about dodging. The girl suggested that the guy attack first, and he decided to take the chance. And again, but in an instant the girl read it, dodged, and carried out her attack. But even this was enough for the boy to notice how easily Ain dodged the sword. Ain suggested that the guy try to repeat the trick, and although the boy knew that he had no chance, he decided not to give up. But as soon as he tried to repeat it, Ain immediately attacked him. Then she secured the victory with one precise blow. Although Ain herself became curious as to why the guy couldn't repeat her technique. Ain was interested in the boy, but he also wanted to continue the duels. Meanwhile, a post about who Ain was gaining traction online. Everyone was amazed by Ain's skill, because with each increase in status, some of her characteristics were taken away. Members of the Dark Guild also followed the stream of the duel with Ain, and the girls couldn't believe that it wasn't an NPC, but a real player. Compared to the previous stream, the girl now moved recklessly. The guild leader also watched and noticed this difference. In the end, everyone decided that these were two different characters, but not the head of Dark. The defeated Ain from the Dark Guild was chosen for the test. Phias was chosen for this mission, but even the guild leader found it difficult to persuade her. But the deputy head easily convinced Phias to go to the duel. Phias had to spend a lot of time to reach 9th place in the world rankings. So now she is also a grandmaster and must duel with Ain. However, even after 20 duels, Phias was still unable to take a position next to Ain. This was starting to get annoying, so she contacted a friend. Ain was already in 969th place, so they should meet soon. Phias went to the next duel, and unexpectedly found herself in the middle of winter. When she saw the enemy's shadow, she was glad that she had finally succeeded. Phias connected the guild to the broadcast, so everyone could watch the fight. The leader and his henchmen immediately began to spy on Ain. Ain recognized Phias, and it became clear to everyone that Ain was the one they were looking for. The guild leader immediately asked Phias to convey an offer to join the guild. But instead, Phias asked about Ain's level. And everyone in the guild was shocked when they found out that the girl was only level 67. No one believed Ain and asked Phias to fight the girl. Phias accused Ain of lying, since an enemy with such a low level could not defeat an entire guild. But Ain was in her element and calmly replied that she could. Moreover, she hit where it hurt by calling them weaklings, and Ain immediately realized that they were trying to recruit her into the guild. As soon as Ain rejected the offer, Phias immediately began to list the advantages. But Ain wasn't interested in a guild of weaklings, even with all the perks. The place where all sorts of rabble hang out, relying on mass rather than technique and strength, irritated Ain. These words angered Phias, and she decided that she could easily defeat Ain. Ain pointed out that they were now in a place where she could prove it. Phias decided that she would force Ain to join the guild if she won. Ain finally decided that she had found an interesting opponent. Meanwhile, the deputy head of Dar was also outraged by Ain's words. The leader was thinking about how great Ain's stats were, that even with her stats being lowered, she still outperformed many. Even top players become equal in terms of performance over time. However, the guild leader did not understand where such a feeling of concern for Phias came from. Before anyone could even blink, Ain defeated Phias in one blow. Ain finally said that Phias was not bad. However, the girl herself understood that she was not even close to Ain. The low-level enemy had an insane aura penalty, but she was destroyed in one hit. Ain finally bought what all this was for. It was only thanks to a series of victories that Ain was able to raise the required amount so quickly. It was a celestial couple ring for a soulmate that would increase the stats of an ally. And now Ain needed to hurry and buy a second one for Hen. Hen already missed the game and couldn't wait to join in. The guy was incredibly curious about what would change in the plot after 5 years. Suddenly, upon entering, a cutscene began, telling the story of two creatures, the first in the universe. The Abyss and the Heavens, which fought for the territory of Asura, dividing the surface of the planet. The sky dominated the outer part of the earth with ice and electricity. The Abyss ruled the interior and was responsible for heat and wind. Heaven and the Abyss shared their will with the Transcendents, and through them ruled the world. But one day the first man appeared in this world. This creature had an ego, and was able to resist instincts, which attracted the attention of the heavens. Most of the people were looking at the sky, and this angered the Abyss, so it decided to intervene. The Transcendents have invaded the kingdom of heaven. The heavens tried to stop the greed of the Abyss, but the darkness managed to invade the earth. Moreover, she tried to conquer the heavenly kingdom, and the world was destroyed. Hena zaintrego a cutscene with very familiar scenes from his last quest. In the Transcendence with the Will of the Abyss, he quickly recognized them with Louise. Hen decided to see how this affected his performance, and I was simply inundated with rewards for the quest with Louise, which also enhanced the plot. Due to the connection with the plot, the rewards increased his stats to incredible levels. However, Hen still wanted to understand what was going on and why his quest was connected to the plot. In addition, he and Louise promised each other to meet. Hen decided that a personal meeting would definitely explain everything, but Hen was worried that because of his death, he was late not only by 5 years, but also by a couple of days in fines. Hen went to the secret shop and called for Louise, but he was met with only silence. But then he found his cloak and ring, which he gave to Louise, and also a letter. Not an electronic one, but handwritten. The girl apologized that she would not be able to keep her promise because she had to leave. A year later, she returned to the store and left all of Hen's things and money for food. She would also like to tell the guy a little bit of her story. For some reason, the whole world decided that she was a demon, and it became difficult for her to move even at night. The girl would really like to see Hen, whom she misses very much, but she is forced to leave. The girl remembered how she spent her life in that chair, but she remembered nothing from her childhood. Louise misses spending time with Hen and hopes that the guy would like to see her too. The little girl hopes that one day he will be able to find her, but she cannot name the place where she went, and the problem was that even she didn't know where she was going. Hen was offered a quest to find Louise, but the clues made it clear that he was being asked to refuse. Looking for a baby in the open world is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Hen accepted the quest and was assigned to the Abyss faction. This meant that he would no longer be able to enter the church or the consecrated ground. Hen was interested in the possibility of changing factions after completing the quest. Now everyone will be divided into factions, and judging by the video, the Abyss must be avoided. There was also a discussion about choosing factions in Dark's guild. Mayday expressed that she was personally attracted to the Abyss, and many found this strange. However, the head of the guild was confident in his assistant and her clearly not stupid opinion. The girl has long since compared awards for achievements. The girl has already improved her skills and achieved high scores. The guild leader realized that things get more difficult at the end, so the influence of the Abyss on rewards has been increased. The guild leader decided that the core of the guild would be for the heavens, while the rest could enter the Abyss. In addition, this way they will be able to gather information from both sides and keep the guild on top. But personally, Mayday hoped that they would be for the heavens, because if they were on the side of the Abyss, it would be difficult to win. Hen thought that many would choose heaven, but on the contrary, most chose the Abyss. The king of Asura has declared that he will do everything in his power to eradicate the Abyss that has its roots in Asura. The Holy Kingdom promised to support all heavenly protectors. The world's 2 largest countries have pledged their support for the followers of paradise. After the creation of this system, all countries entered into an alliance with each other, thereby uniting all of humanity, with a few exceptions. Thanks to this, many things have changed. For example, the Street of Knights. Previously closed to everyone, it became available to the followers of heaven. Now it's called the Celestial Academy, where you can learn from NPCs or get a quest. Ayin, in contrast to Hen, chose the heavenly faction. A few hours before she arrived at the heavenly street, she met with Hen. The girl was upset because her streak of victories in the duel had come to an end. But when Hen found out that there were almost 60 victories, he praised his friend. Ayin invited the guy to also take part in the duel and improve his skills. But it turned out that the guy didn't need it. Moreover, he was already in the Abyss faction. But Ayin, on the contrary, needs to join the Sky faction. Ayin immediately became worried that the guy would look for another partner in the Abyss. While Ayin was lamenting the flirtatious girl, Hen tried to calm his friend down. Hen explained that he had gone into the Abyss against his will and needed an ally in heaven. So now the one who was considered a dark priestess walked around with the emblem of heaven and surprised everyone. The inspector couldn't believe that an ordinary player had managed to get this symbol. Ayin had to lie about why the rune was different to convince the Inquisitor, and she came up with a legend about how one day monsters were chasing her. But she was saved by a wonderful old man who killed the monsters with one blow. To make it more credible, she mentioned ice. And then the inspector and the knights decided that she had met a celestial being. Ayin continued to lie that the elder invited her to come with him, but she refused. But the elder promised to wait and gave her strange energy in return. And when the process of transmission was completed, the elder disappeared. Ayin wasn't supposedly sure, but the symbol appeared after that. But unexpectedly, High Priest Andro believed. NPC Ludus gave Ayin an ID and offered information about the street. As they walked, the knight kept telling her story, but Ayin didn't really listen to him. The girl was having a dialogue with Hen, who was hiding inside her. Hen scolded the girl for her disrespectful tone with the priest. But Ayin noticed that there were a lot of NPCs on the street, which meant there would be a lot of quests. So they approached the cloud, which the knight invited Ayin to climb. This is what the cloud ship, urban transport looked like. When the cloud lifted, the girl could see the entire empire. Ain arrived on the 4th floor, the free training center. The situation amazed the girl, although in Asura everything was different. After this, the knight left and gave Ain her freedom. As soon as the NPC disappeared, Hen appeared and offered his friend to gain a new level. Unexpectedly, our couple was noticed by other players. It turned out to be Kim Jae-hoon, who was surprised by who the acquaintance in the game was. But in any case, both were pleasantly surprised by the meeting. While the boys were discussing names, Ain was watching Practitioner. However, Ain didn't realize that the guy in front of her was a player. She decided that he was an NPC and wanted to get the quest. What caused the misunderstanding? But Ain didn't understand why. Hyun had to intervene to resolve the misunderstanding. And the boy had to remind her that he and Ain had previously met in a duel. Hyun thought it was strange at first, but he dismissed the thought. Suddenly, another player appeared next to Practitioner and began whispering something. The girl's name was Jin, and she was from the priestess class. The girl was amazed to meet the famous Hyun and Ain, but our heroes didn't understand why they deserved such interest. It turns out that the Stardust team has acquired a coach who played for Asura. It was from the coach that Jean learned about the legendary players. About Henna, who was at the top of Asura, and Ain, who is famous for her PvP skills. The hero's skills went beyond what was possible. The priestess immediately began asking Ain about all sorts of fan trivia, and Hyun was so shocked because he thought she was in middle school. Jae-hoon asked his friend not to tell anyone about the meeting. Meanwhile, Jin pestered Hen with questions. Hen was also bothered by the fact that the priestess stood before him as the hero of the abyss. Ain was irritated that another girl was pestering Hen. Hen remembered the quest that required a priestess and thought about involving the genie. Usually Hen would get rewards for leveling up Ain, but now he wanted to use Jin. Hen casually told rumors about a hidden quest, and he invited the guys to join him in completing this quest. But the guys turned out to be imaginary, and did not know whether such participation was correct. But Hen assured that he would not suffer from the lost quest. The newly formed team headed to the top floor. Jin and Jae-hoon were worried, but Hyun was already familiar with the quest. The genie turned out to be much more suspicious than her friend. The girl realized that Hen was very strong since he was sharing such a quest. In any case, it was an opportunity for Jin to watch Hyun play. The guys had to get past the guards to the commander. And so, Jin and Jae-hoon became the first to be initiated into assimilation. The merger was not for the faint of heart. The guys were very surprised. Hen, of course, did not go into details, because there were many nuances. Hen and Ain decided to go in first so that the boys wouldn't get hurt. Besides, this was an opportunity for Ain to test her attack avoidance. Previously, this ability seemed impossible, but now everything is different. Hen decided that this time he would lead the dialogue himself so that Ain would not be rude. Additionally, Hen wanted to show that dialogue with NPCs can be beneficial. The knight drove the girl away, as players were forbidden to enter. But the guy knew the conditions for opening the doors of this quest. To begin with, he decided to talk to the knight about this and that. Hen said that he wanted to convey a message from the Heavenly Lady to the captain of the knights. Hen had long since noticed the benefits of the celestial ID and rank. Hen thought everything would go smoothly, but he was not allowed through. So it's no wonder the guy felt sad after the failure. Then Ain decided to intervene in the matter, since her acting skills were better. Initially, Ain was also refused, and Hen thought that the quest conditions had changed. But Ain turned out to be smarter and turned on her feminine charm. She asked for help, and the knight immediately responded. The knight began to shake his head and refuse again, but Ain used keywords, and as proof, the girl showed the sign on her hand. The knight immediately decided to escort the girl to the commander, but the girl asked to take her partners with her. Hen didn't understand why the girl succeeded, but he didn't. The keywords used were the same, so why did Ain succeed? Jae-hoon and Jin didn't care. The main thing was that everything was resolved. But once it happened, Hen quickly lost interest in the matter. The hidden quest was to receive a task from the commander, so Ain once again accepted the reconnaissance mission for the heavens. The new acquaintances were amazed by the high reward for the quest. In Asura the reward was high, but in Asrian it became even greater. Realizing that Hen was a generous person, Jin decided to befriend him. Meanwhile, the commander began to tell the story of the seeds of evil. The seeds of evil are living beings, from which demons are born. But the seed is difficult to find because it is very well hidden. It is said that the creature shows its true face only in certain cases. When he heard the words about the seed taking the form of a girl, Hen perked up. At this point in the plot, Asrian was different from Asura. To reveal the seed, a person must be taken out into the sun, and it will germinate. So our heroes have to scout out the situation. The girl's appearance and fear of the sun were too suspicious a coincidence. The heroes went to the Rurumea Mountains, where Ji-hoo and Jin were freezing. Hen couldn't stop thinking that Louise might be a demon. Louise was not like the demons he had previously encountered in this world. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was puzzled why Hyun wasn't freezing in just a raincoat. It turns out that Ain and Hen had a skill that helped them not feel the cold. The boys came to a crater that seemed ordinary, but in reality, they were standing at the entrance to the Ice Spike dungeon. For Jin 300, the level of monsters in this dungeon seemed terrifying, comparable to suicide. Then Hen decided to explain something to them and offered to open the task. The issue was about the proportionality of the reward for intelligence, and it consisted of the distance covered by the heroes. How deep into the dungeon will the hero explore unknown lands? The dungeon seed of evil is confusing, but the one they chose is straightforward and simple. But Jahoon was worried that the monsters there were too much for him and Jin to get past. There were 10 seconds left before the dungeon opened. Ain recommended getting ready. There was no time to explain more. The guys will find out everything as they go along. Suddenly the ground under their feet began to crack, and the heroes began to fall through. The heroes literally flew into the dungeon, although Hen and Ain were not afraid. Hen and Ain had been through quite a few dungeons, so now they were ready for anything. But the others had a hard time, and Jin even fell. In the end, Ain had to pick up Jin and advise her to pump up her agility. Hen appreciated her concern for her neighbor and praised her friend for her work. Finally, the team approached the entrance to the dungeon itself, and the only way to slip past the monsters was to run fast. Genie received a notification about how quickly part of the dungeon was completed. This is exactly what Hen was talking about at the beginning. It would have taken a month to walk the usual route. Hen warned everyone that they had reached a level where things would get more dangerous. But as soon as we started talking about monsters, they immediately appeared. Jinhu couldn't believe that Hyun dodged it so quickly and easily. There was a huge toad ahead. Hen asked everyone to be careful. Ain asked Jin to relax but did not explain why. Instead, she threw the girl up as high as she could, and she deftly dodged a series of attacks from the toad's tongue. And then she picked up her newly minted princess and flew on like a superhero. But no one even thought about saving Jaehyun. He had to learn on his own. But suddenly Hen exposed himself to the blow, and the toad grabbed him. Of course, Jihu was afraid for his comrade, but he had a plan. Hen quickly assimilated into Ain and broke out of the language. Hen warned everyone that a more dangerous section began further on. Due to the speed, Jihu's agility was increased, which surprised him greatly. The team was approaching the target, so everything around turned red. Once again, Hen warned that they would soon meet the mid-boss. And then the boss appeared in the form of a huge bird, and Jin and Jihu were paralyzed by its power. But Hen and Ain also got it, as their stats dropped by 20%. Ain asked about the next steps for their team. The guy forbade us to engage in combat. We needed to fly through this area faster. To ensure that no one would lag behind, the priestess used the binding skill. But the priestess was weak and could not be subjected to blows. However, the priestess's spell managed to withstand the boss's blow and prevented the team from falling. But the boss quickly moved on to the next attack, and even Hen felt the pressure. That's when Hen decided to use the executioner's ring. Hen used it a little differently and created an illusion. While the boss was attacking the illusion, Hen assimilated into Ain's body. While Ain helped the weak heroes down, Hen covered everyone. Hen rushed forward again and created an illusion, distracting the bird. The rest had to be tied up and rushed away. As soon as the heroes passed the Street of Shadows, the boss had to retreat. Hen commanded everyone to hurry to the middle path. Suddenly the bird appeared again for a close combat attack. Hen managed to dodge the mid-boss's attack, although he was on the verge of it. But if they miss this span, there will be no more connecting passages. It was difficult, but Hyun and Ain managed to bring Jin and Jahoon to the crossing. Although to do this, I had to grab my friend by the leg and throw her flying. And since everyone was tied up, he followed Ain and Jihu into the flight. Now Jihu understood why Hyun and Ain were so cool, and he didn't like that style of play. Suddenly, Jin approached Hen with a serious face. Jin was very impressed by the connection between Ain and Hen, but she miscalculated and decided that the guy was helping his friend. Although they didn't consider themselves pros, Jin wanted to learn a lot from the pair. This confused Hyun, and Jihu was shocked by his sister's decision. Ain didn't show her displeasure, but she watched closely. Meanwhile, Hen weighed the benefits and losses of training. Since it was beneficial for Hen, he agreed. However, he demanded access to the girl's characteristics, and she will also have to help every time she asks. Without thinking twice, the girl agreed, which amazed Hen. Then Jihu asked to be taught as well, and Hyun didn't see any difficulty in having another student. Ain didn't know why Hen was doing this, but she made all the decisions easily. The team moved further into the dungeon and it became hotter. Finally, they came to the main gate to the boss. Jehu and Jin couldn't believe they were about to enter them. They were especially frightened by the numerous corpses nailed to the gates. However, Hen was sure that he was alone in this place. The fact that the guy forgot about his girlfriend really outraged the girl, and Hyun had to quickly change his mind. Hen remembered that this quest had a mid-boss and a different name. Even from Louise's appearance in the story, Hen realized that Azrian was different from Azra, and also by the existence of a map called a symmetrical map. However, now I realized that the names and structure of the dungeons have changed, and Hen was worried that his knowledge might now be useless. But if he remembered correctly, there should be a boss in the form of Betty the Bat. Betty is a level 200 boss and requires at least 10 players above level 2. Jihu and Jin couldn't believe it, because they thought Betty was just a legend. But Hen assured that everything was fine, since the bird had previously been level 400. Although it was hard to believe since Hen said so, they accepted it. Ain and Hen gave confidence to the weaker players on the team. Ain walked forward and advised the others to watch their step. Ain and Hen walked without noticing the heat, but Jihu and Jin were now languishing from the heat. Due to sensory synchronization, the boys felt the temperature as if they were in hell. Ain was the first to notice that the lava level was rising and they needed to hurry. Hen stopped everyone and advised them to get ready for the boss's arrival. The boss appeared as a loud and hot meteorite that crashed into the ground. Jihu and Jin began to peer into the rising smoke. Finally, Betty's boss appeared before them, spreading his wings. Due to her monstrous power, the hero's stats were reduced by 20%. Ain and Hen also got it. The difference in strength was wax even for them. The first to enter the battle was the priestess Jin, as a representative of the heavens. Even earlier, Hen had strategized that Jin would be in the lead. It was all about the mouse's ability to appear behind the enemy's back very quickly. It was impossible to dodge, but this way they could know whose back the mouse would appear behind. The boss appears behind the player who is furthest away from him. Using assimilation, Hen immediately moved and avoided the blow. Meanwhile, the genie cast a spell on the right place and tied up the mouse. Once the connection was established, Jinhu and Ain came into play. The boy decided to attack first and stun the mouse, after which the stronger and faster Ain entered the battle. The girl used her fiery claws and also dealt fire damage. The mouse was immediately thrown back to the floor, and the genie's chains broke. Hen immediately ordered Jin to return to the front lines. The hero was sure that the most important thing was to maintain formation and repeat the combination. However, this time Betty decided to use her wings to attack. But Hen was prepared for this too and ordered everyone to remain in place. Jin doubted her own abilities, but Hen was confident in the plan. The chain was needed to keep everyone on the platform and prevent the wind from knocking them off. It was important for them to wait until the wind effect ended. As the boss's attack time was drawing to an end, Hen decided to take action. The mouse noticed the daredevil and rushed after Hen. She caught up with him in an instant, but the guy used assimilation. Hen managed to hide in Ain's body, placing the mouse under the falling column. Jean hoped that this would be the end of it, and the boss would die. But Hen warned that the boss was stronger, and such a trifle would not work on her. Hen announced that the real fight was now beginning, and that they needed to be vigilant. The developers watched the battle and were shocked by the guy's performance. This team's strategy was different from everyone else's, and it took out the invincible Betty. Moreover, the developers suspected that Betty would be able to win this way. There was a glitch in the game, and the developers were trying to fix it. The boy couldn't believe that a demoness had decided to interfere in the game, although it was possible since the demoness was an AI with free will. Meanwhile, the players reached the end of the quest. Betty should have fallen dead. However, Hen felt that something was wrong with the quest. The boss's health was at 0, but it was impossible to finish him off. Suddenly, the players noticed Mayday appearing out of nowhere. No one understood how she appeared in the quest, but they quickly realized that she was also going through it. Suddenly, the girl's body disappeared, although a moment ago she was above the mouse. Ain was the first to guess that this was an assimilation skill like Hen's. Hen couldn't believe it either, but Mayday had assimilated with Betty. Hen was already resigning himself to the idea that he would have to repeat everything. Meanwhile, Mayday did not understand why she occupied another body. A moment ago, she was walking around the square and suddenly found herself in an unfamiliar place. The girl decided that it was some kind of game bug, but she received an offer for a quest. The Archdemon of Deception offered a quest, and the girl became interested. Mayday decided it was because she was in second place and accepted the offer. However, now she was in the body of the named boss, and she needed to defeat the players. Mayday looked closely at the opponents, who she thought were using the power of the heavens. Suddenly, among everyone, she noticed Ain and realized that she had taken the side of the heavens, and this only encouraged Mayday to play at full strength. The mouse took off so suddenly that not everyone understood what had happened. Meanwhile, Mayday planned to kill Ain to prevent her from leveling up quickly. Mayday wanted to take revenge for the Marquise's quest, and the guys were thinking what to do. However, Hen didn't know what to do, because now in front of him was not an AI with a specific scheme. Now the formation didn't matter. Betty beat the players at her discretion. The first to be hit was Jinhu, who was unable to dodge the blow. It took the boss just one hit to kill Jinhu. Now Hen and Ain had to do everything they could to save Jin. But Hen had no plan, and Ain had used up almost all of her mana. The balance of power was upset. The worst that could happen was happening. There was no plan yet, but Hen asked the priestess to add a buff to Ain. Jin noticed that Hen had lost his composure and was scared. However, she continued to follow orders, because she still trusted her friend. Once her strength was restored, Ain felt like she was at least a general on the battlefield. Mayday watched the enemy and analyzed, realizing that Ain had been given a buff. That's why I decided to get rid of the priestess first. And although the boys were sorry that their friend was killed, they were now ready for battle. And Mayday, noticing Ain's form, was frightened by the enemy's power. Ain and Hen activated the extinction readiness skill. Ain managed to dodge the mouse's tail, and this scared Mayday. Suddenly the monster spoke in human language, which surprised Ain. Betty decided to inform her opponents that she had mastered a new skill, and it turned out to be telekinesis, thanks to which she quickly disappeared. Ain wanted to dodge, but Hen asked her to rely on him. Hen used the second absorption and gained points for the attack. Mayday couldn't believe she hadn't managed to inflict a single scratch. Ain and Hen rushed at the bat, hoping to make the first attack. But suddenly Ain froze. She couldn't move her hand. Ain and Hen were caught in spatial slavery and froze in place. Although Mayday couldn't attack, she was glad that she could delay them. Mayday already realized that Ain was not a ranker, but an ordinary mage. If so, then the girl has no resistance to telekinesis. But Mayday was too quick to rejoice in her advantage. After all, Ain and Hen broke free from telekinesis and attacked the mouse. In her anger, Mayday didn't even notice that she had been wounded. Meanwhile, Ain and Hen were already planning to attack again. Telekinesis was a good method, but Hen knew a way to counter it. If the grabbed object accelerates beyond a certain level, the effect wears off. Telekinesis only grabbed Ain's claws, so Hen used a wind barrier. Ain pushed away from him and broke free from the telekinesis grip. But Mayday also decided to take action and soared upwards. Mayday was furious that she had nothing to cling to, and Ain had suffered a lot of damage. And Ain's attack has become much higher than it was before. While Mayday was thinking about what to do, Ain was already aiming her claws at the mouse's throat. Seeing how excited Ain was, Hen wished his friend to have fun with all her heart. Mayday couldn't find the right moment to attack, and Ain launched a series of attacks. The cat and mouse game ended the moment Ain grabbed Betty by the ears and throat. Hen conjured a wind barrier and Ain pushed away from it, to direct the mouse's head into the ground and finish off the enemy. This blow was decisive. Mayday lost and returned to the square. Mayday didn't last even 10 minutes, so the archdemon was disappointed with her. Mayday immediately returned to the guild and showed the recording of the fight with Ain. The guild was shocked and thought that this was the girl's ult. The guild leader had already learned that no one could complete this quest in Azrian. Even at level 4, players were unable to complete this quest. Therefore, the guild leader decided that Ain had reached level 5. And I decided that it was time to invite rankers from Asura to the guild. The leader decided that they probably knew something about Ain and her ult in the past. While the others were asking questions, the leader had already thought everything through. Hen suggested that Ain take a rest while he picked up the dropped rewards. Ain was glad that Betty didn't notice her low scores. Otherwise, she would have decided to make the final attack and killed Ain. In battle, every second brought them closer to disaster, but they managed to deliver attack after attack. It was thanks to their past experience that the guys were able to support each other. Ain had been resting for too long, so Hen had to call her. After Betty was killed, the lava receded and a passage opened. Ain thought about that feeling during the fight when she felt like she could touch Hen. However, now that he was walking next to her, this feeling disappeared, even though he was nearby. The dungeon had been completed, and now it was necessary to report this to the knightly administration. And the real reward for completing the quest immediately appeared. A huge crystal illuminated the hall, and the boys thought that it was the seed. Hen expected that the seed of evil would be a human, as was said in the story, and this led to the thought that Louise could not be a demon after all. While Hen was thinking, Ain was already reaching out her hands to the shiny thing, and as soon as she touched the stone, she immediately disappeared in an unknown direction. Moreover, everything around disappeared, only an empty emptiness remained. Suddenly a system window with a video appeared and Hen realized that it was a cutscene. Hen saw a location against the sky that he had visited before in Asura, but suddenly little Louise appeared there with lovely angel wings. In addition, her wings were made of crystal, meaning she was of royal rank. But Hen didn't see Louise's name in the list of angels of that rank. The demoness Kedriel appeared before the little girl, clearly plotting something. Hina was confused about how the demoness managed to get to heaven. Meanwhile, Kedriel attacked the baby and put her hand on her head. The guy immediately realized that the demoness was involved in what was happening to Louise now. After the demoness's touch, a dark aura appeared around the angel, and then the demoness began opening a portal to another world, and she entered it, leading the little girl by the arm behind her. Now Hen knew who Louise really was, but he didn't understand why the demoness did it. The cutscene ended and Ain managed to get through to Hen. Ain also saw the video but didn't understand it, but she was sure that Hen knew everything. The guy admitted that he doesn't understand everything yet, but he'll tell you later. Finally, Hen noticed a familiar gold necklace among the awards, but the guy was sure that the necklace had not been there before. Moreover, our hero was sure that this was Louise's necklace. For quickly completing the quest, our heroes received not only a reward, but also the captain's favor. The reward didn't seem important to Ain, But her friend's behavior and goals after that video were suspicious. Our heroes left the captain's office with an invitation to come in for tea. But Hen was no longer listening to him. The boy was thinking about Louise and her possible connection with demons. But his thoughts were interrupted by Ain, who demanded to see the clothes he had received. Hen had already forgotten that such a reward existed. But when he first saw it, he was eager to try it. After defeating the boss, the heroes received the robe of the praying priest, which contained the enormous power of a praying demon. Henu was immediately struck by the limitation on empathy, while Ain was solely appreciative of the appearance. Ain immediately realized that Hen would definitely wear these clothes. They suited him in every way. So she asked him what he would do with the current one, and was delighted when her friend promised to give it to her. Empathy is a support skill, so it turns out that no one except Hen can wear the suit. And since the assimilation skill is also a support skill, what happened in the dungeon doesn't seem like an accident to Hen. In addition, the item's ability was limited, but after reaching level 6 in the skill, the prayer should open. Pump up the prayer skill. Hen came to the great chapel of the Temple of the Empire. As expected, Hen knelt at the altar and folded his hands in front of him. Hen noticed that the skill level was not increasing, although this was not the case in the Twilight Temple. But this was not surprising, because Hen thought about Louise and came to the idea that she too was transcendental. As soon as this thought came to the guy's mind, a notification about an increase in the prayer level arrived, and Hen realized that Louise was somehow connected with the skill of prayer and decided to simply remember the girl. Hen remembered the day they met, and it seemed to him that he felt someone else's emotions. The first thing he managed to recognize was the emotion of sadness and then oppressive melancholy. The guy didn't notice how he began to cry in prayer. But if the feelings weren't his, then who was crying over them? After Hyun left the game, he saw messages from Jae-hoon, who was amazed at his victory over Betty. Although Jae-hoon didn't receive a reward, he was still glad of the fine and the opportunity to rest. It also turned out that Hyun spends more time in the game than Jae-hoon, who is a professional player. Hyun allowed Jae-hoon to give Jinny his contact information, and the girl immediately contacted him. But the girl didn't just write, she transferred 50 million to Hen's account. Hen immediately dialed the girl, but she began to chat innocently about the quest she had completed. So Hen had to literally shout at Jin to bring her back to the sensitive topic of money. Hen thought the girl had overpaid for the lesson, but it turned out to be gratitude for helping with the quest. It turns out the girl received 10,000 points for the quest, which, according to the game market, is exactly 50 million won. But Hen was sure that he hadn't put any effort into completing the quest, since he was a support player. Jin laughed at how calculating Hen was in the game, but unadapted in life. Jinny knew that Hen could earn more, so she decided to stay close to him and talked about training. After talking with Jin, Heng was very tired. He was not at all used to talking about money. Essentially, the entire dialogue consisted of the girl offering crazy amounts of money for little pieces of advice. Hen was so tired that he fell onto the bed to lie down, but he was already wondering why the girl was willing to pay so much for. Apparently, she knows more than she's saying, so Hen decided it was time to look at Asrian differently than the last game. Even the weakest weapons in the game sell for big money, and famous rankers make money from advertising. It turns out that Hen's knowledge and experience could really be worth thousands and even millions. It finally dawned on the guy that even though it was in Asura, he was still number 1 in the rankings. So Hyung decided that he needed to be more confident in his own importance. Jae-hoon and Hyun met again in the game, and the swordsmen immediately noticed the attention of those around them. They were in the central corridor of the Knight's Hall, and literally everyone was looking at them. Hen explained that after the quest, their reputation improved, and this information immediately spread among the NPCs. And since they are also the first to complete this quest, they receive special attention. Jean was surprised that the knights bowed to her, but she admired them, because before they had not been noticed at all. Finally, Hen led his friends to the 3rd floor of the Knight's Hall, and they gasped in surprise. It is not surprising, because this training ground for experienced knights was made entirely of marble. This room is only for experienced users, so it is closed to other users, and Hen could teach his friends away from prying eyes. Initially, Hen wanted to give his friends just a couple of pieces of advice, but during this time he rethought a lot. To the surprise of swordsman Ji-hun and priestess Jin, Hyun decided to start with the basics. To begin with, he explained that Asrian is a game, which means players can do things that are impossible in reality. For example, by increasing your agility to level 50, you can run 100 meters in 5 seconds. However, to develop such speed and move at it, you need to ignore the sense of balance. Hen set an example and attacked several dummies in an instant, striking them directly in the head. The priestess and the swordsman watched their friend closely. His abilities were unique even for professionals. It did not escape their attention that the mannequins were all hit precisely in the neck-head. Hen explained that before moving, it is necessary to plot a trajectory. High speed creates a feeling of detachment from reality, and you need to get used to it in order not to fall. To begin, Hen set the students the task of trying to run 10 meters in 5 seconds. He also advised Ginny to improve her agility, so she invested the points she received from the quest into agility. The practitioner successfully copes with the first 2 turns, but does not fit into the third. Both students were professionals and talented, so Hen was confident that they would succeed. While Jin and Jahoon were busy with their practice, Hyun decided to engage in prayer. But her friend was interrupted by the active Ain, who wanted to drag her friend off to a new quest. As soon as Ain arrived, our heroes set off to conquer heavenly quests and improve their stats. When Hyun returned to reality, 3 million won for a lesson from Ginny was already waiting for him. And instead of being happy, Hen decided that he needed to teach the kids better and increase the training time. After a week of training, Jenhu decided to show his results on dummies. Unlike the teacher, the student began by performing a zigzag movement at speed. Jaehoon successfully completed the initial obstacle course, which apparently surprised him. But still, the final word belonged to the teacher who was watching the boy. Finally, the boy heard praise from Hen, even though he had only made it through the 3rd turn. Although Hen praised him, the boy himself found fault with himself and pointed out where he had made minor mistakes. This is actually a movement pattern from the previous game that Hen and Ain have been practicing for years. The boy's training would take a couple of months, so Hen decided to take up prayer again. But suddenly it turned out that he had reached level 6 and unlocked the mantle's ability. Now, in addition, it turned out that after level 9, the mantle will unlock a couple more hidden skills. After the lesson, Hen sat outside and thought that it would take him several months to reach the 9th level of prayer. Hen decided not to worry about it too much for now, especially since a new notification had arrived. Once again, Ginny transferred a large tuition fee, and today, Hen was simply answering their questions. And only now did the boy truly think about the value of his lessons. It was here on the bench that sweet Ain found him, and she immediately noticed that something was wrong with her friend. Hen wasn't at all scared by his friend's sudden appearance, but he thought that Ain was still too young to talk to her about money. However, this knowledge was obtained in tandem with her, so Hyung thought that keeping the money only for himself was not entirely right. Moreover, in the current game, without Ain Hen, he would not have been able to reach his current level. Hen decided that he would repay his friend later, but for now he would go on a quest. Our heroes were walking down the street and planning to beat their previous record, but they didn't notice that a boy who had been looking for them for a long time had noticed them in the crowd. Tartar immediately rushed towards them across the street, attracting the attention of Hen and Ain. While the boy was running towards them, our heroes wondered where he knew them from. At first, Hen and Ain mistook him for an NPC who wanted to offer them a quest, but the guy immediately made it clear that he was a player and had been looking for them for a whole month. Hen immediately took advantage of the moment to make fun of his friend, who, it turned out, was being sought after by a fashionable gentleman. It was then that it became clear that Tartar was the one who first posted a video of Ain online and made her famous. But the guys didn't take his words seriously, and just laughed that Ain had a stalker. In any case, the guy was of no interest to Hen and Ain, so they brushed him off. Such indifference was strange for the boy, because he was talking about something important, and since Tartarus was sure that the heroes must still have questions or even complaints for him. And only after the guy brought up the topic of profit from views did Hen think about it. The topic of making money immediately interested our hero, and he returned to Tartar. Ayin was alarmed by his friend's sudden interest in the boy. The girl didn't understand what was going on with her friend. He had been acting very strange all day. Ayin reminded her friend that they wanted to achieve heavenly attainment today. But Hen lied that he had to listen to the guy and suggested that she go and level up. Ayin was 10 levels short of Hen, meaning she had a long way to go to level up to 1. Ayin hesitated, and Hen was already taking the boy away for a dialogue. Hen shouted to his friend, promising to join as soon as he finished. In the tavern, a boy explained the rules of monetization and how much was due for that video with Leopard. However, Hen was surprised that the boy still hadn't set up monetization. But he could have already received his share for this video, and he felt sorry for what he had lost. Hen's screams frightened the boy, and he explained in a trembling voice that the quest and the video were not his. Noticing this, Hen decided to pull himself together and calmly find out about the boy. This is how our hero learned that the guy loves editing and also goes to school. Tartar himself doesn't seem to be against doing the editing. All that's left is to come to an agreement with Ain. And then suddenly a friend appeared, who, it turns out, had been waiting outside all this time. First, Hen invited Ain to sit down, and then told him everything. Ain listened carefully to both of them, and decided to clarify with her friend that he wanted to make money from videos. The girl's brief formulation and stern look confused the male population at the table. To both of their surprise, the girl replied that she was not interested and left the table. Since Ain didn't want to show herself to strangers, Hen decided to give up on this idea. And Ain realized that Hen was only thinking about this job with her as a partner. Ain also decided to check with her friend about his need for money. Hen explained that he did not live in poverty, but would be glad to earn some money. and the thought that Hen was ready to give this up to please his friend flattered the girl. Ayin suggested that the guy do it himself, which surprised him, and the girl decided to raise her level and catch up with Hen. Now Hen will have time to do what he wants on his own. Although Ayin was sad to leave, Hen needed to overcome himself and start doing something for himself. Hen wanted to detain his friend, but she had already disappeared into some quest. Hen is a support after all. Without a strong character, or rather her, he thought he couldn't cope. Meanwhile, the boy was already offering to send the video for monetization. The news of playing alone hit Hen hard, because they had been together for so long. It was then that Hen thought about how he tried his hand at the doll, and then at Louise. But Hen didn't want his hidden skill to be seen by outsiders. So all he can do is trust the boy and use his body. The boy had no idea what was in store for him from this meeting. But Hen's appearance aroused suspicion, so the boy became worried. To begin with, Hen hinted that he would not sue Tartar over the video. However, the boy should be prepared to keep his mouth shut. So after some time, Tartar went to the dungeon of the novice necromancer. Tartarus didn't yet understand Hen's abilities, so he decided to go on the quest alone. However, Hen was in it and was confident in the quest, which consisted of mobs. Hen decided to trust the boy since they had to work on the video. Of course, Hen had first tried assimilation on the guy, and realized that he wouldn't blab about his secret. Hen also found out that a boy from the class was a thief, but he had poor skills. Then Hen realized that in Asrian people don't know how to improve their skills, so they decided to record a video about combo attacks. The boy's weapon was weak, so it was decided to help him earn money for a more expensive one, but the boy wasn't sure he could handle a crowd of skeletons. But Hen assured that the skeletons were weak, especially since he would be the one controlling the body. In an instant, Hen broke through the crowd of skeletons at the door. Well, the weapon turned out to be not as weak as Hen initially thought. In general, the feeling in the boy's body was very different from Main's. It was lighter. Meanwhile, Tartarus asked for permission to post the combo online. However, Hen had something more interesting to film and asked them to wait. An army of skeletons awaited them ahead, and the boy was seriously scared. Hen, of course, held first place in Asura, but he also remembered himself as a newbie. Back then, he was also a thief, and his main weapon was a two-handed sword. Afterwards, he switched to a long sword, but until level 200 he held a two-handed sword. So now it is not surprising that in the guy's body the fight with two swords excited him. Along the way, Hen told the boy about the system's limitations on combos. It turns out that the boy already knew something about it, but he was also learning a lot. Hen also told me how he himself once learned by spending 24 hours playing the game. Hen had already taken aim at the skeleton, but the boy screamed that he had no weapon in his hands. And then Hen explained that the fastest way for thieves to level up was to punch. Only Tartarus quickly noticed that such blows were of little use. Hen circles and circles around one skeleton, but the enemy is still alive. It turns out the boy also tried to learn how to put together a combo this way, but he didn't succeed. Then Hen summoned the blades and advised the boy to watch him closely. The guys reached the maximum in the combo and broke the skeleton, which means a new skeleton is needed to maintain the combo. So Hen launched his blade at a new target and continued his combo series, and Hen began to attack with his fists again, raising the necessary skill for a thief. The boy also noticed that Hen had calculated a trajectory in which he would fight only one mob. With each new skeleton, the thief received a new achievement, and the combo reached 900 hits. And Hen continued to push forward, continuing to reduce the number of skeletons in the hall. Tartarus looked at everything in disbelief, because even the best thieves in the community couldn't do that. Tartarus also realized that he himself would not be able to repeat the same thing, even though everything was done in his body. Finally, the award for the crazy combination for a series of 1,000 hits was received. And as soon as the number of hits became higher than 1,000, then dexterity increased by 1. Moreover, Hen increased the difficulty level so that combos now counted hits delivered in less than a second. And then Hen rushed at the crowd. Now he could hit indiscriminately. When it was all over, the boy watched the video, and couldn't believe that Hyun was allowing him to post it. Hen didn't understand Tartarus, because they came here for this video, but the boy saw that a 3,000 combo, and then the self-forgetfulness skill, would raise a lot of questions. This way, people will find out about Hen's tricks, and he will lose his advantage. But Hen was confident that no one could repeat this trick after him. Almost no one in the game knows the basics, so it would be interesting to see who can follow suit. Moreover, the trick of this trick lies in the undead, which do not run away or fight back. Hen had gone through this location more than once to gain experience. That's when the boy finds out that his elder brother is playing the previous version of Asura. This amazed the guy, but it explained why Hen was so good. Finally, Hen offered the boy 9-1, but the boy wanted Hen to take it all. The boy thought it was right because Hen would improve his character's skills. The guy would also be happy to just watch, since editing is his hobby. It was this kindness and honesty that made the little one an angel, so Hen was even more determined to give Tartarus 10%. Former guild member Arnon sat in a coffee shop and talked about the eccentric Ain and Hen. Tartar immediately called an old friend who knew our heroes from the game Asura. The man was glad that there were no copyright issues. But the man didn't understand why Hyun took such a small bet. In any case, the man was happy to give the boy a couple of editing tips. After filming was completed, Tartarus needed several days of editing. And while the editing was going on, Hen and Ain completed quests and earned achievements. And when Ain was not there, Hyun helped Jaehoon and Jinny with training. The rest of the time he spent leveling up or reading prayers. A couple of days later, Hen defeated the knight's training dummy and completed the quest. I also gained experience points and reached level 100, after which I unlocked class change quests. But Hen's stats were the same as at level 200, and this could be used in new quests. The new quest offered to fight an NPC stronger than Hen and gain the respect of all the NPCs. Since there was talk of an angel's confession, Hen thought of Louise, but immediately dismissed that option. And then I remembered Captain Ollie, an NPC of the Celestial Chancellery with a level above 400. But when Hen came to the captain to quickly complete the task, it turned out that the NPC did not trust the player. But as soon as Hen put pressure on the captain, it turned out that he knew how to brazenly lie. Hen was angry that the last quest had not been enough to win the captain over completely. And then, unexpectedly, the captain decided to offer our hero a quest. Hen had to stretch his patience and accept the quest to gain Ollie's favor. Suddenly the captain started talking about rumors regarding the existence of demons. For Hen, the quest with the demons seemed very interesting. The captain gave a brief overview of the demons, and Hen even felt sad after meeting one demoness. Hen had to do some reconnaissance again and find traces of the demons. To his surprise, the captain handed over a bag with something that would help Hen, and this seemed strange to the player. But before completing the quest, Hen decided to discuss their video with Tartarus. Tartar said that he created a separate channel for them and uploaded a video. Hen watched the video and noted that the editing made their performance look like a movie. Tartarus also cut out the first 1000 combo, which makes it much more interesting for people. Tartar will release the first part a little later, and there will also be a lot of comments under it. Hen noted that for a middle school student, Tartarus had outstanding channel management and editing skills, so Hen thought about taking the boy with him on the quest. Hen began by praising the boy for the work he had done, and then he offered a reward in the form of participation in a hidden quest from the captain of the guard. The boy couldn't believe his luck, and Hen didn't tell him about the need for an assistant. Hen, of course, thought about Ain, but she is now closing the level gap. Nevertheless, he told his friend about level 100 and the new quest. Since the girl also had a hidden class, she too would later face an unknown quest. Hen invited his younger friend to join the quest, and they headed towards the start of the quest. Tartarus goes on a quest together for the first time, especially a hidden one. But when the guys arrived at the beginning of the quest, Tartarus became embarrassed. Tartarus realized that they had secretly entered the abyss, but the boy had chosen the side of heaven. Hen and the boy stood at the beginning of the Valley of Hatred in the territory of the abyss, and it was then that Tartarus learned that Hen had chosen the side of the abyss, but had managed to penetrate the Knight's Hall. And to explain how this happened, Hen again assimilated with the boy, but Tartarus looked at his hand and noticed that his heavenly rune had not disappeared. A Hen showed amazing skill in changing runes when using assimilation. The boy was frightened by the unique power of the abyss and Hen to change runes. The boy was worried that the trick wouldn't work, but Hen reassured him. The boys walked into the abyss, and the boy, looking around, noted his observation. Tartarus imagined the city to be creepy and ghostly, but it is ordinary. But Hen assured that this was not true. Zombies do not appear here at night. However, fights here do not stop. Actually, the festival has just ended, and the 4th Duke's competition will take place soon. Tartarus had to get there, take part in it, and earn the Duke's recognition. Hen explained that Dukes are like captains, NPCs of the Abyss who support players. And in fact, at the competition they choose the players they will then support. Since Hen needed the Abyss's treasury, Tartarus suggested simply eliminating the guard. But Hyung dismissed this plan and directed the guy to face control, where they checked the rune. After which the boy was sent to the Duke's competition in room number 147. Tartarus was immediately struck by the fact that everything inside looked completely different than outside. To begin with, Hen commanded Tartarus to go around the hall. It was necessary to look around. The host shouted at the start of the competition, talking about the Duke's support as the main prize. At this time, Hen was explaining to the boy how such competitions were organized. The quest's attitude towards players will be distributed depending on their power level. Therefore, Tartarus had to answer several questions before the quest, after which Tartarus was given 1000 points, which rained down on him like coins. It turns out that others also received their coins this way, but everything was confidential, and no one knew the amount. In total, the boys had 1100 coins that they could use in the quest. Once the formalities were out of the way, the quest sent Tartarus into competition. To begin with, new walls were built around it, and a luxurious casino made entirely of gold appeared. Now Hen understood why experience points were given out in coins, but Tartarus was a little confused. But Hen quickly directed the guy to his obligations with the filming, and he promised to take care of the rest. First of all, they went to the machines, which Tartarus was simply delighted with like a child. The boy was scared that the first bet required 500 points, but Hen again reassured his little friend. Since victory is guaranteed, Hen bets more and is not afraid. As soon as the machine determined the stage's theme, Tartarus was transferred to the location. The boy immediately realized that this was a game within a game, and they were about to fight an army of the undead. Hen was glad that the boy had remembered to grab the weapon he had asked for, and now they were ready for the undead invasion. Tartarus was the operator of this game, and Hen will once again be the one to lead them to victory. In the final, they had to last 598 seconds without dying among the advancing army of skeletons. Hen realized that they had entered some kind of gaming center where various mini-games were collected. Virtual quests include solo or team missions, and also raids with dozens of people against the boss. There will definitely be PvP battles with special rules, most likely elimination. You need to get as many points as possible during the 3-hour quest. The main game will be a virtual historical battle with the undead. There are a lot of skeletons, the NPCs can't cope, there aren't enough troops, the military is panicking. The game's plot intensifies, and the undead surround not only the castle, but also the characters themselves. Our player must ensure that at least one NPC survives and the castle does not surrender. Hen had already lasted half the time before reinforcements arrived, and had accumulated a 1,000 hit combo. However, the walls of his castle fell and Hen decided to penetrate the enemy camp. The NPCs noticed the player's dedication, and nicknamed him a knight. Moreover, they decided that Henna had been sent to them by the Duke himself. At some point, Tartarus panicked, as skeletons appeared faster than Hen could chop them down. And then the moment came when Hen took out a previously prepared weapon in the form of a sword. Now that the combo, Oblivion buff, and speed increase are built up, the sword can take down a small crowd of skeletons at a time. But to our player's surprise, the undead entered a second stage of ghosts. The ghosts were grabbing NPCs from the castle wall and their numbers were growing. Even though it was a game, the NPCs had realistic reactions, so it was difficult for them to concentrate. The game's difficulty turned out to be higher than Hen thought, so the boy realized that at this rate they would soon lose. But fortunately, the time to wait for the Duke's help came to an end, and Hen was able to pass the difficult level. Only a notification arrived that the Duke himself was at an important event and did not send any help. Now, Hen's task was to hold out as long as possible so that the Duke could award points for the time he had lived. Hen guessed this would be the outcome of the plot when he saw the quest conditions. Hen continued to fight, because his main goal was to stall for time. Meanwhile, news that the Duke would not come began to spread through the NPCs. Hen no longer broke through to the enemy walls, but tried to hold back the ghosts. And when he turned to his army to count the survivors, he was amazed. There was only one warrior left, and he was scared and lost, and sought help from the knight. Hen couldn't believe that the army had already been completely destroyed, and now he had to protect at least one. Hen got as close to the survivor as possible and tried to encourage him. However, this warrior saw something that Hen did not see, so he asked to turn around. Approaching them were liches, undead creatures that possessed magic, and were an order of magnitude stronger than ordinary skeletons. But even so, Hen was not going to give up and was already thinking through strategies. However, the surviving NPC turned out to be morally weak and turned the sword on himself to end his torment. Unfortunately, Hen and Tartarus were unable to stop the player, and he committed suicide before their eyes. Hen noted that he had been playing Asura for almost 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. Of course, NPCs have intelligence comparable to humans, but they have never committed such human acts. Thus the quest was completed, and the boys returned to the common room, waiting for the results to be summed up. Hen knew the historical battle was virtual here, but he wasn't prepared for what he saw. Hen was so deeply immersed in the NPC's humanity that Tartarus could barely reach his older comrade. It turns out the boy wanted to announce that a jackpot announcement had been made. Although Hen was aiming for first place, he didn't think he would break anyone's record. Hen received a special token in the form of a reward that could be exchanged on the exchange. The guys wanted to move on, but they heard a dialogue about how the first place was taken by the topic of the undead, where it is easy to gain battle points. Only Hen had just returned from this quest, and apparently, everyone thought that it would be easy based on his appearance. Hen chose this quest because of Tartarus's abilities, but he didn't expect advanced monsters to appear there. Despite the difficulty of the level, at the very end, a level 380 bullock appears, whom Hen was unable to defeat. In any case, Hen was not concerned about the other players' problems, and called Tartarus to continue their quest. Hen went to the bar and began drinking glass after glass, which excited Tartarus. But Hen told the child to keep quiet, especially since he, being a child, would not feel anything because of the filters. Finally, they were approached by the bartender, who noticed how Hen was enjoying his drinks in the place. Hen spent over 2,000 points on drinks, and now became a VIP at this bar, which opened access to purchasing exclusive goods. The list was short, but the bartender was happy to show it to Hen. Although the items on the list were unique and cheap, they could not be taken with you. But Hen knew the bartender hadn't shown the whole list, so he handed him that special coin. While the bartender was examining the coin, Hen told Tartarus that it was a chip with a code, so players used the chip to exchange points and also to sell extremely rare items. Now Tartarus has become a VVIP in this bar and in the Duke competition, but Hen found information about this in the Heavenly Interaction. Meanwhile, in the club we know, they were already discussing Tartarus's video online. Now they aim to get Tartarus into their guild instead of Ain. All that remains is to figure out how to connect with him before the other guilds. In addition, according to the latest news, he broke Latist's competition record. Mayday immediately assumed that the boy would end up at the Duke's banquet and suggested finding him there. The leader was worried that he and Ain were now effectively on hostile terms, so Tartarus would benefit the guild. The guild leader was afraid that if they lost Tartarus, they would lose their throne as leaders. Former players Asura, Berard, and Cayman, who we know, also watched the video of the combo. They immediately recognized the legendary Hen's behavior pattern in the boy. It turns out that Berard had already thought about this, that Hen was hiding behind Tartarus. But both Berard and Hen knew that the hero was too young in age. Nevertheless, they decided to recruit the boy into their guild. Moreover, Bernard decided that Tartarus would gain experience, and one day he would be able to take down Hen and Ain with one hand. Steel Stone, even if he had doubts deep down, agreed with his friend. These two also decided to ambush the guy at the banquet and get to know him. When Hen was ranked number 1 in Asura, there was a place in heaven where only he could enter. The place where Asura's history was kept, and all the information that Heg could use to his advantage. In fact, it was from there that Hen learned about the competition of the forces of the Abyss, and he already even knew that he would buy from the bartender's secret list. Tartarus Hen ordered him to keep information about the bar a secret and not publish it in the video. Hen bought the things he needed and decided to start on a higher difficulty. Hen and Tartarus set off for their next virtual battle to overcome the Elven Gates. Using the soul duplication elixir, Hen created a second slot on the skill tree. Even while reading that big book in Asura, Hen decided to buy 2 things: the title of a heavenly man and an elixir. And all because having 2 cell slots, skill combinations will increase by 10 times. In the new quest, Hen had to cross the Golem City and destroy the core in 2 hours. Tartarus flew at the golems with new weapons, 2-handed blades. In this quest, even the simplest golems possessed magic and attacked with it. However, before they could attack, Hen, in Tartarus's body, flew past and attacked. But the bet in the game was 5,000 points, and the difficulty was rated as hell. Hen was pleased with himself, because now he was faster than even Ain herself. Hen bought 3 hell difficulty tickets to raise enough money to buy the elixir, and the rest I spent on ammunition from the Mythical Assassins set. All missions at this level are based on real events of the plot, so knowing it you can cheat. The Mythical Assassins set is an item that is called a dream for thieves. Even with powerful attacks, he retained the agility of a thief and did not interfere with combos. Thanks to this, Hen quickly collected several achievements for combo attacks. In addition, the suit helped restore 2% of the absorbed blood. Due to the biological stop of time, everything around froze and Hen headed towards the core. With a couple of blows, he caused the core to split and fall into pieces, thus completing the mission. Then, without stopping, he jumped to the next stage of the Ancient Dragon Soul Seal. Once again the guy had to fight skeletons, but this time dragons. But Hen was glad about this, and since the walkthrough wasn't yet recorded, he could turn around and cause a fuss. When this stage ended, Hen decided to check the results and confirmed that the efficiency in quests had dropped. Still, missions with simple enemies like undead or golems are effective for thieves. However, the boys were deprived of the right to choose, and were now thrown into the quest by Illuna. Illuna is one of Asura's companions, and the guys are now at the site of a brutal battle between heaven and the abyss. High in the sky, someone descended onto the battlefield in a pillar of light. And this spectacle was so impressive that for the first time Tartarus regretted that the video could not be published. Hen noticed that the person in the stream of light was praying, and decided that he was either a goddess or a saint. But suddenly many portals appeared and puppets of angels began to emerge from them. There was not just an army of them, there was no end to them in the endless sky. But even behind Hen and Tartarus, a response army was rising from underground. Warlocks came to Hen's aid, which at first surprised Tartarus a little. Although they were about to fight, Hen already knew the story of this battle, where the Abyss lost. As a soldier of the Abyss, Hen was destined to die, but he planned to fight to the last. Almost an hour had passed since the battle began, but there was no end to the heavenly puppets. Suddenly the boys almost came under attack, which felt like transcendental energy. Finally, an angel revealed himself, his face hidden and his wings patterned. Hen understood that a creature comparable to thousands of other players had arrived. With just a wave of his hand, he cut into pieces a third of the Abyss's army. Hen immediately noticed the skill of dividing space, although it seemed that the angel just waved his hand. Hen calmly accepted death and defeat in this quest. He is not yet ready to fight the angel. So, according to the story, countless souls fell in Luna, but the abyss did not want to retreat. Meanwhile, the game finished counting and Hyun became upset because he had planned to get more points. Tartarus decided that Hen would not be able to buy the item he wanted, and decided to support his friend. But Hen knew another method to earn the amount of points he needed. For some unknown reason, Tartarus's Hyung decided to buy a pig and a poke, and either win everything or lose points. Hen planned to participate in the auction for the bags of glasses, and Tartarus couldn't believe that his friend was relying so much on luck. But then Hen explained that he was selling them because there would certainly be people who would buy them. There's not much time left until the end of the game. In desperation, people will buy the bags even if the price is 10 times higher. But Tartarus was sure that such a trick wouldn't work, because there couldn't be such naive players. And then, to his surprise, someone nearby was delighted to receive such a bag and new glasses. And then the whole crowd roared, some with joy, some with discontent. Tartarus couldn't believe that there were people who bought such a stupid thing as a bag. Hen then explained that the distribution of rewards and ranks depends on points. Therefore, everyone will fight for points in every possible way. Hen bought a decoy at the bar and lied about his rank and points to the other players. Now Hen had enough money to buy the soul replication elixir. Not only was the main quest progressing well, but Hen also acquired another skill tree. The guy used the rest to buy himself a few items and still had enough left to hold his position. Among the scrolls was a scroll of restored potential, which allowed some of the points spent to be returned. Hen immediately noticed that the guy wanted to take one of the scrolls for himself. The boy wanted to take one for the video, but not use it yet. Tartarus had not yet realized that Hen had already come up with something for a mutually beneficial relationship. Hen decided to show Tartarus how generous he was and how much he appreciated the boy's help in filming the video. So, with a beautiful speech full of pathos, Hen allowed the guy to take one of the scrolls. Meanwhile, the bartender noticed how much the boy's behavior had changed, as if he was facing a different person. Finally, the tournament was over. The points were counted, and Tartarus was invited to a banquet. The banquet is scheduled for the next day, but for now Tartarus decided to train, and Hen took care of his new tree. Hen had spent a lot of points on sword vision, so now he wanted to focus on support. Suddenly, Hen noticed an interesting skill that seemed to be new. To test him, Hen challenged Tartarus to a duel. Of course, the boy understood the difference and was worried, but Hen assured him that the fight would be friendly. Besides, what kind of fight are we talking about when one is a thief and the other is a support? Hen suggested that the thief attack. He would use his new skills, which would give the boy an advantage. This condition surprised the boy, especially since he had no idea about the reason for this condition. Tartarus lunged at Hen, but he suddenly disappeared, literally dissolving before the blow. The boy immediately began to look around in search of his target. But it was too late. Out of nowhere, a barrage of blows rained down on the guy. Thus the battle ended with Hen's victory, and poor Tartarus lay exhausted on the ground. Hen chose a skill in the form of invisibility, which helps him disappear for a couple of seconds. Hyung also took biometric acceleration, which allows him to increase his speed. And finally the influence multiplier, which increases the damage of allies. Although the last skill seemed useless to Hen, since he usually plays alone. Finally the sun set, and it was time for the long-awaited banquet at the Duke's. Footmen stood at the doors to the hall and greeted the guests, demonstrating the host's hospitality. Tartar came to the evening as expected, dressed in a suit, and as soon as he entered the hall, he was immediately greeted as a winner. People immediately started whispering that the guy looked like a weakling, and that he was the author of the video about combos. All this gossip made the boy feel awkward, but Hen encouraged the boy to go get the reward and complete the task. As soon as the Duke saw the winner, he immediately offered the boy to become his servant. And then the news spread throughout the hall that the famous Bakmir was intrigued by the player. Tartarus asked Hen for advice, but our hero was pondering what to do and didn't know the answer. If they agree, both the risks and rewards will increase many times over, and Tartarus belongs to the heavens. Tartarus had to make such an important decision on his own, so Hen remained silent. Tartarus couldn't believe that the Duke himself was trying to recruit him. But what surprised him even more was that Hen was watching everything that was happening with a bag of popcorn. Although Tartarus was offered to decide for himself, the boy did not know what to do. While the boy was frozen in shock, Bakmir was called out. A certain Digitalis approached the Duke and reminded him that the banquet had not yet begun. The boy was saved from an unexpected choice by the conventions of the event. Although Tartarus exhaled, Hen warned that the Duke would definitely return. The banquet was coming to an end, and Tartarus was called to be awarded as the winner. And so, as Hen had bequeathed, Duke Bamir returned for an answer. But since the boy still hadn't found the answer, he was confused by the new meeting. But Bakmir took the silence as a sign of the player's arrogance. However, the Duke liked this. Moreover, He promised that for his service, he would give the player even greater opportunities. The potential success turned the boy's head, and forgetting that he was in the service of heaven, the boy accepted the offer. The Duke immediately promised the boy the title of his knight. This is how the contract between Tartarus and the Duke of the Abyss was concluded. Tartarus now has new abilities against heavenly players and the Death Knight profession. Hen started making fun of the boy, and he, noticing how he screwed up, grabbed his hair. But finally Hen calmed the boy down and told him that Death Knights were a class from Asura and had always been considered outstanding. The most important thing is that the guy earned the Duke's favor. But Tartarus didn't hear him. Hen's joke had disturbed him too much, and he was thinking about his mark. But suddenly an unfamiliar voice addressed Tartarus, and distracted him from his worries. Berard approached Tartarus and introduced himself, while Hen remembered an acquaintance from the previous game. Hen took control of his body and continued the conversation himself, trying not to give himself away. Berard didn't beat around the bush and offered a place in his guild. The new acquaintance was in a guild founded by former Asura players. Hen involuntarily gave himself away, and Berard realized that his interlocutor knew about the game. While Berard was describing the guild's future possibilities, Mayday approached them, and she loudly declared herself, her proposal, and possible others. Berard did not immediately recognize Mayday, and was unhappy with the meeting with this child. Moreover, the girl knew about Asura and Berard's guild, much to his surprise. It turns out that a fourth-place ranker from Asura joined the Dark Guild. Berarda was confused and scared that a foreign guild had acquired such a knowledgeable player. But that wasn't all that Mayday could surprise with. Another surprise was prepared for Tartarus. Dark offered Tartarus $1 million for 6 months of work in the guild. Berard hastened to retort, and assured that Tartarus could earn much more outside the guild. Thus, a dispute arose between Mayday and Berard, each offering Tartarus more and more money and opportunities. And while this squabble was going on, Tartarus asked Hen to look at something. It turns out the video with the combo got 7 million views, and now Tartarus is very famous. Hen couldn't believe that the boy had received so much attention just for achieving a high score in a minigame. But now he has figured out how to use this to his advantage. Hen interrupts the argument and gives a clear refusal to both guilds. Of course, Mayday will try to detain the boy and asks for a minute to discuss Tartarus's wishes. For a moment, Hen froze, the increased price of the contract momentarily intriguing him. But he refuses again, arguing that he is much more interested in playing alone. Now Hen realized that Asrian's best players were admired as heroes and wanted to use this to his advantage. Hen couldn't let Tartarus join any guild because he knew about the secret skill. Now our hero knew how Asra differed from his new version. Asrian is a whole world with earning opportunities, and Hen wanted to become #1 in it. Mayday immediately told the guild leader the bad news. Since Tartarus was young, no one from the guild knew whether the boy was doing this out of coolness or stupidity. But this was also seen as a ploy to obtain even better conditions. The members asked the newcomer Cage to remember someone named Tartarus of Asra. But Cage answered with confidence that there were no such cool players in Asra. Tartarus would have been third in Asra in terms of ability, but Cage was close to that player, and the boy was definitely not him. Above stands the famous Ain, who was known for her love of PvP. Logically, the first of Asra remained, the legendary ranker Hen, but his option was rejected because they decided that he would not reveal himself so openly. Meanwhile, Hen and Tartarus encountered a real minotaur with an axe. Hen led our heroes beyond the banquet, into the garden of the Duke's castle. It turns out that Hen only participated in the competition to get into the garden. After all, only from here can one enter the treasury of the Abyss. To begin with, the heroes had to cross the square of the Dark Palace. The heroes hid because it was forbidden to go beyond the square. As soon as Hen waited for the gates to open, he quickly flew past the minotaurs. It was impossible to catch their eye, otherwise there would be a fuss. Hen used new skills of biorhythm acceleration and invisibility, which seemed like cheating to Tartarus. But Hen wasn't ready to stop there. The hardest part was still to come. The problem with invisibility is that it doesn't hide the smell or sound of footsteps. The treasury was guarded by minotaurs for a reason, but precisely against such abilities. Hen checked the readings and warned that the ability recharge time was 1 minute. The problem was that Tartarus became the Duke's knight, and now he could visit the boy at any time. And while the minotaurs can still be deceived, the Duke will not succeed. Meanwhile, the Duke was reviewing the recording of Tartarus's battle on Eluna. According to history, the battle on Yilun ended in a victory for the heavens after 15 minutes of fighting, but the boy held out for an hour. The Duke was confident that this user would become stronger than him, so he decided to encourage him. Bakmir decided to do everything to keep this knight with him. Suddenly, the Duke received a signal from the guards in his sector. The Minotaurs realized that someone had invaded the palace, but they did not know what had happened. The Duke had planned to meet Tartarus after a long time, but plans changed. Bakmir realized that the boy could be an agent of heaven and was ready to destroy him. Meanwhile, the guys had reached a dead end, as Tartarus thought. But Hen knew that the treasury would definitely not be entered by a huge door with a signature. But to open the treasury, Hen needed to leave Tartarus's body. A feeling of being lost quickly overtook the boy, and he began to look around. It turns out that Hen didn't just leave, but went behind the wall and ended up in the treasury. The assimilation technique didn't limit Hen's distance, so he boldly revealed his body through the wall. Hen accepted a quest to find a magic bead in the vault of the abyss. After a bit of searching like a needle on the ground, he finally found it. A huge magic bead hung above the ground, emitting lightning and light throughout the entire treasury. The bead could track the location of a target using magical energy. Hen received from the captain the thing that was meant for the monster that appeared with the demon. So the hero brought his fang to the bead and noticed how a mark appeared on the globe bead. The bead showed that the monster was in the center of the empire's capital, which surprised the guy. If so, the entire empire will be under threat of demon attack. It was worth reporting this to the captain as soon as possible and completing the quest. But suddenly, Hen was surrounded by reports that he had an item registered in the bead. Hen didn't understand anything, because he didn't receive any more things from the captain. Suddenly, it dawned on Hen what item the bead was asking for, and he took it out of his inventory. Louise's necklace shook wildly in his hand, and the boy became frightened. Unexpectedly for the hero himself, the bead pulled the necklace towards itself, literally tearing it out of his hands. Bead recognized the item, and Hen's quest to find Louise was updated. Bead located the girl and made a mark. The only problem was that the location was in the middle of the sea, which was full of sea monsters. But the mark was moving, which meant that Louise was moving through the water at incredible speed. But Hen thought that the girl could move both above and below water. At first it seemed absurd to him, but then he realized that it was possible. If we assume that the altitude is the issue, then the girl could have been on a satellite, and if the girl is not in the sea, then she is on the moon. But in Asura there were 2 moons, and in Asrian there may be more due to changes in the plot. Hen had been in the treasury for too long, so at the last moment he heard that the Minotaurs were looking for them. It was time to leave, so Hen had to take the necklace and return to Tartarus. As soon as the Minotaurs broke into the treasury, Hen disappeared through assimilation. The Duke's servants did not understand what was happening, because there were signs of penetration. The barrier blocking teleportation was still intact, but the intruders were nowhere to be seen. But there was only one entrance to the treasury, so the Duke, roaring like a beast, ordered that the spy be found. Meanwhile, Hen and Tartarus flew away from the dangerous place as if on sails. Meanwhile, the Duke examined the bead on which the last traces of the attacker remained, and the plan that the Abyss had been planning for a long time and carefully will be stopped, and Bakhmir will retreat. But then Bakhmir noticed that the magic bead had been used twice. The Duke immediately noted that the mark belonged to the Transcendent, and also that angels did not usually dwell in such places. The Duke was interested in who from heaven was able to obtain the Transcendental Mediator. Meanwhile, Hannah and Tartarus returned to the safe area of the garden. The massive Grey Invasion event was over, and the guys received new patches. Hen's affinity for the Abyss has dropped, most likely because of Louise. But Tartarus's affinity for the heavens has also dropped. So Hen suggested that it might even be better for the boy to go over to the Abyss's side. After some thought, Hen became convinced that his changes were clearly not a system error, and were dependent on Louise. First, his characteristics increased from helping the girl, and then all the quests were connected with her. Belonging to the Abyss is also a merit of the connection with Louise. But for an angel of royal rank, the girl had too much influence. All this time, one of the developers was watching Hen, and was happy with the progress in completing the quest. The boss approached Robert, apparently looking for someone. Noticing the guy's satisfied face, she decided that something interesting had happened. Robert decided that his boss would be interested in seeing everything for herself, and showed him the recording. The woman noted that many Transcendentals would also be interested in the companion that Hen was looking for. The boss was curious about whether there would be a war, but Robert interrupted her. The guy showed that the demoness was also watching one player, as if she had a grudge against him. The situation was getting tense. Even the developers hadn't figured out all the abilities of the Transcendentals yet. And sometime later, Hen and Jenhu met in the real world at a cafe. But Hen was deep in thought and glued to his phone. And as soon as Jehun reminded us of himself, our hero shuddered, and this had already happened several times. Hyun apologized every time, and Jehun tried to find out what was bothering his friend so much. Then Hen decided to trust his friend and showed him the recording of the satellite, since the guy couldn't have figured it out that easily anyway. But Jehun began to talk about the movement of an object in a sphere, the rotation of an orbit, etc. Realizing that the explanation was complicated, Jehun tried it first, but in a simpler way. Thus, Jehun concluded that the satellite he needed was the land of eclipses, Iluna. Hen immediately gave himself a mental slap on the back of the head because this answer was obvious. The girl needed a place without a sun, and this satellite has constant eclipses. From the long-awaited guess, Hen jumped up from the table and began to thank his friend. However, Jehun, on the contrary, felt that he had managed to at least repay his friend a little for all the help he had given him in the game. Moreover, The first time Hen told him about his problems, it allowed him to think that they had become closer, as friends. As soon as Hen returned to the game, he immediately reported the monster to Captain Ollie. Captain Ollie's affection level has increased significantly. The reconnaissance quest was completed, and Hen received the long-awaited reward. However, our hero initially needed to win the captain's trust. Only after Hen pulled out the phrase about trust was another quest completed, and the boy left the knight's hall. According to the quest explanation, the stronger the NPC who acknowledges you, the stronger the awakening. However, there are more powerful NPCs, such as celestial beings or angels. Louise, apparently, has become incredibly strong, and it will be easier to find her and gain her recognition. And since the destination was now determined, Hen wanted to hurry. He needed to go to Eluna. All that was left was to figure out how to get Ain involved. Hen finally contacted Ain, and the girl had just finished another battle with monsters. By the way, Mayday received permission to raise the reward price and spent a long time looking for Tartarus at the banquet. But, to her surprise, the girl ran into Bernard again. So they both realized that Tartarus had already left the banquet by this time. But none of them guessed that after a short foray, the guys returned to the buffet table behind them. Since Tartarus had a lot of video editing work to do, Hen wrote to Ain. While the guy was waiting for his girlfriend, he hoped that Ain had changed her mind about filming. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't notice how Ain was approaching him from behind. So it's no wonder that she managed to scare him with a slap on the back. Ain wasn't interested in the community, and didn't know about the latest news about Tartarus, so Hen wanted to talk to her friend again. It was important to choose his words very carefully, so Hen decided to start from afar. However, although Ain was quick, she was not stupid, and immediately realized what her friend was leading to. That's why the guy was surprised when the girl got ahead of him and voiced his question. But to my even greater surprise, Ain agreed, although she had previously given a categorical refusal. But Ain wasn't going to participate for free. She wanted to set a condition. Hen thought the conversation would be about profit, but Ain asked Hen not to show his face. Hen wondered how to distribute the profits in such a case, but Ain didn't care about money. However, Hen would still use assimilation, so he wouldn't be able to post his face, and he liked that condition. Hen assigned 45% of the profits from each video, and Ain agreed without hesitation. Before going off to find Louise, Hen sent another video to Tartarus for editing. After Hen told her about his plan to go to Eluna, Ain treated it as a trip. Hen doubted that his friend would support him, so he was surprised that she offered to help with this. The guy was worried that helping him would slow down his girlfriend's growth, but Ain leveled up well. Only after he saw her new indicators did he believe her. Moreover, he noticed that she had a berserker elemental. Hen even envied the girl, since he himself wanted to get it. Ain's skills were on the verge of being unbalanced, but at the same time they were perfectly combined. She also leveled up her flaming claws, just a little short of her ultimate. Ain accurately determined the effect of assimilation and maximized its effectiveness. Ain's class and abilities were perfectly suited to Hen's assimilation, so the boy wondered about her involvement in the plot. The girl's very first quest was to kill a heavenly knight in training. The NPC was wanted as a murderer. Even if Ain hadn't done it, he would have been executed anyway. Although it didn't help Hen, there was clearly a reason for this quest. Hen tried to look at the assembled puzzle pieces of the plot and fit them together. Besides, he was haunted by the face of that knight who had committed suicide. The guy was so deep in thought that Ain couldn't get through to him the first time. Remembering that scene, the guy turned pale and Ain immediately noticed it. Deciding that it was the emotions of Tartarus that Hen had experienced with him, he brushed them off. After which she talks about the upcoming journey into space. The Var and the shuttle were unavailable to our heroes, so they decided to use the Celestials. To begin with, Ain was dressed in clothes suitable for the heavenly ones. Hen became familiar with the hidden settings of the Asura universe, as well as the main NPCs of the heavens and the abyss. Hen wanted to continue his story about the heavenly NPCs, but Ain interrupted him, hinting at a compliment from a friend for her new look. Hen had already told Ain the details of the plan on the way to the location, explaining that she was recognized as a heavenly person, and not a creature. Hyun thought out a plan, and really hoped that our sweet beauty's acting talents would not fail. In the Forest of Giants, the girl had to play the role of a kind of Little Red Riding Hood, and attract the attention of the creature. Even when she was surrounded by a flock, the beauty did not flinch, only asking how much trouble she could cause. Hen had long ago learned that these places were not popular with users, but that celestial beings lived here. As soon as Hen explained the location, Ain immediately gave out all his power-ups, and the girl was just waiting for this, since she had long wanted to test the compatibility of her attack with him. The big bad wolf looked at the little girl as if she were prey, but did not attack first. Meanwhile, Ain had already spread her arms to the side and prepared her claws. The wolf attacked first, but Ain skillfully dodged the attack by jumping upward, after which she delivered a critical blow between the wolf's eyes, driving respect for the little ones into him. While Ain was enjoying the fight, Hen was surprised that the blows were stronger than he expected. even taking into account the amplification. Moreover, Ain increased her health by absorbing damage. Ain was about to try increasing her hidden potential, but Hen reminded her of her goal. Now the girl had to pretend that she was in danger. Although the wolf attacked from behind, the girl saw his attack. But she allowed herself to be hit and sent flying towards the nearest rocks. Hen understood that such an attack was weak for Ain, but when he saw the blood he was afraid for his friend. But it turned out that the girl used tomato juice for the trick. Our heroes hoped that this was enough to show that Ain needed help. Hen knew of a celestial being in this location that couldn't ignore such a situation. Indeed, as soon as the wolves approached the defenseless woman, someone appeared. The man, hidden under the cloak, easily walked past the wolves to Ain. However, his icy gaze expressed complete indifference to the fallen Ain. All people who belong to heaven serve the angels and look up to the heavenly beings. However, celestial beings, apart from their longevity and strength, differ little from humans. They, just like people, eat, drink, experience emotions, and act, and the same applied to the being Radietta. He had a beloved who was dearer than all the others, but she belonged to the abyss. Moreover, she was an unusual creature and a duchess. It was a forbidden relationship, and according to records, ended in execution. Radiette tried to resist the heaven's decision, but could only watch helplessly. Later, a trial was held and of course he was found guilty. Initially, he was sentenced to 150 years, but due to his merits, the sentence was reduced to 100 years. After his imprisonment, he went to the Forest of Giants and spent another 100 years there. At first, he didn't want to interfere with what was happening in the forest, but then he became interested. And the moment he saw a girl who resembled someone from the past, the whole world stopped. Of course, he understood that the girl only resembled his beloved. But when I heard the sounds of carnage, I couldn't leave and ignore it. And after he saw that the girl flew towards the rocks like a ball, he became completely scared. The stranger was too similar to his beloved. He could not resist the desire to save her. That's how he stood over Ain. And the more he looked, the more similarities he found. Meanwhile, Ain pretended to be weak and innocent and came to her senses. But in fact, she forgot the plan. Fortunately, Hen managed to remind her. Now Ain had to attack the former Celestial. Now the girl could let go and show off her abilities. Even though Ain used her new skills, the Celestial being seemed to evaporate under the blow every time. Tired of the girl's pathetic attempts to offend him, the man stopped her without much effort. Ain decided to act more aggressively and asked Hen for some support. Hen quickly took control of his body and used acceleration with invisibility. Our heroes decided to strike from behind, but the stranger didn't care. The heavenly being suggested that the girl stop, as she herself might get hurt. Ain did not stop, and Radiette remembered the first meeting with his beloved, who also attacked him. Finally, Ain stopped, and Radiette decided that just like last time, the girl had finally run out of steam. Hen was convinced that this was definitely a celestial being, since it dealt cold damage. Finally the girl spoke and indicated that she was not from the abyss. When Radiette saw the heavenly mark, he was stunned. The stranger, like his lover, said that she was testing his power. Although the girl's strengths were different, the words that were spoken hundreds of years ago sounded word for word. But Radietta was interested in the girl's words about her interest in the power of a celestial being. He was surprised to learn that the girl in front of him was a user, and not a celestial being in the full sense of the word. Radiette was ancient, and had heard of those who came from another world. Therefore, Radiette became interested in whether the girl believed in the peaceful coexistence of heaven and the abyss. Ain, in her usual way, replied that she didn't care about the abyss or the sky. There were bad people on both sides, just like there were good ones. Then Radiette decided to clarify whether she supported the statement that the abyss and evil were one and the same. But Ain merely repeated her answer with a sigh. There are bad guys even in heaven. So the man asked permission to ask a few more questions. Radiette invited Ain to his shelter, and there they had a conversation. Many questions were asked, and at some point Hen continued on behalf of the girl. Radiette listened to them attentively for a long time. Usually, celestial beings do not ask people's opinions, but the resemblance to their beloved played into the hero's hands. Now Hen roughly understood how everything was arranged in heaven, and Radiette was a little envious of the users. And finally, Radiette asked the long-awaited question about where Ain would like to visit. The answer about Eluna greatly surprised the man, or rather even threw him off track. But he warned his interlocutor that it was dangerous on the satellite now. Since the sun does not reach Eluna, there is a permanent eclipse there. However, a few days ago Rajit noticed that everything had changed. The outlines of Eluna began to appear, which meant the orbit had deviated. Something unexpected is happening on Ilun, and this fear of the heavenly being frightened Hyun. For most of the previous game, Eluna was a quiet and peaceful place. And although everything had changed, the girl continued to insist on her trip to the satellite. Radiette found it funny that for the first time in 200 years he was worried about someone, but Ain continued to insist that she would go to Eluna regardless of the conditions. Radiat understood that the girl could be resurrected, and he had nothing to worry about. But he was worried. Finally, the man stood up from the table and announced that he was leaving with Ain. Radiat decided that on this journey he would give himself a chance to eradicate the remnants of regret. With Radiat's help, our heroes boarded the shuttle to the satellite. Radiat was popular among NPCs due to his history of repentance and regret for his sins. Ain also attracted attention because of her high reputation, but she did not notice it, observing the space. All this time, Hen was thinking about the man's words about Aluna turning into hell as soon as the light reached it. But what worried him even more was that the increasing sunlight would make Louise's safe place disappear. The satellite will deorbit in 3 days, meaning the quest has a time limit. The quest seemed impossible, but even if it works, it's a matter of luck. But even if that was the case, Hen wanted to see Louise at least once more. But Hen had no idea that far away from him, all of this had already been planned. The man stood in the center of the pentagram and used the crystal for the ritual. He looked forward to the 3 days passing. After all, he wanted to meet Hen in person in the new game. The sky shuttle flew through space towards Aluna, allowing passengers to observe the stars. The flight attendant informed everyone that they would soon enter Aluna's atmosphere. Ain could see the satellite from her window, but Radiat suddenly intervened. The man was clearly alarmed by something, and could not believe what he saw. It turns out that there are 7 magic circles operating on Aluna, but only 2 were working now. The magic circle illuminates the darkness, and controls Aluna's orbit. Radiat realized that everything was much worse than he had expected. Suddenly, one of the flight attendants screamed and was enveloped in a thick magical fog. Unconsciously, Radiat covered Ain with his body. But meanwhile, the girl had already realized what was coming. Hen also realized that the girl's body was changing under the influence of the coming. The demoness Kedriel appeared in person, spreading her wings. The demoness kept her eyes on the reason for her visit to the shuttle. Radiat immediately rushed to reassure those around him that the demon could not harm anyone. Radiat was sure that it was a matter of wasted energy, but Kedriel simply had no plans to harm anyone now. She only made it clear that she had come to see someone's face. The demoness addressed Hen directly, hinting that she knew about their fusion with Ain. Therefore, Hen hypothesized that great demons were able to see through assimilation. But the guy didn't understand why she came here to tell him this. Naive and sweet Radiat, like a priest from a cheap movie, tried to drive away the demon. But Radiat knew not only about the demon's energy, but also the law for the transcendental about non-interference in the world. If a demoness interferes and goes against cause and effect, she will pay a price. Deciding to show that the demoness was stronger than everyone else, she decided to demonstrate her strength. The possibility that Kedriel would resort to murder made the man tense. But noticing this tense face, the girl decided to immediately admit her defeat in order to laugh at Radiat. Unfortunately for Radiat's ego, he understood the demoness's sarcasm. But then the demoness looked at Ain again and started talking about how she needed time. Ain didn't know why the demoness kept looking at her, but she understood that it was a silent threat. And then in an instant the demoness disappeared, vanished into smoke, as if she had never come. And Radiat was glad to breathe a sigh of relief that everything had ended peacefully. But suddenly the crew started shouting about a problem, and judging by the shout, it was serious. Indeed, a crack formed in the shuttle's body. Radiat immediately rushed to freeze the crack and buy time. The entire crew prepared passengers for an emergency landing while the crack grew. No matter how hard Radiat tried, the explosion still occurred, thundering with a bright flash in the vacuum of space. Ain emerged from the shuttle unharmed and did not understand what was happening. Hen immediately demanded that Ain look out for their ally, but because of the rack it was difficult to see anything. Since Ain had already entered the atmosphere, Hen proposed a plan to the girl. With the help of the wind barrier, the girl skillfully waltzed in the sky and descended. Suddenly Ain noticed that they were being attacked from below by the people of the abyss. Now Hen realized that this wasn't just a quest, but something global. But there was no time to think about it. A huge bear was running towards them. Hen strengthened his friend a little so as not to force her to use an absolute attack. And this was enough for the girl to cut the bear in half with one blow. But suddenly a hail of fireballs rained down on the girl. The girl informed Hen that she couldn't handle it, and he covered her with a shield. Having absorbed the energy from the enemy's attack, Hen stunned the mages, and he gave the command to Ain to attack, using invisibility and acceleration on her. In an instant, the girl attacked 3 magicians. However, no one died, which spoke of the enemy's ability to restore itself. Then Ain decided to use the second level of increasing hidden potentials. But this was not enough. The girl had to use level 3. But the magicians turned out to be not as weak as our heroes thought. Ain didn't notice how she stepped into the enemy's magical trap. The evil spirit latched onto Ain. Not only was she taking damage, but she also couldn't escape. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements kept arriving. The mages were about to deal damage to the girl all at once but suddenly froze. And then everyone froze completely and stood there like slabs of ice. Hen immediately realized that this was a heavenly ability, but it was unclear whether a friend or foe was approaching. The man ahead was approaching, but he was so far away that Ain could not make out who it was. But when he came close enough, our heroes immediately recognized Radiet. An army of abyssal monsters marched across Illuna, and there was no end to that army, and they walked according to the order to one of the remaining seals. However, the demoness Cadriel stopped them. She was waiting for the right moment. The demoness clearly had a plan in mind, in which Hen would play a key role. Meanwhile, Radiet, with Ain on his back, ran to the nearest settlement. Radiet was pleasantly surprised that users had the ability to know an unfamiliar location. Ain decided not to go into detail when talking about the cards in the games. Although Radiet was clearly wounded, he managed to protect the girl, and the enemies fled. However, the celestial being did not pursue his enemies. But Ain and Hen felt that he didn't have such an opportunity. When the man and the girl arrived at the village, it turned out that it was no longer there. There were no bodies or signs of battle, only chaos in the buildings. Then Radiet decided that he needed to go to the last magic circles. And again Radiet took the girl on himself and rushed at great speed as if he had not been wounded. An hour later they arrived at the city gates and Radiet asked Ain to say that she was heavenly. The guards were glad to see that they were in the presence of the heavenly ones, but they did not explain what was happening. The city also had a gloomy atmosphere, which Radiet immediately recognized. It is usually calm and quiet here, but now people were full of anxiety and fear. Suddenly, someone shouted in the street that one of the 2 remaining magic circles had been destroyed. Panic broke out in the city. Radiet was also worried, and Ain received a new quest. The quest required escorting Radiet to the temple, but Hen was uneasy about the idea of summoning an angel. Ain, without explanation, suggested to Radiet that they go to the city temple. Radieta was recognized immediately, but Ain was asked to identify himself. The young novice thought the girls looked familiar to him, and then he remembered the story of a user who received the favor of a celestial being. Ain did not understand the admiration for her, and the old man was glad that the situation was improving. After all, there were now 3 heavenly beings in the temple. This information did not escape Radiet's ears, and he was surprised. It turns out that the heavenly being Mary was also in this temple. Ain noticed that Radiet was excited, so she began to watch him. Radiet demanded to be taken to Maria immediately. But Ain Radiet asked to stay in the hall. He wanted to go alone. Of course, Ain did not resist and let the man go. However, she was not interested in listening to the young novices who continued to discuss her. Finally, the novices went to work and left the girl alone. As soon as the hall was empty, the girl called Hen. Now everything could be discussed. Ain remembered that they had come to Illuna because of a friend's quest, and it was time to do something. Hen had a hunch he wanted to test, but first they needed to sneak into the temple unnoticed. Hen was too lazy to explain, so he took control of the body. Hen began to wander around the temple, found a place where there was no dust, but it was dark, which meant that the place was being used, but not by everyone. In Hina's assimilation, only Ain saw him, so the girl could observe him. At the same time, she thought that this was the first time they had found themselves together in such a secluded place. Ain thought that this was the perfect moment to speak out. The girl was about to say something intimate, but the guy suddenly noticed something. A figure was visible at the end of the stairs, and Hen decided it was an NPC. They went up to her with Ain, and the girl was afraid that she had been noticed. She was also clearly scared that her magic was seen. Hen was amazed to see the girl he had been looking for so long. In front of him stood a grown-up Louise, who, apparently, had seen Ain's true magic. Since Louise saw the element of fire, Ain did not renounce. And as proof, she showed off her fiery paw. The flame of the heavenly being frightened Louise, and she recoiled from her new acquaintance. Because of Hina's powers, Ain couldn't show her magic properly, but the boy refused to leave. Hen called the girl in front of him by name, but she immediately recoiled and denied her name. But Ain stretched out her hand and showed Louise the seal of heaven on her wrist. Only after this did the former angel calm down and even take Ain by the hand. It turns out that Louise decided that a killer had come for her and had broken through the priests. Hen wanted to leave his friend's body and let Louise know about himself, to know if she remembered him. But if he disassimilates, then Radieta will immediately understand that Hen belongs to the abyss. But still, there was something Hen could use and hint to Louise about himself. Hen used a second of absorption, and Louise immediately recognized the magic of the man she missed. But she still didn't realize that he was hiding in the girl's body. So Hen took out from his equipment everything that the girl had left him as a parting gift. But Louise decided that Ain was simply acquainted with Hen, so the guy had to declare himself directly. But even so, Louise decided that Hen had become a girl and acquired a new ability. And then suddenly the girl remembered that Hen had another ability. And as proof, Hen assimilated into Louise's body. Now that Hen was in control of the baby's body, Louise remembered her old friend. 5 years ago, the girl already experienced this feeling when 2 souls resonate in her body. The girl missed her friend and this feeling of unity so much that she began to cry. Now the little girl was sure that her old friend had visited her again and they had met. Hyun sensed the girl's emotions, so he apologized for not being able to show up and hug her. But it didn't matter to the little girl. She finally met Hen. While Hen and Louise were talking, Ain looked around the place where they were. Meanwhile, Radiet followed the priest to the third heavenly being. Finally, the priest led them to the right room, where a maiden stood by the window. Even from behind, Radiet recognized the sacred maiden, especially since he had guessed about her. Radiet knew about his old acquaintance's interest in the human world, but he didn't think she would come here. But the heavenly being Mary seemed not at all surprised by the meeting. With Maria, Radiet was the opposite, since in his life he loved only one. And it's not that Maria didn't love anyone, it's just that she couldn't love just one person. It was this opposition that brought them together, but now Radieta was interested in why Maria was here. However, the girl only joked, without giving a definite answer, although it was in her nature. Radiet looked down on the town from the balcony and assured Maria that the heavens could not win the coming battle. Radiet had already managed to assess the powers of the heavens and the abyss, and the latter, in his opinion, were an advantage. After the shuttle exploded from the demon's attack, Radiet was thrown into the atmosphere, and so, from a height greater than a bird's eye, he was able to discern the army of the abyss on Eluna. There was no end to that army. It was all over Eluna, and it was impossible to defeat it under current conditions. It seemed to the man as if the abyss had swallowed up everything except the city, and two heavenly beings could not cope. But Maria suggested that Radiet consider the intervention of an angel. Radiet could not believe that Maria wanted to summon the angel himself. However, the man understood that the priest's strength would not be enough to make the call. Imagine his surprise when it turned out that there was a priestess in the temple. If she prays and the others support her, that will be enough. Since the girl arrived at the temple, she has already received predictions 3 times. Maria only assumed, but Louise's abilities were close to saintly status. And this alarmed Radiet, since he knew only one mention of the saint. At this time, the same priestess told her friends how she got into the temple and got a new job. And the girl was happy with this job, because it meant that she was good at something. The fact that Louise became a priestess surprised Hen. He thought that the girl was an angel. But Louise didn't understand what Hen was talking about. She didn't know she was an angel. Hen couldn't believe that Louise had no memories of herself as a child. No memories at all before the age of 8. It also turned out that she was only level 100, which was not enough for his quest. And Ain, as was her habit, silently looked at her new acquaintance. Hen immediately began to think of another plan to change his profession. He was so lost in thought that when they shouted it to him, it seemed as if his name had been spat in his ear. Ain reminded Hen that it was time for him to return to her. At that very moment, Hen left Louise, warning that he would return soon. Louise didn't understand why Ain became distant and started walking away from her. Ain invited Hen to meet, and the guy did not immediately understand that she was talking about the real world. So the girl had to explain that they had never met in person. Since Ain had never suggested anything like this in more than 5 years of playing, even after hearing it, Hen couldn't believe it. The girl continued to move away from Louise and walk down the corridor, confused by the repeated question. Hen did not understand the reason for such a proposal, and Ain was embarrassed to name the real reason. For the first time, Hyun thought that he played with Ain every day, so it would be nice to see him in real life too. Hen did not refuse the meeting, and even suggested that they get together for the Asrian festival. While Hen was thinking about the reason, Ain tried to ask something through her shyness. It was important to the girl whether Hen had assimilated with anyone other than her and Tartarus. Hen lied, and the girl immediately hinted at it, because she saw how Louise reacted. However, Hen did not let her speak, covering her mouth with his hand, assuring her that he had said everything. Ain stepped forward, accepting the answer she had received, as if she had asked the question for the sake of it. However, no matter how slow Hen is, the user's feelings get mixed up during assimilation. So he realized that his friend liked him, and most likely she was jealous. Maria and Radieta were on the balcony of the temple discussing the summoning of an angel or someone above average level. If the summoned level is lower than the servants, even an angel cannot guarantee victory. Maria asked the man to trust their priestess, and the man was forced to resign himself. Even if not of the highest royal rank, a high-ranking bishop will suffice. Even a low-level angel may be stronger than a heavenly being, but he will not have enough strength. Radiet's attention was drawn to screams from the corridor, shouting for Maria. The appearance of the oracle at such a moment was an exciting moment for both celestial beings. This time the oracle appeared without any warning. The oracle said that the creature must take the priestess to pray in the center of Eluna. The angel's promise of victory encouraged the Holy Father and the novices. But while the others were rejoicing, Radiet treated everything with skepticism. The oracles he knew were vague and had many different interpretations, but the Holy Father said that this was the case before, but the recent oracles are very clear. Maria is sure that this is the ability of the new priestess, because with her arrival the oracles have become so simple. This magical solution to their problem seemed both suspicious and interesting at the same time. The oracle is the will of a transcendent being. it spends its ego to convey it. By the center of Eluna is meant the center of the hexagram, the main magical circle. 1,000 years ago, the abyss invaded Eluna, and there is a record that an angel was summoned. Radiet offered to take the priestess there himself, but Maria refused. Moreover, the girl insisted that Radiet could not leave the temple. The man had to defend this city, because if the local circle went out, the call would become useless. Until Maria showed her hand, Radiet didn't understand why his friend couldn't do it. It turned out that the heavenly rune on Mary's hand was disappearing, and yet the seal was connected to the life of the wearer. Radiet realized that this could be Maria's last battle. But whatever she did, the girl did not regret it. Now the temple has a priestess. Every time a heavenly being interferes with the world, his ego is diminished, and therefore his life is shortened. Maria was a creature that always looked at people, so Radiet believed that she should be with the priestess. Moreover, Radieta could not shake off the thought and even the premonition that the oracle was manipulating them. Meanwhile, Hen and Ain returned to the common hall and waited for Radiet. A little earlier they broke up with Louise, because soon they would be introduced to each other anyway. Then Hen decided to break the awkward silence by asking about sending the video to Tartarus. When Radiet returned to our heroes, both were incredibly happy. Maria immediately turned to the girl, and meanwhile Ain and Hen began to study Maria. Before Maria got to the heart of the plan, she and Radiet exchanged glances. Maria offered Ain a quest, after which the user will receive her legacy. However, Hen saw a catch. Not only was the hidden quest impossible at this time, but the reward was also strange. Maria asked Ain to have a private dialogue. Only in private did Maria admit that the reward was just an excuse. In fact, she wanted to ask for a favor. Maria offered Ain to adopt her skills. The creature hoped that she would accept them. Of course, Ain accepted them. But Hen was puzzled by what Maria was thinking, leaving such a legacy. Moreover, Maria would like to show her sincerity by teaching her skill. Maria moved away from Ain and summoned the Sword of Heaven. Lightning continued to gather on the sword, weighing down its physical form. Ain was delighted with such a gift, especially since she had to study it. Meanwhile, Maria was already ready to show the power of her weapon. The girl swung the long and frightening sword with ease, as if it were out of thin air. However, a deep mark from the cut remained on the temple wall. A second blow would certainly have demolished the wall. Maria was a little out of breath from summoning the sword and hoped that the girl had seen everything the first time. Night reigned over the holy kingdom of heavenly power, Asrian. The archbishop of the holy kingdom stood on the street and looked at the sky. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, because this was the first time Eluna had appeared. That day, thousands of years ago, when the abyss invaded the sky, was about to be repeated. Meanwhile, the game's players received an invitation to a quest from the Heavenly Alliance. 2,500 Sky users were eligible to participate and ascend to Eluna's satellite. Many only watched the video, since only ranked players would be participating. But what confused everyone was that Lattice, as an Abyss user, managed to ascend to Eluna. Tartarus received the video from Ain and decided that now was the time to publish the video. Tartar had already noticed that Ain had started her own channel, and was now watching new videos. The boy realized that Ain had given up dueling because she had gone to Eluna. Ain took advantage of the opportunity, and with Maria, raised her swordsmanship to level 5. As a good teacher, Maria not only demonstrated the technique, but also arranged sparring with Ain. In fact, after reaching level 4, Ain got tired and Hen took up the sword, reaching level 5. Hen and Asura thought Maria was not an important NPC because only her name was mentioned. But now, thanks to her, he was able to achieve his swordsmanship skill, despite being a support. Now, when assimilating with someone who has the same skill, a higher level is applied. Hen was glad to gain the skill, but it was difficult because Maria was persistent in battle. Moreover, kindness and sincerity in teaching were not typical for NPCs. Hen saw the sincerity and didn't understand what was wrong with Maria NPC. When Maria and Ain returned to the temple, they were met by Radiet. The Holy Kingdom will open a warp portal to Eluna for users. And while Maria and Radiet were discussing this, Ain was already looking at the conditions of the new quest. Hen will not be able to take part in this quest because he is from the Abyss. Ain suggested splitting the quest reward in half, especially since it would include gold and items. In addition, Ain spoke about splitting the profits from the video equally, but they were interrupted by Radiet, who began to talk about the conditions of the call. And it was because of him that Ain asked to do this, to act as a heavenly being. It seems that Maria and Radiet knew something about their future, so they asked Ain to participate. Now Hen understood why Maria was so desperate to pass on her skill to him. And it wasn't just the sword, the reward was Mary's legacy. It's risky for Hen to participate as an Abyss user, and he might just end up kidnapping Louise. However, to the surprise of the celestial beings, Hen accepts the task. Hen sincerely wanted to help them, and was determined to do everything he could to do so. 4 people will be sent to the circle in the form of Ain and Louise, and 2 more priests to help. Priestess Louise had been ready to leave for a long time, so she waited for the others by the cart. Ayn and Hen couldn't understand why Louise smiled awkwardly when they met again. While the priests were talking to Louise, Ayn was examining the carriage. Before the rescue team left, Radiette came to see Ayn. To her surprise, the man addressed her by name for the first time and thanked her for her help. Such drastic changes shocked the girl so much that she even became paralyzed. Hen was embarrassed that the man spoke about Ayn's resemblance to his lover. Radiette remembered that users were resurrected, and he didn't need to worry about his new girlfriend. However, he still put his hand on the girl's shoulder, showing his closeness and sincerity. Even though she is not his beloved, she is now a good friend. So he asked her not to die. Before setting off, the priest made sure that the priestess was feeling well. Radiette finally assured that although he would remain within the city, he would be able to help Ayn. Radiette cast a magical heavenly barrier on the cart. Not the strongest, but not bad, so it shouldn't break. This concern pleased Ayn. After all, he turned out to be a good friend. After this, the priestess took the reins in her hands and slapped the horses on the croup. The cart immediately jerked forward, picking up more and more speed. Radiette stood in place, watching the cart until it disappeared over the horizon. And he kept repeating his request for Ayn to survive, and also for everything to come true according to the oracle's interpretation. When the cart collided with the skeletons, Radiette's barrier easily destroyed them. However, other monsters of the abyss were also running to meet the cart, but they too turned out to be weaklings in front of the barrier. The monsters died from the collision. But the music did not play for long, because Louise noticed something behind the cart, and that was something the barrier could never handle. The sun illuminated the lands of Illuna for the first time in 1,000 years, and followed the cart. Even the priest was amazed at how brightly the sun shines on the satellite. Illuna's orbit was distorted. The sun, which had been hidden by Asura, was appearing. Ayn immediately asked to look for a place hidden from the sun's rays, but the priestess had other plans. Ayn understood that the speed of the carriage could not exceed the speed of Illuna's rotation. The priestess drove the carriage into the gorge, so they could temporarily hide from the sun. However, at their speed, they will return to the eclipse area in 3 minutes, and there are still 13 minutes left before the portal opens. Hen thought about increasing the horse's biorhythms, but there was a risk of losing balance at speed, and above the cart, abyssal mages on dragons were already circling. And ahead, the cart was met by an army of evil spirits and a barrage of spells. Luckily, the barrier and the spells held up, preventing anyone from being hurt. But it was destroyed. The priestess was at a loss, because now it was impossible to go straight ahead. However, now Ayn was ready to defend the carriage and the characters herself. The magicians flew towards the cart, and Ayn asked Hen for a plan of action. Hen placed a biorhythm acceleration on Ayn, and the girl skillfully destroyed the attackers. At the same time, the beauty skillfully took the trajectory to stay above the cart. Having defeated the mages, Ayn returned to the cart, and the priests, although frightened, continued on their way. Ayn and Hen checked the time until the warp portal opened and there was little time left. Finally, the group arrived at the fortress, and the horse was released. The heroes hoped that the enemies would be distracted by the cart, and thus they would buy themselves a little time. This fortress used to be very lively, but now it was eerily quiet and calm. Suddenly the priestess noticed that there were still enemies left in the city. But Ayn, the girl, led the team members, approaching the enemies from behind. Hen asked Ayn to use the explosion, and he would move at that time. Using invisibility, Ayn attacked the lizard from behind, without revealing her abilities to the priests. While Ayn cleared the area, the priests were amazed at the powers of the heavenly being. After this, the team continued to fight, killing enemies one by one. And after Ayn's potential explosion reached level 4, there was no longer a need for invisibility. Finally, the team arrived at the central magic circle. Now the priestess and the celestial being had to stand in the center. It turned out that Louise had never prayed before, and now she hoped that everything would go as it should. The priests made it clear to the priestess that they were ready to begin praying as well. Louise took out a piece of paper with a prayer and began to read it. The circle immediately began to glow. Hen asked Ayn to keep an eye on the situation while he tried to pray with Louise. Hen believed the oracle's words, so he decided to do as he was told. Hen could sense other people's emotions again, but now he could discern anxiety and nervousness among them. He could also discern the excitement of the ritual and the journey. Finally, a pillar of light fell from the sky, as a sign that the prayer was heard. The priestess and the high priest were surprised, and at the same time delighted. The high priest recalled the records in the history books of heaven. When light filled the world, the legions of the heavens covered half of Illuna. The puppets of heaven set out to kill monsters and cleanse the lands of the satellite. The high priest expected to see this with his own eyes, and advised the girl to watch carefully. But then a moment came when what was happening seemed strange to him. The heavenly door was closing, but the descent of angels never began. The priests looked on, and could not believe that heaven had refused to help. Meanwhile, the priestess noticed that the priestess and the celestial being had disappeared. Ayn tried to shout to Hen while he was praying. Hen woke up, afraid that an enemy had appeared. But the reason for his friend's screams was different. For Ain, the world around him was unknown, but Hen immediately recognized the symmetrical world. But what was even more surprising to the guy now was the speed at which the prayer was growing. Suddenly, Hen remembered the demon priestess's words about how prayers in this place reach the demons. And it was then that Hen began to understand that they had been brought to this place on purpose. But it was already too late. Ain and Hen found Louise praying in the embrace of a demonic aura. And no matter how much Ain tried to shout to the girl, she didn't hear. Louise became so deeply immersed in prayer that the outside world became invisible to her. The observers were also ready for the start of the big event. The first thing they noticed was the atypical location for the plot's action, space. According to the event's task, users had to buy time for the NPC's ritual. The renowned Stardust Guild has confirmed its participation in the quest. The guild's representatives were Practitioner and Ginny, who had already arrived on Aluna. The guys entered the top 500 and their skills have rapidly improved. Everyone watched the live broadcast, including the Dark Guild, who decided not to participate. The guild knew nothing about Lattice and had a hostile relationship with Ain. And now they want to take advantage of the opportunity to observe other participants, and also find solo players that you can lure to your guild. They were especially attracted to Salon, who had become famous for his solo videos. Thanks to the awakening skills, he changed his ultimate skill to trance. Now he has become famous online as a combo thief and refuses everyone to play together in order to look cool. However, the guy still gives in to Tartarus and strives to achieve his success. Meanwhile, Radiet stood guard at the fortress, waiting for the monsters of the abyss. The weight was wearing him out, so when the enemies appeared, he let out a sigh. The army of the abyss ran towards the walls of the fortress. It was easy to spot from afar by the cloud of dust it raised behind it. Radiet knew all the monsters, so he couldn't say how long they would be able to hold out. However, in addition, there was a commander-in-chief who motivated them. The priests used holy magic burning to destroy some of the monsters. The commander-in-chief thought they had succeeded, but Radiet advised him to take a closer look. The liches used a shield and absorbed the heavenly attack, covering the army of the abyss. The monsters were already at the fortress. The commander-in-chief ordered to prepare for close combat. The knights went into a frontal attack, but the enemy suddenly flew out from underground. Fortunately, Radiet managed to defeat the opponents and protect the first row of knights. Although Radieta was thanked for saving him, the man was consumed by thoughts of the unequal forces. Even if users help, defeat is only a matter of time. Mary provides support by protecting the heavenly believers using her ego. In this situation, she, as a heavenly being, decided to burn the remains of her soul and save people. Since it was her personal choice, Radiet decided not to stop her, but to watch over her end as a friend. Radiet was distracted by his friend, but managed to notice a light in the sky. The man immediately shouted at Mary and told her to look at the sky. Although he sent Ain and the priestess, he did not fully believe in success. However, he was incredibly happy to learn that the priestess had managed to perform the ritual. The heavens decided to help. The Valkyries were approaching the fortress. The priests and users noticed the army of angels and also rejoiced. However, the Salon we know was the first to hear about the Valkyries and the army of heaven. The Valkyries signified that a royal angel or one of higher rank had descended, and now Mary did not have to sacrifice herself. Mary looked at the heavenly gates in the distance and the Valkyries nearby, thinking about the angel who had descended. However, the girl noticed that something was wrong. The gates of heaven suddenly closed, which meant the angel did not have time to descend. Radiet noticed this, and even recognized the energy of this evil spirit. Radiet understood that this had to be stopped, but it was too late. The demonic circle appeared. The energy around changed, and the priests not only found it hard to breathe, they were suffocating. And dark Valkyries, messengers of the abyss, began to emerge from the ground. Maria watched what was happening, but refused to believe it. An army of demonic ambassadors rose from the earth, and their numbers grew. Creatures similar to Valkyries and possessing no less destructive power. The Valkyries noticed the ambassadors of the abyss and decided to attack them first. Equal in power, they could destroy everything around them with their battle. As soon as the first pair of Valkyrie and ambassador clashed, an explosion was heard. Radiet covered the fortress with a shield and ordered the healers to retreat. A battle between the Valkyries and the Reapers would be a great battle. If the number of both were equal, however, the Reapers were constantly summoned from the circle of demons. Thus, the balance of power was again tipped in favor of the abyss. Also, just like Valkyries only come with an angel, Reapers only come with a supreme demon. But fortunately, Radiet noticed that the demon summoning circle was beginning to collapse. Like the descent of the angels, the ritual of summoning the demon was interrupted halfway. This was, of course, good news, but there were still Reapers left near the fortress, and the Valkyries had been destroyed. Maria also saw what was happening, so she decided to return to her plan. The girl uses her magic to protect the living from evil spirits. Maria sensed human despair and could not ignore it. Mary folded her hands again and began her prayer, illuminating everything around with light. From now on, all heaven users will be able to display a power close to that of a transcendental human. To those watching, Mary looked like an angel. Meanwhile, Mary's power sent civilians to Asura and gave strength to those who fought. Practitioner and Ginny, having sensed Maria's gift, decided that it was a simple buff. Radiat watched as users marveled at the buff and the sheer scale of the quest, and only the man knew that every particle of the buff was the remnants of Maria's energy. Radiat was delighted with his friend, because she came before him and defended people to the end, but he would not have dared to do that. Therefore Radiat vowed to fight until his last breath. At this time, Louise finally came to her senses, as if after a deep sleep, but everything around her was unfamiliar, especially since she found herself in some kind of field. Luckily, Ain and Hen were nearby, and they were as cheerful as ever. Hen did not yet explain to the girl that during the prayer they had been transported to a symmetrical world. To begin with, he decided to help the girl get up and find out how she was feeling. Well, when he told her what happened, Louise burst into tears and said she prayed to the demon. From the girl's reaction, it was probably clear to Henu that she had not planned what happened. However, now there are even more questions than answers, and there were no answers even to the first ones. The only good news was that Louise stopped praying before her body was consumed. The only information Hen had was that the symmetrical world could be entered by praying to the demon. There was no demonic world in Asura, and Hen had no information about it either. And what he knew, he got from that NPC. And just when Hen was thinking about her involvement in what happened, she appeared. Hen immediately covered Louise with his body, meeting the familiar priestess of the demonic temple. And now a new question has arisen where this lady came from. Hen also noticed that the girl greeted them as if they were old acquaintances. But now he was assimilated with Ain, which meant she greeted Louise. But to his great surprise, the lady saw Hen inside Ain. And she also knew Louise from somewhere, remembering a very long ago meeting. But Louise herself didn't recognize the lady, which made Hen even more tense. The lady introduced herself as Ruthie, and reminded Hen that she had taught him to pray earlier. She also helped him on that quest with Louise when they got lost in the forest. Hen felt that there was more to this escape story than just that. Finally, he could find out why they were helped, but he didn't expect such an answer. Ruthia introduced herself to Louise's guards, but Hen wasn't sure she could be trusted. Although Ruthia assured him that she was not lying and asked him to believe her, Hen felt that there was a hint of cunning hidden in her words. In any case, Hen was now reassured that Ruthia did not want to harm the girl. First, Hen wanted to know how the symmetrical world was discovered. The priestess then suggested that Hen was acquainted with the demoness Cadriel. The mention of this cunning flirt excited the guy. Then the priestess said that the demoness was to blame for all the girl's troubles. The demon of deception planted seeds of the abyss in the angel, which sprout with prayer or sunlight. Now Hen found out what seeds were mentioned in the event video. Such seeds planted in the subconscious distort the direction of prayer and bring one closer to the demonic world. Hen had thought that the girl had a light brand spell on her, but now the pieces of the story were falling into place. The problem with the seed was that Louise's consciousness would burn out in proportion to the seed's growth. And if Ruthia was telling the truth, then the end would soon come for Louise. The silent nod in agreement with Hen's thoughts frightened him even more. Ruthia took on the role of guide and led Louise and Ain. Hen had hoped that since he had found Louise, everything would be all right. But things only turned out to be more complicated. All this time he thought that Louise was being tracked because of the brand. But it turned out that she could die. Hen thought about the previous version of the game, where the Abyss also won, just like now. The ritual to summon the angel also failed, and it is only a matter of time before the sun shines on Illuna. The heroes followed Ruthia, and Hen was actively thinking about how to save Louise. And Hen also looked around, because the surroundings were changing dramatically, as if they were in a dream. Even though Ruthia said she would help him move back, Hen suspected that this was another trap. However, now they have no other option but to accept help. However, before entering the portal after Ruthia, Hen tried to find out where it led. Then the priestess explained that there is a difference between the real and symmetrical worlds. A step in one does not match in the other. Hen didn't understand what the lady was talking about, but he reduced it to the possibility of shortening the path through this world. And when the girl started talking about using teleportation to shorten the route, I became convinced of my guess. But the priestess explained that only on Illuna could they go anywhere. Hen thought about this and how it could be used to save the girl. To do this, Hen tried to remember how the Yilun era developed in Asura. Hen was looking for a turning point in the plot, some small battle, and he remembered one such, who was hiding in the distance, in another fortress. Now another player has arrived at this fortress, but there was no one else here yet. Former Asura player Steelrock arrived here apparently to avoid battle. The main reason for the defeat of the heavens during the era of Asura was not that the defensive line was broken, and because of the spy, after whose attack the last light went out, and the army was demoralized. That's why Steelrock came to this place to deal with him and extend the life of the Heavenly Circle. And even if the heavens lose, Steelrock itself will receive a lot of contribution points. The player heard rustling sounds, someone had come to the fortress. Steel Rock decided that this was the spy and it was time to get up. But in front of him stood not some spy, but the #1 player in all of Asia, Lattice. Steel Rock was curious why he came here, and also how he knew him. Lattice did not plan to reveal his plans, but advised the player to run. As proof of his intention to deal with the enemy, Lattice raised his sword. And then he headed towards Steel Rock. He was clearly intent on eliminating anyone in his path. Steel Rock knew Lattice was from the Abyss, but he didn't think he would become a spy. But Steel Rock wasn't going to back down and decided to try trading information. Luckily, Steel Rock got Hen's personality theme right the first time. Steel Rock was sure that the first person on the list would be interested in information about the best ranker. But Lattice wasn't interested in information about Hen. The confident Lattice believed that Hen could not be his opponent. And since there was nothing left, Steel Rock grabbed his sword. Steel Rock knew he would lose, but he couldn't let his pride fall and run away. In an instant, Lattice moved behind his opponent and attacked. And Steel Rock, before her death, noted that Lattice used a move from Asura. But Lattice assured that it is not only Asura players who know this trick. Steel Rock was ranked 20th in Asura and was bad, so Lattice was sure that one would be weak too. Lattice completed a quest from the demon Desanil and destroyed magic circles on Aluna. Meanwhile, Louise and Ain used the portal and also came to this fortress. Hen planned to protect the last circle, visit Radietta and move Louise. But Ain interrupted her friend's thoughts, pointing out that they had been beaten to it. For Hen, Lattice's appearance here was a complete shock. Besides the surprise, their meeting here raised a lot of questions in Hen. It was only clear that Lattice, as a user of the Abyss, had come to extinguish the last circle. There was no time, so Hen asked Ain to deal with the trouble that had arisen. Hen and Louise moved on, and Ain seemed relieved that their union was no longer an eyesore. Ain wanted to fight Lattice, but now her mood pushed her towards a good brawl. Lattice immediately recognized Ain, #2 in the world of Asura. But the girl had no intention of entering into polemics with him. Instead, she ignited her claws and measured the attack area. To begin with, the girl used a fire step, putting her opponent in a defensive position. The heroine was clearly angry, and only a good fight could calm her down. Such pressure from the opponent frightened Lattice, the #1 in Asrian. Well, before eliminating the enemy, Ain clarified that she is second in the game, but #1 in duels. And also, from this moment on, the guy needs to concentrate if he doesn't want to lose the game dry. Meanwhile, the army's commander-in-chief, under buff, was ready to lead his men into battle again. He not only motivated, but also participated in the battle himself, setting an example. The army managed to hold off the monsters, but they didn't have enough strength to deal with the Reapers. Luckily, Radiette still had enough strength, and he froze the Reapers before they could attack the army. However, the recent injury had left its mark on the man, and he was very tired. But there was no time to rest. A new type of dark energy appeared on the battlefield. However, he himself understood that the end of the city was approaching, because the effect of Maria's powers would soon wear off. Besides Radiette, Holy Knights of commander level can deal with the emissaries of the Abyss. However, there was only one such, and the city still stands only thanks to Radiette. And if this continues, then Radiette will repeat Maria's fate, because he was already at his limit. At that moment, Ain came to mind. If he hadn't met her, he would now be looking at Aluna from the forest. Radiette wanted to see his new acquaintance at least one last time. He didn't want to give up because of Maria, wanting to give a little more time to the lives that Maria had saved. And he also wanted to get rid of everything that made Maria lose hope. Meanwhile, a mad battle was going on around the last magic circle. Ain was chasing a mouse in Lattice's face like a cat. All he could do was parry and defend himself. He didn't have time to attack. Moreover, Ain confidently held back his sword attacks, as if giving him the opportunity to at least somehow tickle her nerves. It seemed as if Lattice and his sword were the only threat to her manicure. Ain came up with a new trick for the fight, which was reflected on her face, and Lattice noticed it. And our already famous commentators, who don't know how to commentate, couldn't take their eyes off their fight. Although they managed to introduce Lattice with monosyllabic words of admiration, but they presented Ain as a rising supernova of duels. According to experts and armchair critics, victory should have gone to Lattice. But, to the delight of the girl's fans, the opponents fought on equal terms. Even the battle commentators were stunned by the girl's drive and skill. One commentator was calm enough to point out the lack of compensation due to the level difference. Players only need to get a critical hit to end the fight, but no one hit their target. Information has surfaced online that Lattice got his position thanks to money, but now everyone has seen his skills. But then why can't the #1 with a high level defeat Ain? Although, he was also curious why the girl didn't use her skill from the popular video. Suddenly the guy's behavior changed. He raised his sword, which caught Ain's eye. The girl decided that Lattice wanted to use his ultimate skill. The guy decided that since his opponent was hiding his trump card until the end, it was better to use his own earlier. But Ain deftly dodged the first blow, jumping higher. But suddenly she felt a freezing effect on herself. Of course, She could have unfrozen herself with her claws, but the enemy was already behind her. The girl didn't know about the enemy's speed, but that doesn't mean she wasn't ready. Lattice took up a position, ready to strike the enemy from behind, at what he considered a convenient moment. The spectators of the duel saw Ain lose her balance in the sky, and how lightning-fast Lattice rushed through with his shining sword. The commentators were so shocked by what happened that they could only gasp. It seemed to everyone around that Ain was struck and falling from the sky. But Ain didn't just start a YouTube channel for no reason. The beauty knew how to impress viewers. For a split second, Ain's flame-filled hand moved at incredible speed. Ain struck the sword and changed its trajectory, using it to push off and fly down to land. Now Ain decided to show herself and her talents by attacking Lattice again. Ain hinted with a smile how different she and Lattice were, but he didn't understand. And then Ain had to come down to him and explain that she was talking about skills. Now it was Ain's turn to show her Ifrit claws. Former Asura player Berard also watched the broadcast and, like all previous participants in the ranking, guessed the outcome. When Ain didn't suffer any damage from the #1 ranked player's attack, he wasn't surprised at all. Steelrock wasn't suited for PvP, but Lattice was obviously talented. Until now, Lattice and Ain seemed equal, and all because Ain played along with the guy. Asura's players had long known that Ain preferred to play longer with those who had at least some skill. The girl made her opponent believe in the difference between them, and then she showed her advantage, which no one has yet been able to resist. But Lattice had not yet come to this conclusion. He saw only the attribute of fire in contrast to his ice. Lattice was confident that the fight was still on equal terms and dodged the girl's attacks, although at some point he still wondered why she hadn't taken decisive action before his ult. After a couple of blows and one logical question, he finally came to the conclusion that Ain was playing with him. Meanwhile, the city wall was breached, and the army of the Abyss poured into the city. Lattice thought that with his army he could defeat Ain by sheer numbers. However, he still suggested ending the fight. The guy's pride wouldn't be able to withstand it if he stooped to such a method. And instead of finishing the fight, he ran away into the dawn that had not yet come. Ain followed the guy with her gaze and noted that he was capable. However, compared to the ratings of previous years, I gave it 5th or 6th place, but not 1st. In the girl's opinion, only Hen could take 1st place. The thought of her beloved Hen made the wildcat's fiery tail even wag. But there was no time to dream. The girl had one more task. Now Ain had to defend this place for as long as she could. Although Ain was tormented by questions about Louise and her relationship with Hen. When Hyun heard that this NPC could die, she noticed the feelings of fear and shock he felt. And now Ain wondered if he would have the same face if she died. Meanwhile, the girl was fending off the attacking dragons like ping-pong balls. It turned out to be much more difficult to cope with the feeling of jealousy towards the NPC. Although Hen asked for help, Ain felt as if he had entrusted everything to her. But she did not refuse to die, because it was his request. Now Ain was sure that the guy was probably doing everything he could to protect Louise. Moreover, Ain hoped that he would succeed. But Ain had to give her credit. She understood that without her help, Hen would not have been able to cope. The Abyss army was full of mobs, but there were so many of them that it was difficult to deal with. Louise and Hen flew over the battlefield, and shouts and commands not to surrender could be heard from everywhere. Hen tried to carry Louise's body to Radiette to ask him to protect the girl from the sun. Meanwhile, Louise informed her friend that Maria's energy could now be felt throughout the city. The girl did not yet know about Maria's death, but she felt it in everyone, and this scared her on a subconscious level. Hen asked the girl not to think about useless things, and he himself noticed the commander-in-chief paladin, who might know where Radiette was. Hen and Louise immediately flew towards him, which the paladin was unhappy about. However, he pointed out that Radiette is in the south, where the strongest opponents flock. And when they asked about Maria, the paladin froze for a minute. But he still said that she had exhausted her strength and died. But now it became clear to Hen where all of Maria's serious determination came from. The paladin could not speak anymore and returned to the fight. Louise and Hen watched him go. They were too shocked by the news, especially Louise, who told Hen that she was ready to die to see the sun. Bad thoughts enveloped the girl's consciousness, and the seed of poverty began to awaken again. Maria was the one who brought Louise to the temple and became a special person for the girl. However, Hen did not support the feelings he felt due to assimilation. Louise now wanted to accept death so that everything would end quickly. It was only thanks to Hen's guidance that Louise continued on her way to Radiette. However, the sky was no longer safe. Flocks of dragons were flying across it. But Hen skillfully flew around them and saved the girl from collision. Hen realized he needed help and wrote to Ginny and Practical. However, the guys were at the western gate, and moving would take time. While Hen was thinking about this, he received a notification about another friend. Ain's status has been changed to offline, meaning the last magic circle has fallen. Now Eluna's orbit will begin to distort, and there is little time left before sunrise. Hen flew towards the southern gate, thinking that this was the end of everything, but he noticed an explosion ahead. Among the combatants, Hen noticed Salon and decided to use him. Salon jumped deftly across the battlefield, wielding two blades like Tartarus. The guy was focused on making combinations, but failed. Nevertheless, he took 5th place in the ranking. The thief was sure that now he would become even more famous, but his dreams were interrupted by an unexpected request, and a strange NPC figure was approaching him from the air. An unknown person named Hen flew towards him and asked him to use his soul. Not only did she ask him specifically, but the offer was also suspicious. However, it was a player who wrote to him, and one with the famous name Hen. But fortunately for everyone, everything went well, and now the new team was running forward. Hen, in Salon's body, ran ahead, leading Louise behind him. Luckily for Hen, the player, unknown to him, agreed to assimilation. His stats were at the level of a ranker, and he also handed over control of his body without question. Now Salon's body became a shield for the helpless Louise, especially when that body contained Hen, who skillfully cut down everyone who stood in his way. Nevertheless, Hen hoped that things would continue this way for them. Meanwhile, Salon watched what was happening and could not believe that it was that same Hen in front of him. I read about Hen Salon in the community, knew that he was superior to Ain, and now I was convinced of his skills myself. He also noted his combo thief technique and understood about his assimilation with Tartarus. The Salon decided to personally try out this technology and observe literally everything from the inside. Meanwhile, they were attacked, and Hen covered them with a second absorption. As he advanced towards the south gate, Hen continued to land combo hits and almost reached the 3,000 mark. At this moment, Ain made herself known. Using the ether, she spoke of the imminent end of the eclipse. Hen was distracted, and only at the last moment noticed the mages who were aiming at Louise. Salon had already managed to run far away. He would not have been able to protect the girl. So Hen moved into it, having time to warn the stranger. And the next moment, a bright column of powerful energy rose to the heavens at the place where the girl stood. Hen summoned the Sword of Vision and repelled the attack of the Abyss mages, without harming the girl. Having decided to clear the place, Hen ran through the magicians and destroyed them. However, the effect of his skill ended, and the girl was again left defenseless. But fortunately for the surviving magician, who was flying towards Louise, Salon managed to stop him. The guy had already managed to learn a few things, and now he tried out a new technique. Hen returned to the boy's body, thanked him for his help, and told Louise to keep up. Things seemed to have improved between him and Louise, but Hen was still worried. The number of monsters was growing. Soon all the monsters would gather in the wasteland. Fortunately, as promised, Practitioner and Ginny had already arrived at the southern gate, although Hen was ashamed to admit that he thought they had died while looking for him. Hen paved the way for them, setting a new combo record. There were 2 minutes left before dawn. Hen hoped to make it to Radiet, but suddenly a notification came from Ain about the appearance of the Reaper. Ahead of our heroes, a Reaper was waiting, and they could not get past him. The Reaper clearly noticed our heroes and was intent on attacking them. It was a revelation for Salon to be able to feel Hen's emotions through assimilation. However, even so, he didn't understand why Hen was in despair. Meanwhile, Hen was actively thinking of a method to save Louise from the Reaper. Desperate moments called for desperate decisions, so Hen decided to take the hit on Salon's body. He ordered Louise to lie down, and he himself tried to dodge the Reaper's first attack. After which he immediately launched a frontal attack, deciding that Salon's body was a consumable. Seizing the moment, Hen launched all of his and Salon's skills, and he managed to cut off the Reaper's head. Salon was amazed by the victory and asked Hen to explain what kind of thing they won and how. But Hen was forced to upset the guy that they had not defeated the Reaper, and Salon now had to restrain him. Hen returned to Louise and ran further towards the southern gate. Well, the situation was unpleasant. Salon understood that he was being used as bait. However, he had already heard about the victory of the Abyss in the last game, which meant he would have to die. However, he learned a lot on this quest and gained rather than lost. Therefore, he fearlessly rushed into battle with the newly risen Reaper. Although Hen felt bad about the deaths of his comrades, he was grateful to everyone for their help. Hen needed to meet Radiet as soon as possible, but he had no idea that he might not be able to help. There was a minute left before sunrise over Eluna, and Hen was glad that he would make it to the southern gate in time. Now it was necessary to find Radietta in all this fuss, but like a bolt from the blue, Louise announced her bad feeling. The thing is, the girl noticed the collapsed walls of the castle, which indicates fierce fighting, but it was quiet here. Hen asked Ain to direct them, but the girl was also in a stupor. Finally, she found Radietta and gave directions to move in a straight line. The girl and Hen flew joyfully, as they thought, to their savior. However, even with the naked eye, it was easy to notice the numerous wounds on the man. Radiet dreamed of seeing Ain before his death, but he was also glad to see the priestess. Now he was ready to follow his friend Maria, although he was sorry that he had let her down and not protected those whom she wanted to protect. Thus Ain and Hen watched Radiet's departure to the world of heaven. Now Ain realized that Maria had not simply returned to heaven, as the paladin had said, but had died. And Hen realized that he was too late, and there was no one left to save Louise. And Hen also thought about the fact that Louise's fate was the same, no matter what she did. Louise herself had come to terms with her death. She only wanted to see the sun. Moreover, she is glad that Hen will be by her side at her last moment. Hen was still not ready to let the girl go, so he asked her not to think that way. There were 5 seconds left before sunrise, and he continued to think about how to save Louise. Hen's task was to find a place where the sun does not shine. And then an idea came to his mind. He just needed Louise to start praying. Hen asked the girl to remember the demon Cadriel, whom she saw. The little girl needed to remember that feeling and enter a symmetrical world. Since there were no other options, the girl trusted her friend, and the darkness in her heart began to tremble, awakening the hidden. But Hen felt uncomfortable praying with his friend. He felt how her heart ached. Luckily, they managed to move before the Reaper's scythe reached them. And again the war ended in the defeat of the heavens, and Eluna was destroyed by the hands of the abyss. Eluna's quest became the main event of the previous game, marking a new turn in the story. But for Salon, it was the moment he was born as the game's new star. Even a famous director noticed the Salon, and invitations to become professional players came in large numbers. But he still pretended to be a proud loner and refused, although the reason was also that he was not working alone on the quest. At that time, his body was controlled by Hen, and to master all this, time and help were needed. Of course, he had already sent Hen a friend request, but he dreamed of joining his guild. And while everyone was enthusiastically discussing the quest, there was one person who was unhappy with what had happened. Lotus was humiliated by the girl and was now angry because he had been played with in front of millions. Now it became clear to him that the enemy was suppressing him from movements to psychological warfare. They are also compatible in profession, which means they are equal no matter how much they fight. The boy wanted to prepare for the next fight. Meanwhile, Ain was trying to find Hen, whose consciousness had faded. The guy was carried away in the depths of consciousness. Time was lost, but he clung to responsibility to Louise. Even at their first meeting, he realized that she was different from the other NPCs. He didn't know how this could be, but he was sure that Louise had feelings. However, he still didn't know whether this Louise would die. To Hen's surprise, he heard Louise's voice, who wanted to confide everything to her friend. This became Hen's confession, and now he could change his profession. Louise was only level 100, unlike Ollie, but Hen wanted to leave at least some proof of her existence. However, this was enough for the system to put cause and effect together. Promoted Hen to Shadow Linker, but due to the weakness of his form, hid parts of him in anarchy. Louise slowly came to her senses. Opening her eyes was the hardest part. The girl's body miraculously survived once again. To the girl, the air of this world seemed refreshing. Hen was glad to just relax, especially since this place did not inspire confidence. Although now the dark sunlight in this world seemed a little more comfortable to him. Immediately after arriving, Louise's condition was not very good because the sunlight had managed to hit her. Moreover, only 5% of the girl's health remained. Hen also learned that the girl had unexpectedly reached level 200. The guy wanted to know if she remembered anything from the past. Louise didn't remember anything and was also very tired, so the heroes decided to lie down. While they were lying like that, Hen remembered that he had completed the quest to change jobs, and was now a Shadow Linker. In Asrian there are 3 words for great evil: chaos, darkness, and deception. But other than the demon of deception, there was no story with any demon in the previous part. So now Hen was thinking that perhaps his soul was now connected to the demon of darkness. He also wanted to understand how Louise was connected to this, but he was so tired that he put off his thoughts for later. When the heroes had rested enough, they decided to go in at least some direction. Because Louise is small, she thinks the symmetrical world is safe, but Hen was sure of the opposite. There was also a possibility that there was a time limit for staying in this place, and once the time was up, Louise would return to Eluna. Suddenly, Hen realized that Ruthia had still not shown up. But his thoughts were interrupted when Louise suddenly began to thank her friend. The girl, now she is ready to accept death calmly, because there are no more regrets. Hen immediately assumed a carefree expression and turned Louise's words into a joke. But in her soul, everything trembled. Hen understood that the girl's death was haunting her and would not retreat. Hen saw Louise as an unhappy child who had not seen life. Hen thought about creating a guild so he could put Louise in a room. And since private rooms are controlled by the user, Louise would be safe. But the problem is that they are now on Eluna, and a guild can only be created in Asura. Hen remembered Ruthia's words about the distortion of space, and the difference in the distance between worlds. And then Hen came up with something, but he needed to clarify the information. But before leaving, Hen warned the girl not to be afraid. The thing is that Hen didn't just want to leave, he wanted to quit the game. Hen returned to reality, and went into the vastness of his secret information. Hen extracted a lot of hidden information from the last game. However, even among them, nothing could be found about a symmetrical world. It did not exist before. Ruthia used something that defied physics, which is why it was so important. Finally, he found what was called a dungeon and was connected to all places on the planet. According to legend, the Holy King never missed a single day of his daily prayers on Yilun, and after lunch he always began to pray during the eclipse. And to have dinner, he returned to the Holy Kingdom along the underground foggy path. It turns out that the first Holy King walked back and forth between Asura and Eluna every day. And if this is true, then between Asura and Eluna there is a path hidden in the symmetrical world. At this time, a priest came to the large chapel of the Holy Kingdom. He prayed because he knew that without Eluna, there would be problems using the powers of heaven. He was praying so hard that he didn't notice how one of the angel statues began to sparkle. But he fell to the ground when a stream of light from the heavens fell upon the statue. The old man looked at the coming with fear and awe. Thus, the appearance of the Archangel of Truth took place in the Holy Kingdom. The priest immediately bowed his head without the holy creation. The Archangel has given an oracle about a user with a high prayer level who needs to be found. Then the priest realized that the Archangel had not appeared because of his prayer for Eluna. The Archangel was about to leave, but the priest stopped him. The Archangel of Truth immediately understood that they wanted to ask him about Eluna, and then he asked a counter-question about how none of the holy men went there, fearing for their lives. The Archangel of Truth looks into the heart of man, and if you stand before her, there should be no shame. So from the first moment she saw concern only for herself in the priest's body. However, when the priest hit his forehead on the floor in prayer, the Archangel still noted the firmness of his heart. She even promised to resolve the issue with Eluna, but in a special way. And then she disappeared, asking everyone to know that prayers to heaven will never cease. The wolves were wandering through the forest in search of food, but were distracted by strange sounds. And this was Louise and Hen rushing somewhere at high speed. However, the girl noted that local monsters do not pursue them, and Hen suspected that it was because they were approaching the foggy road. The guy remembered the legend, and was already convinced that it was true due to the existence of a symmetrical world. And when Hen searched for the keyword Misty Road, he found a map of the symmetrical world. This is how he learned about the place where the portal to Asura was located. Of course, Hen was worried that the road might not exist, but fortunately, it was there. The boy calculated that it should be night in Asura now, a safe time for the girl. The girl deftly jumped over the pebbles over the cliff, and was not at all worried about returning. Hen talked to her slowly, leading her to the idea that she might not have a place to return to, and he offered her to live with him, which left the poor girl frozen in shock. Then the guy explained that the girl would be hidden from everyone, and would be able to go out into the yard at night. The girl was moved to tears by such a gift and care. On this cheerful note, the boys stepped into the portal. In an instant they found themselves in Asura, where night reigned. The girl looked at the city from the mountains and enjoyed the view. Hen told the girl that she would have the opportunity to walk around the city at night. The little girl watched with bated breath and dreamed of this wonderful time. So Hen cancelled the main event of the Dark Awakening and increased empathy. As soon as Hen returned to the city, he created a guild and bought a private room. He named the guild Shadow and founded it in the city of Laterne, because it was light there even at night. But most of all, Hen was worried about Ain's reaction to the creation of the guild. Although the girl was surprised, she took everything calmly. And Hen was also worried that in a few days they would have to walk alone together in reality. Ain thought that Hen had forgotten, but the guy remembered about the festival they had agreed to go to. In any case, Hen managed to carry out his plan. Only Louise was recruited as a servant. When Hen brought the girl to the guild house, she was amazed. As he promised, the house was incredibly big and beautiful. And most importantly, Hen installed an artificial sun so that the girl could enjoy the light. When they entered inside, the girl was even more surprised by the space. Hen gave the girl a tour of the city, and she was impressed by the number of rooms. Now Hen decided to go back to reality and finally get some sleep. Buying the guild turned out to be the right decision, because now the girl was smiling. As soon as Hen went to bed, he immediately passed out and slept until the evening. He overslept again and will likely receive an academic warning. But what was much more important now was to eat and think about everything that had happened. Overall, the picture so far has been quite good. Ain followed his instructions to the end. Practitioner and Jin bought time, although they knew it was dangerous. And the salon even gave permission for assimilation at the first meeting. For the sake of one NPC, he managed to gather a large support group. And then the guy again wondered if Louise was an NPC. Mobs don't have emotions, but then why did he feel all the girls' emotions? Even the death of a soldier did not shock to such an extent. Hen didn't know if it was because they had known each other for so long, or because of the assimilation settings. For him, Asrian is just a game, but for the NPCs it must be the real world. Therefore, there is a possibility that assimilation has equated with the feelings of a real person. That night, Hen returned to the guild and began calling the girl, but she did not answer. But the baby was sleeping. Apparently she was also very, very tired. Hen covered her with a blanket, thinking that he would be ready to accept these feelings from now on. Moreover, I even decided to henceforth consider them to be the feelings of a real person. After some time, Hen visited the guild during the day and showed the girl a new skill. Hen had already managed to learn something and bragged to the girl. After creating the guild, Hen tried to devote all his time to training new skills. It took a day to learn the skills that changed after changing professions. When Hen invited Ain to the guild, he received the condition of creating a place for the duel, and as soon as the penalty time passed, Ain joined the guild and came to him. And right from the start, she asked a question about the battle arena, which the guy thought was cute. Moreover, he immediately offered his friend a duel, and Louise the position of observer. Ain didn't yet know about her friend's new skills, so she suspected something was wrong. And Hen didn't hide it and admitted that he wanted to test his skills in a real fight. As soon as the system announced the start of the duel, Hen and Ain jumped up from their seats. Ain, as always, attacked impatiently, and Hen deftly dodged. Louise watched what was happening with a smile. However, inside her there was something like despair, because she thought that she would never be able to keep up with them. Ain, however, pressed and demanded that Hen show off his new skills. Ain was already aiming her fiery claws at her friend, declaring that he was weaker as a support than her. Having completed her trick, the girl was sure that she had cut her friend to pieces. However, something was wrong, because she did not feel any attack or protection. That's when she noticed that the new skill had turned Hen into a shadow, and then in the blink of an eye he was next to Ain, and he attacked her with a powerful dark wave, which should have at least thrown her back. Which is what happened, but the girl managed to jump back and cover herself with her hands. However, Hen used the shadow capture skill and reduced Ain's speed. While the girl was impressed by her friend's new debuff, he suddenly appeared in front of her. But fortunately, Ain managed to dodge his attack with the help of the incarnation step. 2 hits in a row from the support was shocking news for Ain. Ain tried to figure out how to prepare for a counterattack, but it was too late. Hen was already ready to strike for the 3rd time in a row. The duel ended with Ain's defeat, so she began asking about the new skill. But the first skill was Shadow Shield, which was an upgrade to second absorption. Then there was a Shadow Run that left an afterimage. The 3rd skill was a shot of darkness into the soul, and was called the Ghost Run. The last one was an Illusion Run, which imitates the last skill used. In any case, the skills are good enough that they worked against Ain. Hen was pleased with the skills he had chosen and the combination that had developed between them. After this, Ain, having listened to all the explanations regarding the skill, persistently asked for a rematch. The rematch lasted several hours. Ain finished the fight with 5 wins and 5 losses. And all this time Salon was waiting for a response from Hen to his friend invitation. The day they assimilated, Salon felt like they had become much closer. But Hen still hasn't even read the friend request message. And now Salon was thinking that he should have accepted the invitation from another guild. Hen was busy in the dueling arena to gain practical experience in acquiring skills. Therefore, our hero did not ignore Salon, but was unaware that a friend request had arrived. Also, during his years playing Asura, Hen's only friend was Ain, and he usually didn't look at his friends list. But Salon couldn't know about this, so he washed down his grief with juice. And as soon as the message arrived, Salon put the glass down on the table with a bang. But it wasn't from Hen, but an invitation to the Asrian festival as a VIP, and those who take part in several interviews will receive special prizes. The festival also promised to receive benefits in the form of expenses reimbursement. The Salon latched onto the hint that the festival would be in Korea, and the first version was only available there. So Salon guessed that Hyun was most likely Korean, and had probably already received an invitation. This means he will definitely go to the festival and meet Hen in person. The Dark Guild also discussed an invitation to the festival, but they were not included in the Hall of Fame. So now it was important to find out who would go to Korea. Most of them turned out to be either Koreans or agreed to come because everything was paid for. Although the leader suggested that everyone should have fun, his deputy understood that he would also be looking for talent there. Meanwhile, the developers and director Asrian barely had time to prepare everything. Many were confident that the new idea was a major breakthrough, similar to the creation of the internet. Director Asrian was confident that the day of the festival would be a turning point for humanity. The development team watched as the director reviewed their work, after which the director turned around and asked if they were ready to surprise the world. And somewhere far from Korea there was someone who watched Salon's fight with the Reaper and admired it, while the whole world did not understand how it was possible that the Reaper did not die after the combination. Director Stephen Young couldn't believe it was a game and not a film. The Salon perfectly embodied the action that Young wanted to create. Moreover, he was impressed by the existence of non-player characters that did not resemble AI. A few days later, the director and his wife arrived in South Korea. Although he had a project now, he wasn't worried about it, since all that was left was to work on the graphics. The Asrian Festival, which was held in Busan, has arrived. At the festival, Hyun was finally supposed to meet Ain in person. Hen was worried that there were too many people, and that there would be difficulties. But fortunately, he was able to easily find a chiseled figurine of little Ain. and she was able to easily find him under the statue of an angel. The girl immediately ran to her friend, although he was embarrassed that she was hiding her face under a mask. And Hyun quickly realized that it was because of her popularity in the game, so she went into hiding. But Ain doubted Hen's loyalty because he walked around without covering himself. In any case, Ain advised them to hurry and leave. People had already started whispering about them. Now Ain explained that she had asked Hen to hide his face precisely for such occasions. Ain checked the invitation, and since she received a VIP invitation, she offered to treat Hen. Hen was outraged that he didn't get the same, especially since in the video he was in Ain. The only one who knew about Hen's amazing abilities was the developer Robert. And unfortunately, it was the management team, not the development team, that sent out the invites. Now Hen was wondering how things would have turned out if he hadn't started the game as a support. Suddenly, Hen noticed that Ain used her real name for her ID. Usually people use encryption online and remain anonymous, but Ain thought Hen had done the same. But no, Hen only used a syllable of his name. Hen was outraged at how frivolously the girl treated personal information. But the guy didn't argue with his friend, which surprised her. On the contrary, he pretended to agree with her and called it bravery. Ain is Ain and she can't be fixed, so there's no point in arguing. After this, our heroes gradually began to enjoy the festival. They ate and went to tents with games and quizzes. So Hen for Ain managed to win the Reaper toy from the last main event. The girl was so happy and so grateful that Hyun felt embarrassed. The day was drawing to an end, but the boys continued to have fun. Hen noted that Ain was clearly tired, since even under the mask she was recognizable. Hyun felt sorry for the girl who was facing difficulties because of her celebrity. So the guy decided that he would now be even kinder to his girlfriend. Suddenly they noticed a sign with stardust, a booth with a loss. It was to be expected that they would be met there by a familiar practitioner from this guild. Even though the practitioner was wearing glasses, he was able to guess that Ain was standing next to Hen. While Ain was looking around, the guys discussed working on the professional team. Jinhoo said that competitions are planned for tomorrow and that the developers are leveling out the characteristics. But their conversations were interrupted by the shouts of the people around them. The boys remembered that an important announcement was supposed to be made today. From the people's shouts, it became clear that manager Asrian Kwon Deko had arrived at the festival. Hen knew that he was the genius of the century, who had received a ton of awards for his genius and developments. Given what Hen had seen of the game and what he knew about its manager, the questions kept mounting. Kwon Deho took the stage at the festival with the announcement that the game was developed for research. In principle, the game implements all physical laws and elements that exist in the world. Thus, their team managed to conduct experiments in the game that are impossible for modern science. For example, they recreated the birth of the universe, but they came up with something to do it. The calculation of settings will be improved by borrowing the settings from Asura. In particular, they returned the memories and settings of the highest level of transcendental and applied them to the AI. There was no intervention from the developers, other than basic settings. In this way, the game simulator itself expands its worldview and forms an ideal world. Among the journalists, I found someone who knew about the game as a simulator, but he wondered why they released it as a game then. The answer, of course, was simple. The developers needed to earn money for research. The master of the Dark Guild was among the listeners, and remembered every word of Khan Deko. And the picture in his head didn't add up. The game's release was about more than just making money. The game now resembles a parallel world of the internet, perhaps even something more. All the news were full of articles about Kwon Deho's presentation, which shocked the whole world. Many organizations realized that the game could be used, and NASA announced plans to create a laboratory in the game. Leading Russian universities also awarded the Asrian laboratory a gold star. There were many opinions on this matter, but Deko announced that there would be no restrictions on the use of Asrian. But even in this situation, Hen didn't think much about it. In the end, for Hyun and Ain, it was just a new version of their favorite game. They were much more interested in the upcoming tournaments at the festival, especially the rule about the division of powers of tournament management between developers and managers. The management team cannot interfere with Asrian's activities, but is responsible for various plans, as Hen understood from the presentation. While Hen and Ain were discussing this, evening came, and it was time to say goodbye. But before they parted, Ain decided to clarify her friend's plans for the evening. Jaehoon promised Hyun to show him the game tomorrow, so the guy thought he would stay in Busan. Ain wanted to support Jaehoon's idea to spend another day with Hyun. And since Hen was late, Ain decided to help her friend with a place to spend the night. Since Ain had a VIP invitation, she could bring up to 4 people with her to the hotel. We got access to the game at the hotel and enjoyed hunting and duels until 4 a.m. Meanwhile, in the competition's operations room, the developers encountered a new bug. Of course, they invited me to look at Chairman Deko's mistake. It turns out that there was a change in the competition server that was recently created. Asrian competitions take place in a space independent of the game server, so they do not interfere with each other. But someone created a crack in the competition server, which made it possible to interfere. and the crack was created by an entity called the Angel of Truth, which the chairman himself found interesting. Wanting to observe the AI's activities, the chairman ordered that nothing be done about it. And while the other developers were in a panic, Deco considered this a good thing for the speedy results of his experiment. And now the second day of the Asrian festival has arrived, which was celebrated no less vibrantly. The presenters announced the start of the competition, and a screen appeared in the center of the hall so that everyone could see the game. The participants of the two teams who agreed to participate were announced to the spectators. The first team were professionals from Stardust, including the already familiar to us Ginny and Practitioner, and they had to fight with the Green Air team in the Siege format. The game is divided into attacking and defending teams, and is played up to 5 wins. If the base is captured or the defense is successful within 30 minutes, then the attack and defense are switched. The team that deals the most damage or captures the enemy base within the allotted time wins. Hyun and Ain came to the stadium to watch Jaehoon and Ginny's game. Even if others didn't know, these guys learned the basic movements from Hen. They came to his guild and trained a lot, so Hen wanted to see how much they had grown. The practitioner rushed into battle with great speed from the very beginning. Moreover, the player amazed everyone with an unusual movement with a static image. The opponent noted that this was similar to Lattice's ability, and decided to focus on defense first. However, Practitioner carried out a series of attacks from opposite directions, and took the status of the first kill. At this time, Ginny was applying a speed buff to another comrade. Chaser deftly jumped over the enemy team, infiltrating the rear of the Green Air camp, after which he attacked from behind and killed the enemy healer. The announcers and the stands squealed with delight, inspired by the speed and precision of the Stardust players. It was Hen's first time seeing Chaser, but he also noted the guy's good skills. After this, the game went in favor of Stardust, who quickly captured the base and began defending. Green Air fought hard but was unable to capture the enemy base, losing one game after another. Thus the match ended with a victory for Stardust, who crushed their opponents in a clean sheet. However, the team leaders shook hands at the end of the game in gratitude for the game. Hen was worried that the users' skills were growing, but Ain was sure it was just because they were imitating them. And while Ain was discussing how she and Hen were not standing still, lightning struck the arena. The spectators began to bustle, thinking it was part of a performance to mark the end of the competition. But Deco knew it wasn't. The Archangel of Truth appeared in the arena, greeting the spectators as beings from another dimension. After which the Archangel introduced himself and stated that he had come with a new message. The audience immediately recognized the transcendental being, but decided that it was a good hologram. But the presenters began to panic that something had gone wrong with their script, and immediately started calling the developers. The Archangel, noticing the crack in space, noted that moving to another world is very expensive. Since there was no time, the Archangel of Truth decided to quickly state the prediction. Ain and Hen were also worried, as they understood that this was clearly not part of the festival program. Meanwhile, the Archangel asked the game's users to pray to him. While Hen was thinking about the unexpected guest's first statement, the Archangel moved on to the prediction. Krylati stated that users are not currently interested in this, but the day will come when they will need it. Predicting that they would soon find out everything themselves, the Archangel disappeared. While Ginny and Practitioner were logging out of the game system, they missed the appearance of the Archangel of Truth. Hen realized that Truth wasn't interested in the event that was going on. He only came in to make his statement. While Hen was trying to come to terms with the idea that the NPC had realized reality and come to the real world out of necessity, Deco knew for sure. All NRS were still called half-humans, since they only imitated within the established rules. However, second-generation AI is developed based on the principles of the brain, and has a completely different method of operation. Now they have control over perception, thinking, judgment, and even emotions, which the developers have long noted. So far, only a small number of NPCs can do this. The more important an NPC is in the worldview, the higher the level of AI he is given. What happened today was caused entirely by AI. People saw the moment when the NPCs expanded their own consciousness. Following the incident, numerous articles began to appear, and the enthusiastic reactions continue to this day. A new quest for the Archangel of Truth appeared in Asrian, which sparked interest in the previous version of the game. In addition, the Holy Kingdom is experiencing unprecedented prosperity. The High Priest immediately realized that the Archangel had decided to use the users to compensate for the loss of Iluna. With tears in his eyes, the old man rejoiced at the help and recalled the words of truth. Salon, who also flew to the festival and saw the NPC invasion, considered it dangerous. The guy wondered if NPCs could really imitate the same judgments and emotions as people. The argument was the child he was defending, whose facial expression was different from the other NPCs. But Salon quickly put these thoughts aside. He came to the festival for something else. Salon was hunting for Hen, with the aim of making friends with him. Salon was sure that at least Ain should be at the festival, since she was now famous. So if you find Ain, it's logical that Hen will be somewhere nearby. Turning his head in different directions, Salon finally managed to find the right pair, but Salon had to hurry so that they wouldn't disappear into the crowd. Salon moved confidently through the crowd, hoping that the guys would recognize him, but suddenly Ain appeared behind the guy and accused him of stalking. Hearing that his friend was being pursued, Hen immediately tensed up and prepared to protect her. Salon was led to a nearby bench, and he hurried to get a translator to explain himself. Hen noticed the boy's agitation and whispered to Ain his suspicions that he was not a bad person. But Hyun was driven by the idea that a foreigner without knowledge of the Korean language could not pursue them. Moreover, the boy seemed familiar to him, and flashbacks immediately began to come. Finally, Hen recognized Salon and shouted his nickname, to which he immediately responded. The salon, which at first had a translator who didn't want to work there, and then didn't know how to explain everything, breathed a sigh of relief. Hen started to explain to Ain what kind of guy was in front of them. And Salon was upset that there was no automatic translator like in the game. But Salon quickly remembered the purpose of his visit to Korea and cleared his throat to talk. Now it was easier for Salon to formulate his thoughts, but the translator distorted them a little. In any case, Hen turned out to be understanding, so the dialogue took place. But Hen was offended to hear that Salon had been paid a fee for that game during their joint assimilation. That's why Salon flew so far to thank Hen first and foremost. Salon knew that without Hen's help, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such improvements in his skills. Finally, noticing that the atmosphere between him and Hen had improved, Salon decided to get to the main point. Salon asked if Hen had a guild and was glad to learn that he did. But for the modest Hen, it was surprising that someone decided to join him. The Salon, although shy, tried to tell us what was included in the top 50. Hen was generally not against it. The Salon's characteristics suited him. However, there was a condition for transferring control of skills during assimilation. There was also a condition about dividing the profits from the videos in half, which surprised Ain. Finally, Hen moved on to the third and most important condition of trusting this man. He trusted Ain more than anyone else, Tartarus, because he felt his passion. But Salon was questionable. Hen didn't know what motivated this guy. Of course, Hen couldn't deny that the boy had given him his body, and through assimilation he could feel his emotions. Hen didn't pause theatrically on purpose, but he needed time to think. After a couple of minutes, Hen decided that Salon could be trusted. When Hen made the decision to accept Salon into the guild, the boy couldn't hide his squeals of happiness. Salon jumped up from the bench with joy and started shouting without any hesitation. Mayday from the Darkness Guild was also walking at the festival, and was very tired. The girl is forced to work when she finds interesting personnel for the guild. But since she is the leader's right hand, she is obliged, especially since she is sure that he is busy. Although the girl was tired, her powers of observation remained, and it was hard not to notice Salon's red hair in the crowd. She noticed that he was talking to someone and, apparently, was joining a guild. But as soon as she saw who he was talking to, the Salon ceased to interest her. Even under the cap and mask, the short girl with the short hair was easily recognizable as Ain. Mayday will never forget their meeting in the duel. This moment is alive in her memory. Although it all happened literally in one moment, Mayday realized that Salon was in the same guild as Salon. Although eavesdropping was wrong, Mayday still decided to go against her principles. Although Mayday did not understand the essence of the dialogue, she heard Hen's name, and she immediately realized that the only Hen who goes with Ain is Hen from Asura Online. But according to the dialogue, Hen is playing Asrian, but Mayday didn't see him there. As the group of kids continued on through the festival, Mayday followed them. Meanwhile, Salon learned that Ain and Hen had been together from the very beginning. Although Hyun joked that he raised Ain, the girl claimed that she raised Hyun. Mayday couldn't believe what she heard, because it didn't match her memories. During the Count's quest, when she saw them deep underground, Hen was nowhere to be found. The girl decided that the translator was broken, and at that moment she was distracted. My sister has been looking for Mayday for a long time, and even thought that she forgot about dinner with her sponsor. Because of this, Mayday lost sight of Hen and the others, but decided to come back to it later. On the second evening of the festival, Hen returned home just after midnight. Although Ain suggested staying another day, Hen was sure it was a bad idea. Now Asrian and the videos about her had become work, which meant it was time to return to the game. Hen immediately arrived at the guild, but Ain was not there, and the guy did not know the reason. Even on the threshold of the private house, Hen met its eternal resident Louise. The girl hastened to show her new friend in the form of a rabbit, and Hen realized how lonely the girl was. Hen didn't know Louise's communication potential, because he didn't know what generation of AI she was. Hen guessed that Louise was generation 1.5, although her emotions were too vivid. Heaven is a sacred place for angels, and you can only get there by completing a difficult quest. You can get there by praying a lot, but Hen was from the abyss and can't get there. Hen needed to complete the Archangel of Truth's quest, so he had to figure out a way to get to heaven. Hen warned Louise that he had to leave, but the girl asked to go with him. But Hen refused, as it was now daytime and besides, guests were about to arrive. By the guest, Louise understood Ain, who frightens her and seems boring. But Hen promised the little girl that 2 more would come, but she didn't need to worry. The guy promised that he would return by night and they would go hunting. It's much more important now to prevent the abyssal tendency from reaching level 100. Otherwise the rune will be impossible to hide. Hen decided to go to a temple in a small village in the Holy Kingdom. Hen had long since realized that after communicating with Louise, his inclination towards the abyss had grown. Hen began to pray to the Archangel of Truth, and felt something different than when he prayed to Louise. Hen was shocked that it was killing intent directed at the abyssal creatures. Suddenly someone approached Hen from behind, which scared him to the point of stupor. But Hen quickly realized that it was a priest and calmed down. The priest wanted to help Hen as a user to increase his prayer level. It was interesting, so Hen immediately perked up and decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Hen immediately realized that he had found an event for acquiring a skill. He needed to study the priest's books. Hen accepted the books with joy, expecting to find something new. However, it turned out to be a basic spell for illuminating dark places. Hen felt very upset that his prayer was interrupted just for such a trifle, but the guy still decided to use the spell once. Of course, the guy managed to turn on the light in his hand the first time. Moreover, the light turned out to be so bright that it illuminated the entire temple with its light. The priest had never seen anything like this before, so he was amazed. There was an oracle that the one who would save the heavens would appear with the greatest light. It was him that the high priest was now remembering. But he did not know when the right person would come. Meanwhile, the priests were observing this user in the temple right now. The priests immediately dragged Hen into the main temple to show him to the high priest. Even the temple priests were amazed by the power of light in Hen's hands. However, Hen himself did not see anything unusual, because his level of prayer is high. When one of the priests grabbed the boy to lead him away, Hen decided that he had been exposed. But the hero was brought to the main sanctuary with statues of archangels. This place was only accessible to Dad, so Hen didn't understand why he was allowed to enter. Moreover, the priests even asked him to pray here. At first, Hyun was hesitant, but then he realized that this was a sincere request. Hen didn't understand why this was necessary, but since he had gone this far, he had no other choice. As Hen began to pray, Dad entered the sanctuary and wanted to know how things were going. Although Hen had just started, Dad already knew that the skill would shine brighter the higher the empathy level. He just thought that it would be a saint or a priest, but here is a guy with strong energy of the abyss. Moreover, the heavens responded to this young man's prayer with a pillar of light, and then the Archangel of Truth appeared with the sweetest smile of pleasure. Hen was amazed at how quickly the Archangel descended in answer to the prayer. Hen remembered that the Archangel of Truth could see into people's hearts, and decided to be careful. But no matter how Hen was disposed, the Archangel already knew everything about him. The Archangel saw that our hero's heart was not destined for the abyss. However, even the Archangel could not understand why Hen had such a penchant for the abyss. The Archangel's ignorance and at the same time his awareness amazed Hen. Since Hen only did good deeds and was kind, Truth decided that it was bad luck. So the Archangel decided to simply erase the hero's past and erase his sins. This kind of help seemed amazingly generous to Dad. However, the Archangel himself warned that the guy could stray from the good path, and then it would be impossible to correct it. While Hen didn't understand what was happening, the Archangel himself had high hopes for the guy. Once everything was done, Truth disappeared, saying that from now on he favored him. But our boy didn't know what all this meant, and began to worry about his future. In any case, now Hen is on the side of heaven, and we need to think of a new plan. A puzzled Hen could not move from the spot, and the priest waited to see what would happen next. But when Hen decided to leave, none of the high priests stopped him. Hen walked along and talked about how Asrian only started paying attention to users because of the advent of AI. Hen was amazed by Truth's ability to read minds, so he tried not to think about Louise. Until Hen himself is sure who Louise is, it is better to hide her from everyone. Now Hen had a heavenly rune on his wrist. The boy was confused and didn't know what to do, so he thought that Radiet's help wouldn't be a bad idea. Immediately after the quest with Aluna, Hyun visited his residence in the forest. Hyun felt bad about having to deceive the man, so he came to apologize. However, there was no one in his house. The house stood without signs of life. The NPC had disappeared completely. So Hen had to say words of farewell and gratitude into the void. And now, since Radet was not there, everything had to be decided independently. To begin with, Hen decided that when all the guild members arrived, he should introduce them to Louise. But when he entered, everyone in the house was already having fun and talking. Louise smiled sincerely, and when she noticed Hen, she became even more cheerful. Hen, as the guild leader, gave everyone the order to get ready. They would soon go hunting. He handed the package to Louise herself, which puzzled the girl. It was a scroll of return that allowed one to immediately return to one's private room. Far from the city, in the vast fields, there was a pack of primitive orcs, armed with bats and axes. It was to them that Louise and Hen were heading to hunt. From the girl's concentrated face, it was clear that there was Hen inside her. The orcs were frightened by an unknown man flying towards them from a great height. Meanwhile, Louise and Hen, as soon as they approached the orcs, used the Sword of Darkness. The boys came here for a night hunt, which Hen added to Louise's daily routine. Hen's control over his body weakened after defeating the orcs, and the girl was able to give free rein to her fear. But this was already progress, because earlier on the first hunt she tried to use the Scroll of Return. But after a few days, Louise gained experience and the fear subsided a little. Now, even when noticing a huge dragon, the girl does not freeze, but rushes into battle. Of course, not without the help of Hen and his dark skills. Hen managed to notice that Louise was already swinging her arm to attack. The girl was getting used to using her skills. The Black Wind skill allowed Louise to move, but it was only developed before she could attack. Taking a break, Hen noted that Louise's experience level had increased by 10%. Suddenly the guy's chest was pierced by pain, so severe that he even grabbed his chest. Louise managed to notice this, but the guy calmed his friend down. This pain comes occasionally when he assimilates with Louise. It started some time ago when the addiction was reset. Hen was sure that his profession as a shadow linker was related to his connection with Louise, and she would soon feel this pain too. Hen wanted to rest a little and asked the girl to take control of the body. But the guy only knows how to rest profitably, so he decided to pray, and immediately the connection with the darkness was restored. Hen was originally connected to the abyss through Louise, so there was no point in hoping for heaven. However, the guy wasn't upset, because in the previous game he had reached heights through the skies, and now he could replay for a different faction. Hen and Louise were watched by one of the developers, launching a new main quest. Robert was pleased that Hen had finally decided to choose the abyss. Hen's abilities with deception, darkness, and truth definitely connected him to major figures. Robert was already planning to set the timer for the quest when the leader appeared behind him. The manager reminded him about the meeting with the director, and he, noting that he was late, immediately ran out of the office. Hen and Louise returned to the girl's private room in the guild. The boy looked at the new quest window with bewilderment, as it updated as soon as he returned to the abyss. But the problem was that it was necessary to search the ruins of darkness, which were somewhere in the dungeon. However, there was no information about the ruins on the internet, and Hen thought about asking Louise for help. Tartarus also returned to the abyss and was overcome by the question with which he came to Hen. Hen was so immersed in his question that he didn't immediately understand which Duke the boy was talking about. But then he remembered the Duke and his agreement with Tartarus that he could come to him anywhere. Although the boy didn't understand what was happening, Hen saw this as a useful opportunity. Hen decided that the Duke could be used as a guide through the dungeon. Tartarus had not yet had time to realize anything, but Hen had already assimilated with him. Although Hen asked the boy to call the Duke, Tartarus did not know how to do it. Besides, Tartarus was a little afraid of the Duke and wasn't sure if he was worth summoning. But Hen assured him that everything would be fine, so Tartarus decided to call the Duke through prayer. The boy began to remember Bakmir's appearance and his sinister grin. While Tartarus was praying, Hen received a notification requesting permission to let the Duke into the guild house. Meanwhile, Louise outside noted that the sky above the guild had darkened, and she didn't even suspect that a tornado was raging inside the house, pulling Bakmir out of the abyss into the room. Henu was scared and happy at the same time that the stream carried a huge amount of mana. Bakmir appeared in person and asked why the boy had summoned him. Hen decided that he needed to unobtrusively ask him everything that interested him. However, after the Duke heard about the ruins of darkness, he became tense. And then he got completely angry, not understanding how the kid found out about this place. In theory, divine beings from heaven and dukes from the abyss are equal in ability. However, due to differences in compatibility, the dukes are slightly inferior. But Tartarus clearly wouldn't have dared to say something like that, seeing Bakmir's sour expression. Tartarus waited for Hen's instructions, realizing they had asked something they shouldn't have. Bakmir looked at his knight for a long time, waiting for an answer. But then he relaxed, indicating that he might not answer, since Tartarus was not yet mature enough to know about the darkness. Laughing and patting him on the back, the Duke suggested returning to the matter in 2 years. Hen was taken aback by the reaction, but at the same time he latched onto the hint that Bakmir knew something. So Hen offered a deal that he could prove himself worthy of the information. Hen continued to press the point that he still had aces up his sleeve, and the Duke did not know all of his abilities. Such enthusiasm intrigued Bakmir, and he was also struck by the calmness of the guy in front of him. The boy was not afraid of the Duke, did not fawn over him, and even pushed forward during dialogue, something Bakmir had never seen. The boy's bravery pleased the Duke, so he decided to give him a chance. However, Bakmir warned that the matter was extremely dangerous and he could die. Hen decided that it was worthwhile to play it safe on this quest, and at the same time test the abilities of his guildmates. However, first, Hen decided to check if he could take his friends on the quest. Bakmir answered very evasively that they could go if they came up. The Duke began to approach the essence of the matter from afar, speaking about the enmity of demons among themselves. The Duke himself served the forces of darkness, but he was already quite fed up with the forces of deception. Hen tried to listen to the Duke, but was distracted by how easily the demon opened the dimensional mirror. On the other side of the teleport, Bakmir's castle, Kaiden, was visible. However, not long ago, the small fry of the forces of deception took it from the Duke. This castle is not located on fertile lands and has no strategic importance, but such a theft hurts his ego. Bakmir would have easily gotten it back himself, but he had a ceremony coming up and the Duke didn't want to waste his energy. The monsters inside are 200-300 levels, and the Duke will understand if Tartarus refuses. However, Hen was not against it, because he knew this castle, and now he also learned a little about the enemies. The Duke liked the boy's willingness, so he gave his approval for the mission. Before leaving, the Duke assured him that as soon as the boy was ready, he should call him. However, if Tartarus decides to surrender, he promised to laugh at him for a long time. Since a new quest was received, Hen asked Tartarus to inform all his comrades about it. And as a true leader of the guild, Hen announced a new mission at the general meeting. And while the guild leader was telling how difficult the mission would be, Louise was resting. The only one who quietly chuckled at the words about the difficulty of the mission was Ain, who knew that for Hen there were no difficulties. Finally getting around to talking about training, Hen began to wake Louise up, as she would also need to get ready. Although Louise is listed as an NPC assistant, Hen could have taken her on a mission. Besides, Hen knew enough about the castle's territory to clear it out on his own. But if his team prepares enough, they will do it for him and his skills will grow. Hen was confident they could handle it, but he was worried that the castle was in a symmetrical world. Hen skillfully concealed his anxiety and assured the team that he would develop a strategy. To begin with, Hen sent the entire team to a magical land, the labyrinth city of Lavarina. The team walked slowly towards the main gate, marveling at the beauty and grandeur of the place. Salon was the first to realize that they had come to the dungeon for experience. Hen led the team to the instant dungeon, which he considered the ideal place to practice his skills. This place was created from the recreated memories stored in the magical circles surrounding the Lavarinas. The dungeon has two intersecting roads, in the center of which is a core that must be protected from monsters. Hen remembered that Tartarus had increased his experience and changed his potential, and with it, his skills. Besides, even though Louise was level 200, her skills were minimal. Therefore, the task for today's mission, Hyun, was to improve teamwork. Hen showed the team the entrance to the dungeon and warned that he would be observing the first round. Once a team entered the portal and found themselves on the battlefield, the round began. The team had to last 20 minutes against level 100 monsters. Hen actually stood and watched everything, noting how everyone was holding their ground in every corridor. He kept a particularly close eye on the younger Tartarus and Louise. The boy clearly hasn't mastered the skills of a Death Knight yet, and Louise is in even worse shape because she can't attack. The girl hasn't improved since their last hunt, and is clearly afraid to act alone. When the little girl saw the big slug, she froze in fear and couldn't escape. Luckily, Ain, with the help of the steps of the incarnate, arrived in time. Although Louise was profuse in her gratitude, Ain saw her as a burden. After which, Ain rushed past Hen and reported that she would cover the others. Hen realized that if this were a real mission, Louise would already be dead. The guy realized that the girl was basically dodging, and that was because he always helped her. Now the girl relies on Hyun all the time and cannot take the situation seriously. Ultimately, the core was destroyed by the monsters, and Hen realized that he no longer had to help Louise. The team failed the dungeon test and was very upset about it. Tartarus complained that the knight's skills were too difficult, and Louise was simply glad that she couldn't die. But then Hen appeared with the order to rise, because they were starting a new attempt. Now Ain will look after Salon and Tartarus, and Louise Hyung will take care of her personally. To begin with, our hero decided to use assimilation on the girl again. However, the guy warned that Louise would fight on her own. The virtual battle began again, but Louise was not mentally prepared for it. While the girl was assuring Hen that it was useless to try, a werewolf was flying towards her. Luckily, the little girl managed to dodge the blow at the last moment. Hyun immediately praised the girl to boost her self-confidence. The monster was already planning a new attack, and Hen was still trying to force Louise to surpass herself. Moreover, Hen admitted that the girl only needs to try and she will surpass them all. The girl had problems with self-confidence, but Hen believed in her and this inspired her. So the little girl straightened up, raised her hands to attack and took a step forward. After that, she began to fight with all her might, but naturally not everything worked out the first time. However, the little girl did not give up and continued trying. After the 5th attempt, she was no longer afraid to enter into combat, and after the 9th, she even managed to defeat the Azure werewolf. Hen was glad that the little girl had overcome her fear and felt the spirit of battle. The baby hadn't even had time to catch her breath yet, but she was already talking about trying again. But our hero noticed that the girl was very tired, and the training had already lasted 4 hours. The other players simply disconnected for a break, and Hen had to escort the girl to the guild. However, at the exit they were met by extremely dissatisfied users. Pius from the Dark Guild complained that he had been waiting for 15 minutes while they launched the dungeon without a break. Hen realized that they wanted to lead him into a conflict, but he did not want to get involved in it. Instead, he responded with the standard phrase that they were finished and Pius could go play. This behavior enraged Pius, and he began to demand that Hen stop. But, fortunately, Bershild stopped him, reminding him that because of Pius, they were already in conflict with Ein. Meanwhile, in the Dark Guild, there was a surprising announcement that Hen had been found. No one could believe that Hyung was originally on a team with Ain. Then Mayday told about the fusion that she herself had once used, and which explained Ain's abilities. And as proof, the girl showed everyone one recording that stunned everyone. The very first video of Ain's battle with Leopard, and next to her is probably Hen. Now the guild leader had answers to most of the questions. Besides, he understood that it was impossible to recruit him, but he wanted to at least make friends. A few days later, the kids from Henna's guild were already feeling more confident at level 200, and Tartarus even learned to use his new black hole skill. The dark sphere consumed enemies for 5 seconds and allowed them to be attacked. In fact, Louise was already doing this with the help of the Sword of Darkness. But even alone, Louise was no longer afraid to fight and skillfully held the defense of her corridor. Thanks to extensive training, the Shadow Guild quickly leveled up. Now Tartarus could maintain the fight, and Salon, with his help, could take down mobs in no time, in large numbers, at once. Louise had already learned how to destroy elite enemies with fusion, and Ain was the trump card of their guild. And although everything seemed fine on the surface, there was something that bothered Hen. Louise's level hasn't increased at all, and she'll need to do that after the main quest. And since everyone's level was already up, Hen wanted to do something else, so he approached Ain. Our beautiful and enamored Ain was amazed by her friend's suggestion to go shopping together. However, Hen justified this by saying that the others were busy and he didn't consider it a date. Ain and Hen came to the largest city of the magical country, Lupra. The girl was glad to return to the city, which she had not been to for a very long time. Besides, the guys hadn't spent time together for a long time, so Ain enjoyed the moment. Since it was now daytime, Louise could not leave, and the others were busy. Our heroes came to this city to shop and transform some artifacts. But the most interesting thing is that Hen spent his rare artifacts on Ain. Ain's armor was transformed, thus Hen repaid for his cloak. Hen decided that Ain liked his gift because it suited her fighting style. And then the couple went to the common market and bought a few more parts for the armor. We also bought a few things for Tartarus, since the boy is very busy with the video, unlike the other participants. And because of this busyness, I haven't bought anything for myself for a long time to improve myself. And as soon as the couple returned to the guild, Louise immediately showed up. The cheeky little one immediately pounced with questions about a gift for her. Hen tried to explain, but the angel decided that Ain and Hen were nothing more than having fun without her. Not wanting to offend Louise, Hen opened the luggage and began looking for something in it for a gift. Luckily, a magical spearman's staff was found, which surprised the girl, but also delighted her. However, Louise hastened to remind Hen that the artifact was obtained on Eluna, and Louise would not even be able to lift it. In fact, the staff fell out of the girl's hands because it turned out to be too heavy for her to lift. The baby decided that she was very weak, so she started crying, and the Hyung had to hurry with another gift. But there was nothing suitable, and Hen had to run to Lupru for a pair of gloves. At that moment, Hen received an email from developer Robert, who suggested a meeting. Through virtual space, Hen was able to quickly meet Robert and some others. The person who was primarily looking for this meeting was producer Stephen Young. Robert was only a liaison here, so he was forced to listen to Hen being praised for the mission on Eluna. In addition, Yang invited Hyun and his team to participate in the filming of a feature documentary. The producer offered to change the image of the entire team if desired, in order to hide their appearance. Before giving his answer, Hen clarified whether he had understood all the conditions correctly. In general, Hen was not against it, but he almost doubled the fee. Producer Yang offered 5 million, but Hyung demanded almost 10, and this shocked the man. Although it took some negotiations, the team eventually signed the contract. Salon tried not to show his emotions, but Tartar couldn't hide his delight at the contract with Yang. Ain was also happy because Louise would have money to move. Hyun admitted to the team that he met with the producer out of politeness, and did not expect such an offer. And although he was offered a considerable sum, Hen asked for more, otherwise what was the point of negotiations? But Hen was worried, because the event for the film had to be completed without a break. Actually, that's why Hen asked for a more worthy reward. He believed in his team. A few days later, the Shadow Guild decided to go on a mission for the Duke. And on top of everything else, Hen decided to use this quest to shoot a movie. Now Tartarus needed to summon Duke Bakmir. The boy was already familiar with the summoning system, so he began to pray to the Abyss, and the Duke in particular. At that very moment the Duke appeared, glad that Hen's team had made up its mind. However, The Duke noted that not everyone on the team lived up to his expectations. Salon and Ain were people of heaven, something that did not escape the Duke's notice. Tartarus was afraid of the Duke's anger, but Hen calmed him down, making him repeat what he had told him earlier. But the Duke was not against it. He was only amazed that users from the Abyss and Heaven coexisted. After which the Duke opened a portal to his castle with just one click. However, a portal was opened on the outskirts of the castle, as traces of his powers disappeared. Before letting the team into the portal, Bakmir warned that the darkness was a dangerous place. However, the Duke will pay them well for their work if the guild succeeds. Ain and Hen entered the castle grounds calmly, but the others were shocked. The castle of Duke Bamir, Khatan, amazed with its grandeur and, it would seem, impregnability. The Shadow Guild looked at the target from a nearby mountain. Everyone was serious. To capture the castle, you must go through the surrounding city and get inside. Hen gathered his team before launching his attack, and as soon as Hen started talking about the successful phenomenon on the other side of the wall, people started talking behind his back. Our hero jumped back, amazed that someone had managed to approach him unnoticed. It turned out to be Duke Mablin's assistant, whom he had assigned to spy on the players. Mablin admitted that he doesn't trust users, and it seems the Duke doesn't either. Hen tried to defend himself, assuring that his team was elite. But it was better to show, so he advised Mablin not to get in the way, and he himself led the team. For convenience, Mablin turned into a bat and could observe the team from above, so Mablin saw how the team passed by the guards unnoticed. His gaze did not miss Louise, who was emitting an interesting energy. He immediately realized that even before the test began, that Hen was absorbed by her. Now Mablin became interested in watching the team, because movement is rare, and Hen, through Louise, commanded to go to the magic tunnel. The 4 participants moved synchronously through the tunnel, no one lagging behind. And finally they encountered the first guards. But it didn't matter. The lizard was torn apart in an instant. Hen and Ain had been working together for a long time, so they fixed the problem without even slowing down. However, Mablin decided that the critical attack was a fluke. Moreover, there were hundreds of living dead wandering ahead, and the butler was sure that they could not be defeated. Since it was impossible to miss a single enemy without bringing reinforcements, Tartarus used his skill. The dead were sucked into the black hole of Tartarus, and Hen was already commanding Salon to attack them, and Salon was only too happy to demonstrate its honed skills. Moblin was amazed how users below level 200 defeated everyone without losing a single one. But Hen was no longer interested in the defeated enemies. His team moved on. So the team came to the underground tunnel in the Kaiden Palace. Hen knew the castle from the previous version of the game, but was worried that there were changes due to moving to a symmetrical world. The train connected the inside of the castle with the outside. All that was left was to board it. But the problem was that it was full of seals that recognized strangers. The train rushed forward, and the first guard was a flock of gargoyles. And now the task of the Shadow Guild was to survive until they reached the place. Ain was the first to notice the flock, and was already trying out tactics for an attack. But it turns out Hen had already planned everything, and he left this part of the mission specifically for Ain. It only took a hint for Ain to light up and rush into the fight. Ain stood at the front of the train and prepared to destroy the enemy. And to make it more interesting, she increased her dexterity. And in just one move, our heroine tore apart the entire flock. Mablin was impressed not only by the girl's technique, but also by her brutal rage towards her enemies. But he was even more frightened by Hen, who not only could manipulate souls, but also knew everything about the castle. Such skillful passage and the upcoming enemies became the reason why Maglin ran away. Finally, the train was approaching its final destination, but Hen didn't need the station. Hen commanded everyone to get ready to jump, so Ain readied her claws. But the rest had no idea what was in store for them. When the command was given to break into the palace through the windows, everyone jumped without thinking. Tartarus and Salon were assigned to the 4th floor of the main building for clearing. Ain and Louise went to the 5th floor, where the boss was supposed to be. Before splitting up, Hen assured the team that there wasn't much left. On the 4th floor, the guys had to destroy the security seals associated with the 5th floor. Ahead of each team were doors with heraldry, marking a new level of the quest. Each group had to act quickly. Not a second could be wasted, but the boys especially. Hen needed to restore his demonic energy, so he asked Ain for help. Ain already understood what her friend wanted, so she swung her claws at him. Hen used the shadow shield, absorbed the damage, and the energy reached its maximum. Now the attack area of the next dark sword has increased significantly. The alien energy in the palace could not pass by its new owner. The new owner of the castle was outraged by the insolence of the strangers and decided to take action. On the 5th floor of the palace there is a magic circle, with the help of which one can control the entrance to each floor. Creatures with high magical power, such as Bakmir, are easily recognized and cannot cross the outer walls. But no one expected enemies of the Shadow Guild's level, so they were able to sneak in undetected. Therefore, the new owner of the castle was confused and did not notice the attack from behind. However, he managed to fight back against Hen and Louise, who attacked him. But he didn't know that there were two attackers, and the most dangerous one was behind him. Ain was not one to be ashamed of attacking an enemy stronger than her from behind, so she deftly attacked the enemy. Although Hen and Ain were weaker than the enemy, they managed to make the old man scream in pain. Ain was already flying towards the old man to attack, but she only broke through the floor as he ran away. But this even played into Hen's hands. It was time to move on to the next stage of his plan. Hen warned the hot-tempered Ain not to do anything stupid as they needed to stick to the plan. Hen moved into Tartarus's body, and Louise suggested that Ain move on. Both teams need to stick to the plan, as Hen needs to be within a 30-meter radius to move. This way, Hen could provide support to both teams by moving between Louise and Tartarus. Meanwhile, the new owner of the castle was attacked by Louise and Ain. Moreover, Ain even praised Louise. Even without Hen, the girl was doing well. Such praise made the girl extremely happy and even motivated her to try harder. Although Louise now wanted to act and was eager to fight, Ain had to stop her. Moreover, Ain was worried whether everything was okay with Hyun, since the guy left extremely agitated. Suddenly, Louise jumped up to Ain, who somehow knew what our heroine was thinking about her friend. And to justify this guess, she said that Hen often talks about Ain. As the girl continued to chat, Ain's soul became calm, because her beloved was thinking about her. However, even so, her jealousy towards the NPC did not go away. Therefore, the girl still asked the girl not to try to seduce Hyun. But Ain screwed up, and while she was saying that only she could seduce her friend, Hen appeared in Louise's body. From the girl's strange behavior, Ain realized that Hen was inside her. However, the guy did not admit during what words he moved and how much of the dialogue he heard. But the girls had no time for that. A huge werewolf appeared in the corridor. However, the monster's mistake was to think that these were ordinary girls, and Hen was already commanding Ain to attack, although our wild cat didn't need it. Even without Hen's command, Ain had already rushed to attack the monster. But imagine Ain's surprise when the monster not only repelled her attack, but also deprived her of the ability to use her claws. Although the monster himself was confused, the girl was able to block his attack. Although Ain dodged the werewolf's attack, she was shocked that the monster's speed was equal to hers from 3 boosts. The girl was afraid to even imagine what would happen to her if she received damage and was unable to dodge. Luckily, at that moment the werewolf was attacked by Hen and Louise. Ain managed to dodge and landed softly, surprised that Hen had entered the fight. In addition, Hen was able to easily dodge the monster's attacks. The fact that the victim so easily avoided the blow made the monster angry, thereby making mistakes in defense, which gave Hen the opportunity to hit him. Now the monster was exposed, and our heroes rushed to attack in tandem. Together they managed to defeat the werewolf in a couple of blows. Ain was as happy about the work as in the past, and Hen was already rushing to Tartarus's body. Such a quick escape upset Ain, but she had to continue according to the plan. Salon and Tartarus successfully removed the magic circle on the 4th floor. Tartarus and Hen were already dreaming of going to the 5th floor, but Salon reported a problem. A crowd of armed lizardmen was approaching Tartarus and Salon. Hen stood in a stupor for a moment, because this way 2 people on the 4th floor could be destroyed. While Hen was thinking about how to save at least one, Salon stepped forward to attack. Salon had already decided that of the 2 of them, it would be better for him to die. Salon thought that this would be the way he would leave the quest beautifully and dramatically. While the thief selflessly rushed into the crowd, Hen advised the boy to hide. After which Hen returned to Ain and informed her that they would have to go on their own from now on. Ain hoped that all the locks on the 5th floor had been removed, and they would be able to proceed further. Salon was honing his combo skills, so he was holding back the crowd for now. Tartarus hid, but there was no guarantee that the surviving monsters wouldn't get to him. In the end, only Ain, Hen, and Louise were able to reach the heart of Kaiden Castle. Louise was able to synchronize with the castle's control system. Louise and Hen were so carried away that they didn't notice that they were about to be attacked from behind. And when Ain noticed, it was already too late. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't get ahead of the blade. Luckily, the girl was covered by a barrier, which absorbed some of the damage. Ain immediately rushed to help her friends, apologizing for being late. But Hen understood that the problem wasn't the speed, but that Ain had failed to anticipate the attack. Hen was afraid that some new creature had appeared in the castle, superior in strength to them. At least in appearance it was not a monster, but an ordinary person. Moreover, the stranger was amazed that anyone had managed to survive his attack. Ain rushed into battle without hesitation, looking for a weak spot in the enemy's defense or tactics. But unfortunately for the girl, there was no hint of the enemy's weakness. Moreover, her attacks also had no effect. The enemy's health bar did not decrease. Ain was already running out of breath, so she decided to take steps to incarnate. However, at that moment the stranger also attacked, and Ain lost Ifrit's cocktails. The stranger performed the same trick as the werewolf earlier, but was superior in strength. Luckily, Hen and Louise were already running to help, advising Ain to retreat. But the stranger was not going to stand and wait. He attacked Ain again, And while the enemy was distracted by Ain, Hen decided to approach the assassin from behind. Ain deftly dodged, and Hen, using accelerated biorhythms, came from behind. Hen hurried to use the Sword of Darkness, remembering all the NPCs with dual swords. But he couldn't remember anyone, and there was no time for that. So Hen decided to use his final weapon, the Angel Sword. Due to the effect, Ain couldn't see if her friend's attack had hit its target. However, this did not work, but it gave the assassin the opportunity to throw the blade at Louise. To their great happiness, the protection of a transcendental being saved them and made them immortal for 3 seconds. That's why Hen immediately commanded Louise to use the scroll. While the girl was running away, Hen himself moved to Ain. Ain was afraid that the girl had died and disappeared, but Hen reassured her. Hen didn't understand what to do next, since his perfect plan of attack had failed. While Hen was thinking that they would not be able to defeat the enemy, Tartarus reported that the Duke had gone after them. And the next moment, Hen and Ain saw how the assassin's chest was pierced by the Duke. Hen didn't understand what was happening, but he assumed that Bakmir had come all the way here through Tartarus. Meanwhile, the assassin lived out his last agonizing minutes. The one with whom Hen and Ain suffered so much was defeated in an instant by Bakmir. The castle had not yet been recaptured, but the Duke was glad that he had managed to get so far. But amidst all this joy, the Duke noticed something strange about the assassin. On the hand of the murdered man there was a rune of heaven, which seemed impossible. The Duke did not understand what was happening, because the castle should have been under the control of the forces of deception. But now he didn't care much about this. The Duke hastened to restore his castle. Tartarus was still in hiding when the castle's monsters came under the Duke's control again. Besides this, the quest was now considered completed, and as a knight he received a hint for another quest. Since Louise returned to the guild before everyone else, she waited for the team on the roof of the mansion. The girl was accompanied by the moon, a rabbit and a parrot. Her loneliness quickly ended with the arrival of Hen, who was surprised by the girl's situation. The girl confessed to her older friend that she had been thinking about something. Hen joined the girl and asked about her health, but everything was fine with her. The girl was thinking about how she saw that assassin a couple of years ago on Aluna. It turned out that the guy was a knight of the Holy Kingdom. Then it became clear what the hint was about, and why the Duke was so serious in this fight. The Heaven faction received an oracle that another knight had returned to the heavens, but the priest did not understand why the Duke decided to act. And if things continue like this, then Dad's plan may collapse. Meanwhile, our heroes were at the Duke's banquet on the occasion of the castle's return to him. And to cheer Bakmir up a little, Hen told about the exploits of Tartarus, which never happened. And since Maybelline ran away in the middle of the conversation, the Duke will never know that all this was just a story. It was sad for Salon, who died on the 4th floor and could not join the banquet. Hen decided to remind the Duke of the condition for assistance upon the return of the palace. However, the Duke was in no hurry to talk about the ruins of darkness. Moreover, he noted that the question about the ruins was from Tartarus last time, but now it was Hen who asked about them. Of course, Hen got out of it by asking through Tartarus, for which he received a comparison with Maybelline. The Duke looked around the banquet and suggested that they talk about it in private. In the meantime, it's time to relax, eat well, drink, and laugh. Hen understood that every palace had its secrets, and that the Duke's desire to keep everything secret was the same. So the evening went on. The men drank, the girls ate hearty, tasty, and sweet food. The boys noticed that the more demonic energy, the sweeter the wine seemed. It is therefore not surprising that Ain did not like the drink at all. So Ain suggested that Hen try the drink during assimilation. So Hen moved between Ain and Tartarus, until the Duke saw that his friends had experienced the full taste of the wine. However, when Louise tried to do the same, the stimulation of the organs reached its limit, and the sense organs became blocked. And Louise herself seemed to have fallen into oblivion, her eyes covered with a veil. She definitely tasted the drink, but too many things didn't add up. Hen had already realized that Louise was an otherworldly being, and with every prayer the connection between him and her grew stronger. Louise easily uses his demonic energy, and Hen himself is increasingly drawn towards the abyss. However, Hyun had doubts because of that video of Louise with angel wings. Just when Hen realized that Louise was indeed inclined to become a demon, he received an offer for a quest. And at that moment, the sound of the main bell was heard in the Holy Kingdom. A priestess came to the Pope with a report about a new prediction. So rather, the prediction after the last one seemed strange to the Pope. Only this time it came not from the truth, but from the light. The light insisted that the darkness was approaching, and that the ruins of the darkness needed to be destroyed, and the seed uprooted. The Pope suggested that the prophecy was saying that the seed of darkness was already sprouting in their world. But Dad didn't know what to do now, because they had lost the knight and the Kaiden castle from where they had planned to conquer the dungeon. It was too late to create a new base, so Dad decided to use the players. Dad knew that users didn't care about their lives, and that their greed could be exploited. The chief priest was willing to compromise his morality to protect this world. The abyss and its dukes spread darkness quickly, and the Pope wanted to write the truth about the light into the history books. After the banquet ended, Bakmir led our heroes to the lands of darkness. It was late for Tartarus, so he couldn't go, and since it was impossible to use the teleport in the lands of darkness, our heroes set out on foot, exploring the city. The Duke used this time to observe the team. He was especially interested in Louise, which did not escape the watchful eyes of Daddy Hen. The Duke admitted that he felt especially calm around the girl, and Hen noted that Bakmir was very polite with the little girl. This strange feeling of peace was strange to both the girl and the Duke, but Hen understood them both. Due to the quest's conditions, Hen became convinced that Louise was a dark demon and had a connection with him, and the Duke of Darkness was instinctively drawn to the girl. The new Darkness Blessing skill repelled the heavenly inhabitants from Hen, and attracted the servants of darkness. So Hen decided to try it out on the Duke now and see the reaction. The result was not long in coming, and the Duke immediately offered Hen to become his knight. However, Hen decided to refuse the Duke, hoping that he would not get angry. And the Duke was not really angry, but left the offer standing. After which he suggested that everyone continue to follow him, since the path to the ruins is not so easy. The Duke escorted the heroes to the train, which would take them through the fog to reach the ruins. However, Hen still decided to find out if there was another shortcut, since they were in a symmetrical world. The Duke explained that the passage could be in space, but if they used the teleporter, they could be torn apart. And then Hen realized that all this time he had been incredibly lucky with the movement. While Duke Bakmir was advising the boy to use proven methods, someone appeared behind him. The Duke had just managed to tell them that the fog should clear tomorrow when he noticed the guest. Someone appeared from a dark puddle, and Bakmir began a small talk with him. Bakmir recognized the Lich before him as a certain Skotonatos. Lich was surprised by the meeting, but he was much more interested in who his companions were. The skeleton immediately recognized that these were players, but they did not seem experienced enough to him. But Bakmir assured that these guys deserve respect. He even swore on his name. And Hen, noticing how respectfully Bakmir was behaving, was either a duke or someone higher up in front of him. While Skotonatos was assessing the players, Hen realized that the skeleton was the very duke closest to the darkness. Since Bakmir rated the users so highly, the Lich decided to rate them himself. Hen knew that he and Louise belonged to the Abyss, and there should be no questions. But he was worried. After all, Ain belongs to heaven. Although the girl herself had no idea about the troubles. But Hen figured it out and immediately let them know that Ain was on their team, and there was no need to worry about her. Hen also demonstrated assimilation, which allows him to control his girlfriend's body. Although Hen wanted to hide this skill from the Duke, there was no other way. However, the city's inhabitants are not very hospitable when it comes to people, so the skeleton asked to drink some potion. Skotonatos offered our heroes to turn into vampires for a while. Since Hen was assured that the effect was reversible, Hen decided to drink the potion. For a split second, the heroes' emotions became closer to the Abyss, and the system notified them of the possibility of removing the effect. On the outside, it really seemed like there were no changes, but on the inside, the heroes felt a little different. And while the others were getting used to the new sensations, Louise was already looking around. It turns out that the girl noticed something amazing, but not frightening, in the sky. These were ghosts who wanted to talk and play with Louise. For Hen, the ability to hear the voices of demons was an amazing opportunity. Having wished his new acquaintances good luck, the Duke left the team. After which, the Lich announced that the road to the ruins would open after noon the next day, and before disappearing, Skotolatos reminded the boys to beware of the fog. Hen began to think that it was impossible to get to the surface directly from here. Hen didn't know where they could go now, but he wouldn't mind at least taking a walk together. First, it was necessary to find a place to stay for Louise, since she couldn't leave the game. And then we went around the city and tried to find out some different information. Evil spirits continued to gravitate towards Louise, and they involuntarily showered her with gifts. On the other hand, Louise was also extremely polite and kind to them. At first, she was afraid of those around her, but then, on the contrary, she very quickly found a common language with everyone. Hen remembered that he needed to inform his comrades that he and Ain would be absent from the guild for a while. But Salon and Tartarus weren't against it. The guys wanted to make a video with director Steven. Ginny and Practical also wanted to take part in this quest, but they couldn't due to schedule issues. Hen realized that the people on the surface had also received a task, but it was most likely connected to the heavens. But he decided to think about this later. Now Ain had drawn his attention to something new for her. Ain noticed a temple she had not seen before in Asura, and it struck her with its grandeur. An old vampire came out to meet them, who was very happy to see his own kind. The old man began to tell about the events of 8 years ago, but noticing Hen's confusion, he stopped. The vampire suspected that Hen was from the charlatan faction, but our guy managed to lie that he had been sleeping for a long time. The priest accepted this explanation and, clearing his throat, decided to explain everything. Everyone around was a creature of darkness, but 8 years ago the darkness disappeared, and all its servants immediately lost their powers. Fortunately, thanks to the demons from the lowlands, the energy was restored very quickly, but in smaller quantities. Therefore, the vampires, having lost the opportunity to become stronger, began to leave one after another. But the priest believes that one day the darkness will be reborn, and they must not stop worshipping it. And so, years later, the vampire saw a miracle around the altar of darkness. The altar was surrounded by demonic energy, just for a second, but the vampire remembered it for the rest of his life. The vampire believed that the darkness lurked somewhere far from the sun and was making plans. And Hen now understood why the city was empty. In all this time, not a single high-ranking demon had been encountered. Moreover, the vampire saw the sign of darkness exactly at the same time as Louise reached level 200. But Hen's thoughts were interrupted by a strange light in the temple windows. The vampire was no less shocked, so he ran to see what was there. But it turned out that it was a reflection of light from the magic of people who got here in an unknown way. Ain and Hen immediately noticed that the unfamiliar guys belonged to the Heaven faction. Although Hen also noticed that the equipment these guys were wearing was similar to what knights or NPCs would wear. Hen didn't understand where they came from, because they certainly couldn't have gotten here just like that. In fact, the servants of Heaven also discovered the ruins of darkness, but they were worried about what kind of enemies they might encounter there. Not wanting to lose his knights, the Pope decided to use the players and give them a task. The Heavens offered users extremely pleasant bonuses. So many people responded to the task. The Pope assured the players of Heaven that the prophecy would soon be fulfilled. And then Hen decided to see what kind of prophecy of light was pushing the church to act this way. In any case, Hen, Ain, and Louise hurried towards the people of the Heavenly faction. However, they had already been defeated by the skeletal guards, and the conflict with the invaders had been resolved. Louise noticed something that made her jump up and run towards the defeated. Hen, of course, hurried after her, warning her that it was dangerous. But it turned out that the girl was not interested in the guards, but in the skull of the skeleton that gave her meat on a skewer. But suddenly the skull spoke to the girl and began to console her, assuring her that being taken apart was not so scary. And then, bit by bit, it disappeared from her hands, scattering into ashes in the wind. Thus, Louise realized that the inhabitants of the abyss and demons are also living beings. Even though Louise didn't yet know who she was, Hen couldn't even imagine what she felt, seeing her relatives die. Suddenly, a skeleton ran past our heroes, screaming in alarm. Everyone needed to prepare for a new invasion. A new army of players stood at the gates, and Hen received a new requirement for the quest, according to which Louise had to be taken to the heart, where she would receive powers. Light and darkness are beings that always appear and disappear together. They are indivisible. However, the light somehow learned about the existence of darkness, and is trying to find it, and even persuaded the players to do so. Hen was worried that in order to save Louise he would have to go against Heaven. Ain noticed that Hyun was shaking, so she asked what was bothering him. But since the guy remained silent, Ain decided to simply support her friend, assuring him that she would fight with him. This confidence reassured Hen, for Ain herself belonged to the Heavens, but she did not hesitate in her decision. While Hen was giving the girls instructions, Skotalaros was keeping an eye on them unnoticed. The skeleton was worried that the minions of the Sacred Kingdom were already approaching, but these minions encountered a certain difficulty at the entrance to the city. Ain was playing to her heart's content at the city's doors, and the uninvited guests didn't understand why the boss was standing at the very beginning. Of course, Ain wasn't alone. Hen inside was also helping her, covering her divine skills with his shadow. But even so, both noticed that the number of players was growing, and they would not last long. And most importantly, they skillfully avoid the fog that hovers around the city as a protection. Ain and Hen understood that they couldn't cope without help, but it would be a shame to lose someone. But unexpectedly for Ain and Hen, someone stopped the runner. A certain boy from the abyss appeared on the battlefield, but was amazed that someone had gotten ahead of him. Moreover, the guy suggested that Ain join forces to complete this quest. Louise was forced to wait out this fight in the tavern room. The girl had been in silence and alone for so long that she was surprised by the sound of her friends. After a day of fighting, Hen and Ain returned to her, but the fight was not over yet. The carnage around the city was still raging, but other abyssal players had joined in, so Hen and Ain could rest. It turns out that Skotanatos, like his father, sent the players a task to protect the city. With the help of the dukes, the task reached every player, and they boarded the train to the city in droves. The first war in Azrian has begun between players, not just factions. The difference between Aluna's quest and this one was that the abyssal ones also received instructions. The crowd of fighters froze for a moment as everyone noticed the magic in the air. Mayday appeared so effectively, and due to her high rank, she could not pass up the task. Most of the Sky Soldiers were ordinary players, as the stronger ones saw no prospects. But Mayday was the only participant from her guild. Besides a good reward, after meeting Ain, she also planned to improve her relationship with her. There was no end to the tiny, senseless skirmishes, and the Holy Knights arrived in the city. The members of the heavenly faction immediately perked up, expecting them to bring victory. However, as they ran through the crowd of players, one of the knights destroyed them. In his opinion, they were too weak and therefore unworthy of being on the same team with him. The knight considered himself superior to them, and openly stated that he considered them insects. Meanwhile, the knight had to find the devil with the energy of darkness. Hen looked out of the window of the rented room towards the battlefield and noted that the fog was clearing. Hen didn't understand why they made a whole quest out of the prediction and sent only low-level players. Hen was just beginning to suspect that strong players were coming when he noticed something moving towards them. Hen hastened to warn his friends to leave, shielding them with his body. But even so, Louise could see a ball of fire flying towards them. The city was illuminated by the roar of the explosion, and the fireball was visible from afar. The team of knights of the arrogant guy we already know were confident that all the demons had been defeated. However, no one has yet received the message about the victory of the light, which means that the darkness is still alive. Therefore, the knights decided that they would move towards the ruins as soon as the fog cleared. Fortunately, the knights did not notice that Louise was hiding behind the rubble of the exploded building. Following the knights who had gone to the ruins, our trio of heroes followed. After the explosion, Hen also watched the knights and immediately recognized the arrogant Chakran. The flash of light that engulfed the entire village was a burning spell of holy magic. At the moment of the outbreak, the Hyung possessed Louise and, thanks to the effect of the priest's robe, was able to avoid death. Ayin managed to exit the game in time and thus avoid the outbreak. When Ayin saw the destroyed village, she immediately thought that this changed the quest. But the quest objective didn't change, meaning that Louise was the main object of the quest, and the rest was irrelevant. Hen was glad that Bakmir had shown him the way to the ruins earlier. Therefore, from the knight's tracks, I realized that they were also heading there. But his thoughts were interrupted by Louise, who was worried about something. Previously, the little girl imagined the undead as terrifying creatures, like those with whom she had previously fought. However, in this place she met kind skeletons and sweet spirits, so now she had doubts. The little girl had warm and tender feelings towards this evil spirit, so she decided that it was strange. However, Hen understood that Louise felt a special connection with demons, because she herself was part of the darkness. Hen decided it was time to finally tell the girl the truth about herself. Hen called the girl a demon, which alarmed Ain, but the little girl did not understand anything. However, now was not the time to go into the details that Ain demanded. Hen promised to tell everything later, but Louise already realized that she was the reason for their team's adventures. The little girl has long understood that it is not for nothing that she does not remember her childhood, but she does not want to restore either her memory or her strength. Louise talked about wanting to live a normal life, but Hen knew it was just a normal fear. So he decided to support the little girl and give her time to get used to the idea that she would have to remember everything. However, deep down, Hen also wanted Louise to live the quiet life of a child. But if they stop now, the forces of light will become stronger, and Louise will not be able to survive. While Hen was calming the baby, Ain noticed something strange. Not far from them, someone was fighting, clearly using holy power. Having decided to spy on the battle, the team recognized the arrogant holy knight. The knight fought with none other than the werewolf from Kaiden Castle, and the monster was holding on with all his strength. Louise was amazed by the knight's power and the brutality of the fight. Ain offered to intervene, but Hen forbade it no matter what. There were many more than 2 enemies on the field. The battle against them would be difficult. Hen immediately noticed that Louise was having a hard time seeing this, and she curled up into a ball. The little girl didn't understand why. If she was a demon, she was so weak and couldn't protect anyone. Hen understood that things were bad, because everyone who serves the darkness calls out to Louise before they die. Despair, pain, and the thirst for revenge get to her, and since her ego is still recovering, it is difficult to resist. Hen decided to support her and assured her that one day she would become stronger. However, Louise herself was sure of the opposite, because her level did not rise during the hunt. The baby has already seen the emotions of the devils, so no matter how much she resists, she will have to become darkness. Although she doesn't want it, if she puts in all her strength, Hen will be able to help her cope with everything. Hen tried to reassure Louise that it was enough for her to follow him for now. But to her it sounded like he was shifting responsibility onto him again. The baby began to cry, and Hen received a notification that one of the fragments of darkness began to resonate. Louise's empathy was now unlocked. But Hen, the sensitive and powerful skeleton, also noticed something strange. The earth of the symmetrical world was torn apart by a scream, and the Lich did not understand why. Something exploded in the distance, and the skeleton realized that the darkness had come. No matter how scared Lich was, he didn't have time to stand idle. The demons knew that before the ruins of darkness could be destroyed, the angels had to be cast out of heaven. An oracle appeared to the Duke, who forbade him to attack first, as the pieces of causality were beginning to come together. However, Bakmir's friend, like the priests, did not understand what the new oracle meant. After all, if you believe the words of the demon that appeared, it turned out that the Duke did not need to do anything. Lich admitted that he did not understand, but he was afraid to stand before the Transcendent. The stranger then introduced himself as Joniel, and repeated that the Duke should step aside. Joniel came to deliver a message from the Great Deception that struck the skeleton. Lich decided to clarify that he really didn't need to do anything, and would receive a positive answer. Deception assured that all this was for the sake of darkness, and she believed that the Duke would make a wise choice. Since this order came from Deception, the Duke decided that he should obey. After being notified of Louise's empathy, Hen looked at her stats and saw a new escort skill. There was more and more evidence that Louise was a demon. A transcendent being manifests power through ego or empathy. But Louise hasn't used either of those things yet. Hen assumed it was because Louise hadn't been ready for it all along. Hen was worried that someone so weak was an archdemon, meaning that taking Louise to the ruins wouldn't be enough. When Hen finished with the readings, he commanded the girls to hit the road. Ain wondered if Hen had decided to catch up with the knights. Previously, they kept their distance from the knights due to the difference in strength, but now the guy changed his plan. The knights reached the canyon that Bakmir had spoken of earlier. Because of the echo, the slightest movement was audible, so the knight heard the attack from behind. However, even this did not help him, because Louise and Hen attacked him. In just one moment, our heroes burned the NPC knight to ashes. Using Louise's black wind, they create misty currents and easily deal with the enemy. Ain decided that the knights were weak, but Hen explained that the concentration of fog was so strong that even Bakmir would not be able to withstand it. However, the fog is also dangerous for them, so they should hurry and leave. Hen understood the full extent of the danger, so he wanted to deal with the knights one by one. Finally, our heroes reached the main squadron of Holy Knights, but it seemed they were already fighting someone. Hen understood that Louise was once again being approached by the demon's prayers, so he began to worry. Our hero was worried that Louise would not be able to cope with her emotions due to her awakened empathy. The knights managed to notice the approaching people and immediately noted that they were vampires. However, Hen commanded Ain not to get into a fight, they needed to pass by. Because of the assimilation, Hen felt like a nail was being driven into Louise's heart with each demon's death. Moreover, this feeling was so strong that Hen was afraid to imagine what Louise herself felt. The team of mages also noticed the undead and commanded to prepare for a cleansing strike. Hen and Louise managed to dodge awkwardly, and Ain, with her experience, easily dodged the blow. Since things were starting to smell bad, Hen asked Ain to distract the mages. The wild cat immediately rushed forward and rushed like a fiery arrow towards the crowd of knights. While Ain's ult was active, the heroine could ignore damage from electricity, but she couldn't cope with holy magic. Louise's condition was also deteriorating, so they could fall into the hands of the knights. But our heroes didn't even suspect that someone was running to their aid. Mayday trailed behind the supreme vampire, and the old man was inspired by the meeting with the archdemon. The incredibly strong Mayday was amazed by the old man's speed, and humiliatingly asked him to run more slowly. After the explosion in the village, Mayday returned to the game and came across an NPC vampire coming out of the ground. The old man cursed the heavenly beings, but his stream of abuse ceased as soon as he noticed something ahead. Through the clearing fog, he noticed something, after which he suddenly perked up and immediately rushed forward. Mayday didn't understand anything, but she asked to go with him. However, the old man had no intention of slowing down. Rather, he grumbled, because they had to hurry to the archdemon of darkness. The old man felt the soul of darkness, and how it connected with the demons, but he also felt its constraint. The old man felt a heightened sense of duty to protect the darkness, which is why he hurried and urged Mayday so eagerly. As soon as the old man noticed that darkness was being attacked by a crowd of knights, he began to swear again. In his eyes, sweet Louise appeared as a great archdemon even now, when she had not yet regained her strength. The old man was so engrossed in gazing at the darkness that he was shocked when 3 knights attacked him at once. However, the old man was not simple. Continuing to scold the heavenly ones, he easily pushed away the knights with magic. The old man led the battle and continued to scold the knights as if each word was a breath of air. However, the old man was distracted when he noticed that his holy darkness was being pursued by a sacred spell. But Hen and Louise noticed this too late. The attack was unexpected, and smoke rose from the enemy's attack. Louise closed her eyes and covered herself with her hands. She was so afraid that she didn't even immediately hear Hen calling her. Hen had no way to dodge, and he couldn't use the recall scroll. Hen was sure that Louise did not have enough strength to defend herself, but she was unharmed. There was something resembling a ghost in front of the girl, which clearly protected her. Ain was no less surprised than Hen that the girl was still alive. While Hen was trying to figure out what had happened, he didn't notice another attack. However, the previously wounded werewolf managed to grab the knight and protect the baby. Only after this did Hen understand what was happening on this field. All these monsters on the field are not just gathering for no reason, but are trying to protect Louise as darkness. Louise was shocked by what was happening, but Hen immediately ordered her to pull herself together, because all the demons were looking at her. Hyun reminded her that she wanted to get stronger, so now was the time to start. All these monsters are screaming in her head. Not about revenge, but about their regret that they cannot protect her. Every demon stood against the knights and died with the name of darkness on their lips. They died in its name. Louise struggled to manage her empathy levels, while Hen was amazed at how the girl's numbers were improving. But finally, amidst all the hustle and bustle, the girl noticed a vampire she knew. The old vampire fell to his knees before his great darkness, rejoicing that he had finally found her. The vampire Hackavern's faith was so strong that he gave his last moment of life to it. Louise felt the vampire's 20-year-long faith. He was devoted to her his entire life. Before disappearing, the vampire asked his beloved darkness to accept the vampire's last flame. Everything around was covered in dark smoke, and Ain could not see what was happening. Even Hen was overcome by emotion, but he reminded Louise that she could and should now command the demons. The effect of the darkness power could only last for 5 minutes, so Hen hurried the baby. The knights immediately felt a change in the airflow around them and became frightened. The knights decided to act immediately, and immediately attacked Louise. Louise used a storm of darkness that allowed her body to move like a leaf in the wind and destroy enemies. In addition, the knights noticed how the demons closed ranks side by side with the unknown girl. Louise was still having trouble containing her emotions, but Hen continued to remind her of her duty. Along the way, Hen explained to the girl the basis of her power, which must first take the form of a sword. The knights finally realized that darkness stood before them, and the chief commanded about the need to contact the main squadron. But it was too late. One after another they were struck down by the sword of darkness. Louise and Hen had repeated this combination hundreds of times, so now the girl acted more boldly. The girl was amazed by the power of her strength, and also by how subtly she sensed the emotions of even the weakest demons and monsters. But she felt Hen closest of all, and wanted to become as strong as him even more. But the knights were not going to give up. They wanted to hold back the darkness until the captain arrived. However, their attacks from behind did not work this time. Louise and Hen knocked them down with just one wave of their hands. Hen was also happy with such power, but with so many knights, the skill's time would run out faster. The only way to survive and complete the quest was to run. So Hen ordered everyone to get ready. After which, Hen immediately flew up to Ain and hugged her tighter. At first, Ain was surprised, but when Louise took off at a terrifying speed, she understood everything. Mayday noticed our heroes when they were already in the sky. She managed to understand that Louise was dark and assumed that Hen had assimilated with Ain. And most importantly, she tried to understand what task the heroes were currently performing. Mayday didn't have time to follow Ain, but she noticed the knights who were also looking for the darkness. Suddenly a werewolf attacked them, and it seemed that the knight would not have time to escape. However, in an instant, the knight captain cut the werewolf into pieces. The knight assumed that since the demons were still here, they would have time to catch up with the darkness. The knights weren't sure, but judging by the path, the darkness was also heading towards the ruins. Therefore, he ordered all the knights to find darkness and kill it at any cost.